Fex was at a loss for words. He literally had his mouth open wide and had no clue what to say as he looked at Quinn. He was trying to see some sign to see if he was joking or not, but it didn't seem to be the case at all. Wait, Quinn. I know you weren't a vampire, so maybe you don't know, but not just anyone can become a royal knight, Fex tried to explain. The royal knights are selected from the leaders, the king's left and right-hand men. I'm not a leader, and I'm not even a knight. Don't you remember I was also banished from my own family? Quinn nodded along and placed his hand on Fex's shoulder, hoping that it would calm him in some way. I do know, but that was under the old rule. Look, me becoming king, it wasn't exactly due to regular circumstances, and think of it this way. You were so loyal to me that you were even about to be executed, for my sake. I can't think of someone better than you. Perhaps the vampires could argue somewhat if I had chosen someone that I turned, but I won't back down from this. Unless you have a good reason to refuse, I intend to make you my royal knight. It was something Fex never imagined. Becoming a royal knight was a top honor. It was even above becoming a leader of a family. If the king asked you to be his knight, they would have to leave their position and accept, and now knowing Quinn was serious, almost immediately, Fex got down on one knee. I, Fex Sanguinis, pledge my loyalty to King Quinn Talon of the 10th family. I will do everything in my power until my last breath to help you, Fex yelled at the top of his lungs, and a few seconds later, tears started to fall from his face. Quinn didn't quite understand why Fex was acting like this. He thought he would be happy, or maybe even annoyed that he had made him do such a thing. As for the new royal knight, the reason for his happiness was because his life had been changed at this moment. There were times while Fex was in the 10th family that he thought he could never rise to a higher position, that maybe his family members would look down on him. He also didn't like how he had ruined his family's reputation, but this single gesture from Quinn would restore it all again. As soon as Fex had accepted the role, Quinn saw an adjustment in his system. He saw that now he could also summon Fex using the summon skill whenever he wished. That's quite handy to have. Maybe I should make someone from the cursed faction my royal knight after all. The summon skill can be used as a protection as well as a helpful tool for myself, Quinn thought. Another interesting thing Quinn noticed was that it didn't matter if the council had accepted Fex or not. It seemed like his system had already agreed, which was a different matter for someone else. Actually, Quinn, I know it might not be my place to speak about this, but I wanted to suggest something, Fex said. Fex talked about the suggestion he wanted to make, and Quinn thought it was a good idea. That great, I'll call a meeting now, and we can meet in the new castle together. We can make that announcement now. A gulping sound was heard, as Fex didn't realize that things would be moving so quickly. He should have realized that when Quinn said he was going to do things, he meant it. The two of them began to walk around the castle, and he had already asked Timmy to contact the other leaders and tell them all to meet in the new council room. That it was an order from the king. In the meantime, Fex wondered what they were still doing in the 10th castle and eventually found themselves heading to the lab in the castle, a place where Logan would usually be. When entering, Fex could see the back of someone he didn't quite recognize, and as soon as he turned around, his mouth was left wide open, and he was at a loss for words for the second time today. But, you. Fex continually looked back and forth at the two people, not entirely understanding what was going on. There was an identical copy of Quinn. Almost. There was one change, and it was the hairstyle. While Quinn now had his shortened hair and spiked it up a little bit, Vincent had decided to put his fringe down and to the side. Is it a transformation ability? Fex asked. Almost, that's the new 10th leader of the castle. I guess I should explain a few things to you while we are at the king's castle, Quinn said, patting him on the back. While on the walk, Quinn explained that he had found Vincent, one of the old 10th leaders, conciseness deep within him. It was left with him through a book. There is no point for Quinn to explain the part about the system, but he thought this was close enough to the truth in the first place. The consciousness that was always with him was why Quinn had knowledge about the vampire world, even though he had never been there before. When arriving at the new royal castle, Fex was surprised to see that there had been some changes inside as well as outside. This was all due to Quinn. He not only had rebuilt it, but the system had also influenced it to suit more of his style, modernizing the hallways. Although it did make everything look a bit plain, boring and white, it wasn't to Fex's liking at all. Eventually they had reached the council room. Upon entering, he had both Vincent and Fex by his side, and all of the leaders were already present in the room. The leaders stood up and bowed, but they couldn't help but stare at the person who was by his side, who resembled Quinn greatly. "If you would like, I could do the honors of taking over the meeting," Vincent said. "I have been to many of these things in the past after all." Quinn nodded because even though he had attended meetings like this before, it really wasn't something he was used to as a king. "All right, everyone here. Today Our Majesty has a few things that he would like to announce and discuss with you all. Listen to what he has to say," Vincent said and folded his arms, having completed what he wanted to say. Seeing how informal he spoke to the leaders and their angry expressions, Quinn didn't think he had done a good job and might have worsened matters. "I guess Vincent disliked this whole system nearly as much as I did," Quinn thought, sitting down in his seat while the two continued to stand by his side. "First, I would like to announce to you all that I have selected the new leader for the 10th family. His name is Vincent Eno." Some of the leaders twitched slightly hearing that name, wondering why it sounded familiar, but the first name Vincent wasn't too uncommon, so they decided to ignore it. "As you can see, I and Vincent look quite similar, and that's because we are. Right now, he is using a body that is identical to mine. This is also true in terms of strength as well. If any of you wish to test him, then feel free to do so. My reason for selecting Vincent is because he is a knowledgeable vampire from our family. I also don't plan to hide anything from you all. He is the ex-leader who at one point in time escaped from this settlement. Why am I telling you this? Because I don't want any of you to complain when you find out later or have decided to do some digging. Anyway, Vincent has great knowledge and is someone who looks after people. Are there any objections?" Quinn asked. The room was silent for a while until Sunny was the first to speak. "Vincent Eno, it has been a while, hasn't it?" she said, looking at him. "Your Majesty, I don't know how much you know about the 10th people's past, but there are many vampires that hated Vincent because he left them. He was the reason why your family and most of them are dead," Quinn replied. "Do you not remember, most of the 10th family inner castle members had been killed, including Edward, who was most loyal to Vincent in an attack. An attack by the 2nd family. Now the 10th family is full of pooling vampires who don't know better, and most of my own people from Earth apart from a few students here and there." Since Quinn had quickly shut down Sunny and reminded them how the 10th family had lost a lot, none of them said anything further. "And finally, I have selected my new royal knight." The other leaders sat up more straight, and it looked like Muka was ready to move from his seat. But that's when they could all see that Quinn was pointing to someone by his side. Smiling, Fex waved at them all, nervous. This is too much," Jake said. "Too many changes were happening in the settlement, and they were happening far too fast. Now, before you all jump the gun, there is a good reason why I have selected Fex as the royal knight." "Why don't you show them?" Quinn said. Nervously, Fex looked at them all. He closed his eyes, concentrating, trying to form it as he always did. A glow started to appear from his chest, and a large single black needle was revealed. "What I have here is what is known as an inner blood weapon, and as the royal knight, I wish to teach all vampires this skill," Fex almost shouted. At a glance, the leaders could tell that what had been summoned was indeed a blood weapon. The question was, how was Fex able to do such a thing? They had seen him pull it out of nowhere, and only a small glow appeared from his chest. The name Inner would suggest that it had come from inside him, but they all just wondered how. Still, one family already knew the answer to this, and they wondered what exactly the new king was planning to do. "This here is something that will change the vampires' lives," Quinn said. "I know that creating blood weapons is banned. This was because you didn't wish for vampires to kill each other just for the pursuit of stronger weapons, but these blood weapons belong to you in the first place. Created from the crystal inside your body. I think it's essential that we teach all of the vampires this skill. It will be a boost in their strength. I don't know if you realized, but the Dalki blood acts similar to human blood. No. It actually is even better than human blood. The inner blood weapons when fighting against them will be our biggest asset. This is one of the many reasons why I think Fex deserves to be a royal knight. The information was discovered by himself with a pursuit of getting stronger. He had no time to inform all of you since things have been hectic since we arrived. He will be passing on knowledge that not only improves his family lives but all of the settlement. He is loyal to me and originally not from the 10th family. Some of the leaders initially wanted to dispute Fex becoming his vampire knight, but this discovery was too significant for them all. They wondered if Fex didn't become a royal knight if he would still share these skills. It was almost as if Quinn was stating, "This is why you can't disagree with my decision." And with how close he was to the king, they sure couldn't force this information out of him. There seemed to be no objections, and looking around, Fex could just see the biggest smile he had ever seen on his father's face. Seeing that made it one of the happiest moments in Fex's life. A moment that he would treasure forever. Can we ask, what about the second royal knight position? And have you decided what to do with the royal guards? Jim asked. Guards? Quinn replied, knowing that this question would come up. I believe there is no longer a need for royal guards. As I stated with my condition before, we will be working to save the humans. I have the whole cursed faction and trustworthy people there that will be willing to help me. The guards were originally vampires loyal to the king, so they will feel the same to me. If I was even to take members from other families, there is no telling if they would even be loyal to me. It makes no sense in my eyes. For a lot of leaders, they didn't mind this, for they didn't want to weaken their own power. The guards were vampires meant to be at knight level, so they would be giving away their most potential candidates just for someone else to use. After figuring out that Quinn could also use his summon skill on royal guards, he wanted to make use of it with one of his own people. Perhaps someone like Layla, but at the end of the day this relationship needed to be two ways. Quinn had already been pushing the vampires. Perhaps he could get away with everything he wanted, but that would just leave a bad taste in the other leaders' mouths, more likely to cause a problem in the future. Muka, Quinn said. Honestly, I feel like he has always cared about this settlement, trying to figure out what was happening before anyone else did. Even if I was to do wrong, I know he would try and figure out a way to get rid of me. Honestly, I don't see that as a bad thing as long as he accepts, of course. In an instant, Muka stood up from his seat and bowed down. Yes, Your Majesty. If one was to look at him, it would be hard to tell whether or not he was happy about this due to the fact he always had a helmet on his face, but they could tell he was delighted. However, at that moment he did something that was more shocking. Placing both hands on the top of his head, he lifted up his helmet, revealing his face, which simply stunned the leaders. Oh, have I been wrong this whole time? I'm sorry. Quinn quickly apologized. You're a girl. Fex shouted what everyone was thinking. But I thought you were a guy. Everyone thought you were a guy. Why didn't you correct us when we call you he? Long flowing back hair could be seen going along the back of her armor, and a perfect, almost egg-shaped face could be seen. All the leaders were stunned by her beauty and couldn't stop staring, including Sunny. Quickly noticing this, Muka placed the helmet back on her head. Ah, I feel much more comfortable with the helmet back on. I thought at least Your Majesty should know what the person who was selected as your knight knows what I look like. But I don't understand. When we were younger, I was sure you had short hair and your face. Sunny continued to say. I was just a kid back then, Muka replied. The short hair was just less troublesome to deal with, and you think my father would really let me play with boys around that age. It was why I frequently visited you. Seeing how the focus of the meeting was starting to move, Muka herself thought it was best if she kept them all on track and clapped her hand once to silence everyone. I believe His Majesty still has more to say. At this moment, Vincent was getting a little tired of standing and decided to walk over and sit down in the 10th seat. He didn't ask Quinn, nor did he greet the others on his way down. Please, what are you all looking at? Vincent asked. Forgive us, David spoke. But it will certainly take some getting used to, having you returned after all these years. I hope that we could actually have a little catch-up. The truth was that Vincent didn't have a bad relationship with many leaders before he left, which was why his sudden actions hurt them even more. Still, Vincent, on the other hand, did have. They had sent counterless vampires after him and his family members for years after leaving the settlement. Sure. But let's hear what the king has to say first. Vincent replied. Thankfully, Quinn started to speak again. You all know that my goal is to help the humans in this war to join them. I wish for all of you to learn how to use your inner blood weapons before we go out. When I say this, I am referring to the leaders. I expect that since you are leaders, you should be talented and learn this before all the others. Once we have learnt this, then the rest of the leaders and I will make our first move. Only us? Jake asked. Yes, Quinn replied. At the moment, the human race is cautious against vampires. They had learnt of our existence, but at the time, there were Jim's clones as well as the vampire spies that had been taken over. They have already been hurt by vampires. If we were to turn up, it would make things difficult, which is why I decided that we would need a special type of entrance. I plan to move the settlement eventually into the Beast Planet solar system, but we need a safe planet to do that. I will be the first to move, and then I will bring you all with me later. We need to show the whole world our power and just how much we can help in this war, and that's where we all will come in. Quinn smiled. It wasn't long after the meeting that an announcement was made to the whole settlement about the king's 2 new royal knights. There was no big ceremony. Quinn had felt like they had had enough of those recently. Every time they had a ceremony, it seemed to delay things. He didn't understand what all the big huff was about, but according to Vincent, when vampires had lived for thousands of years and had done nearly everything, an excuse for a celebration or something for them to do was welcomed. He still disregarded this fact because now they did have something important to do, and thought it was just best to deliver the news to the leaders, allowing them to pass on the message. Although none of the vampires disagreed with Quinn's decision to make Muka a royal knight, they considered him a good choice, her a good choice. They did, though, wonder why someone like Fex had been chosen. In the end, the people believed that it was due to him being close to the king. There were those vampires who believed their leaders should have rightfully obtained the position and complained a little, yet the ones in the pooling area were okay with this. It seemed like the inner castle vampires were the ones kicking up the most fuss. The pooling vampires were still over the moon that Quinn had accepted to be their king in the first place, and they thought whoever he selected for the positions were the right choice. They just saw his actions through rose-colored glasses, where whatever he did couldn't be seen as wrong to them. Then, there was a more tricky announcement, and it was for the 10th family. For this one, Quinn did decide to gather the people because he wanted to gauge their initial reaction. Just like with the leaders, he didn't want to hide anything from his people as well. They stopped on top of a balcony that led out from the castle, and all the vampires belonging to the 10th family were invited. They stood outside looking upward. As Quinn came out, the usual roar and cheers were heard, and then when Vincent was revealed, there were audible gasps in the crowd. Is it his twin? The 10th leader had a twin we never knew about. It must just be someone with an ability, right? In the end, Quinn decided it was best for him to speak first. As you all know, I have taken up the role to be your king, which means in my place someone else will have to take care of the 10th family. Leo will continue to be your knight. As for the other position, I will be leaving that decision to my successor, although it might be more accurate to call him my predecessor. Due to some special circumstances, we have provided him with a new body, Quinn explained. This here is Vincent Eno, the former leader of the 10th family. There was whispering from the crowd. Even if most of the vampires weren't around when Vincent had been their leader, they still knew the 10th family's history, and he had been branded a traitor as a leader that had abandoned them at a crucial time, making the other families treat them like scum. Boo boo. There was great negativity from the crowd at the mention of that name, and Quinn was worried that any second the people might start to chuck things at them. Do you want me to say a few things to them? Vincent asked. They have a right to be upset. No, Quinn quickly said, remembering what had happened when he had chosen to speak during that council meeting. It was one thing for the other leaders to dislike him, but for the ones he was supposed to lead would be a disaster. Everyone quiet. Quinn yelled, amplifying his voice with chi. I know of Vincent's past, in fact his blood runs through my veins. But you also don't know what he has been doing while he was away. It was because of Vincent that I was able to become who I am today. He guided me, taught me how to use my blood powers and more. He was even the one that asked me to help you all. If it wasn't for him, then you wouldn't have me here today either. The vampires didn't know if these words were true, but what seemed to somewhat convince them was the fact that Vincent now looked identical to Quinn. They couldn't imagine what he had been through that would make it so he had to be that way. In the end, if you are not happy with this decision, then I ask you to blame me who made this decision, Quinn demanded. It was then, a few seconds later, that the crowd started to cheer, although it wasn't as joyous or as loud as they had done in the past, and seemed to be more done of obligations than true feelings. It looks like you have a lot to make up for, Vincent. Maybe try to be a good leader for them in this lifetime, Quinn advised. And put some thought into picking your next knight. There were a few choices that Quinn had in mind, such as Timmy, who had Edward's power and knowledge, Xander, who had potential to grow stronger every time he saw him, and lastly Ashley, who worked closest under Paul. He was also a bright talent that was improving quicker than most. Still, it just felt right to leave it up to Vincent, since they would technically be working under him while Vincent would work for Quinn. I wasn't a bad leader in the first place. Vincent sighed. They just forgot everything I did for them before I left. It only takes one bad thing to make others forget about all the good you have done beforehand. All of the leaders had been called to the 8th Inner Castle area. After thinking about how to use it for a while, Quinn had come up with an idea. The king wanted to use the empty area as a training ground. The leaders having strong powers would cause destruction wherever they trained, and that included their own castles. In an area like this, that wouldn't matter though. The area had changed somewhat since the leaders had last come here, and they couldn't help but stare at the empty space and the large platforms that had been created. How were you able to do this so fast? Sunny asked. The same way I improved the settlement. I can control everything as I wish, take down buildings, move things and create new structures. It's pretty amazing, right? Quinn grinned, but soon blushed as he realized that it made it sound as if even he himself was amazed by his own skills. Of course he was, because he still couldn't believe what the system allowed him to do. But he understood that as a good king he was supposed to appear calm and dignified. The leaders stood on top of one of the large platforms. By Quinn's side were Muka and Fex. He would have liked Vincent by his side as well, but he thought that would appear as clear favoritism, so his ancestor was currently standing amongst the other leaders. Alright, so from now on we are going to use this area to train. You don't need to tell me how useless you all were against Laxmus. Use this chance to learn, so that you can repay him yourself for everything he had done to the vampire settlement. Quinn shouted. It was strange for the leaders to hear these words. They were the strongest vampires in the settlement, and they had hardly ever heard themselves being called useless, but compared to Quinn they truly did feel that way. You guys need to get better or stronger at fighting. This whole time a lot of you have been lazy, so there will be 2 things we are focusing on. 1, Fex will show you all how to summon your inner blood weapon, and 2, I want the leaders to fight against each other and improve, and I want you to especially go hard against Vincent. Quinn grinned. The leaders looked pleased about Quinn's remark, and it was for more reasons than one. Vincent hadn't given them respect. Some of the leaders, such as Lee, Sunny, Jean and so on, were leaders even when Vincent was around. Yet, he treated them as if they were young upstarts, but for the other leaders they were excited for a different reason. There were those like Nikyu that disliked Quinn, and this was a chance to pound the face of someone who looked exactly like him but would be far weaker. It seems like you were all holding back, too afraid to reveal your full strength, worried about infighting. Well, now we all have a common enemy. So let's grow stronger together instead of worrying about individual families, Quinn said. The leaders agreed, and Fex was put to work immediately. He went into the explanation to them all about the inner blood weapon. It was a struggle since Fex wasn't the best person at explaining such things. After practicing for a while, the leaders found little success. Lee had to pretend that he didn't know about the blood weapon, afraid he would get his son into some type of trouble. There was also another Quinn was keeping an eye on, and that was Vincent. Although he could use blood abilities, Quinn was unsure if he would have an inner blood weapon as well, since he wasn't exactly human. After no results were given, and since they couldn't stay doing the same thing forever, it was time to go on to the sparring section. The younger leaders were more willing to test their powers against each other. In contrast, the older ones were still reserved in showing off their strength, but what was surprising was Vincent. With his new body, he was easily able to overpower most of the vampires despite still lacking in actual ability. Then there was Vincent. "Remind me why I'm the only one going up against two at once?" Vincent asked. "These two are new leaders, so you should be able to handle this. Besides, my body isn't that weak," Quinn shouted back. The leaders were Nikyu and Katori. Their abilities hadn't fully developed, and they had next to no experience fighting, but they had the potential to be just as strong as the leaders before them. However, during the fight, that didn't seem to be the case. Vincent was able to dodge all the sword strikes with ease, and with a single hit to Nikyu in the stomach, it looked like he wouldn't be getting up for a long time. Then, with a kick to Katori's side, the results were quite similar. It didn't matter if Vincent was weaker than them at blood control, when he would never be fighting them in a match with blood in the first place. With the beast armor and stats like Quinn, most leaders just couldn't do anything. "Could you not go a bit easier on them? If it's too one-sided, then this isn't exactly training," Quinn yelled. "Wait. So they can go as hard as they want against me, but I can't do the same to them," Vincent argued back. It was because of this that Vincent's opponents needed to change. When going up against the more experienced battles, it seemed to be harder for Vincent, mainly due to abilities. Since Vincent didn't have any himself and they knew what his strengths were, they were being cautious. This was exactly what Quinn wanted, so they could all improve together. "Watching all this fighting makes me want to spar a bit." "Please don't, Your Majesty," Mukka replied. "We would have to all go up against you together if you were to get anything out of it." Mukka quickly realized the mistake that she had made. She might have just given him a horrible idea, so she decided it was best for her to continue giving her report. "The family that accepted your request to send out a force was the fourth family, Jean Talon. His ability is strong in attacking, and he thought that it would be easy when using his power to try to help you find a nest crystal." Quinn thought so as well. Exploding blood was one of the more difficult abilities Quinn had dealt with out of all of the leaders. There was another reason why Quinn was watching them all, and that was because he wanted to grant all the leaders with weapons. They didn't have the habit of relying on beast or blood weapons, but it would increase their strength exponentially if they would start to use them. Right now, he was trying to figure out what type of weapon suited their respective abilities the most. Carefully he watched their fighting styles, but there was something that he couldn't quite figure out that was bothering him a little. "Some of the leaders' abilities I already know, but do you mind telling me all of their abilities? It would be in our best interest," Quinn asked. "Of course. The first family possesses the ability to create an invisible force field around their body that can strike anything that comes within a certain range. The second family's ability is to reverse time on whatever they touch. The third family is able to produce blood needles, stopping certain body parts from working properly. I know you have experienced this one yourself before. The fourth family has the ability to combust their own blood. The fifth family possesses the ability to communicate with any creature. The sixth family's ability is to set up invisible traps on the ground. The seventh family has the ability to harden an object, giving them the greatest defense. The eighth family used to have the ability of telepathy. Your own family possesses the ability of equivalent exchange. The 11th family's ability is to get stronger with each hit. The 12th family's ability is similar to the 11th's, only that they gain extra speed for each successful hit. Finally, the 13th family ability is string. Out of all of those abilities, Quinn realized that one family in particular was missed out, and he was curious about something else as well. Bryce gave the order to disband the 8th family. I was wondering if there should still be vampires with that ability. Perhaps there should be a way to introduce them back. It is a good ability to have. Quinn wondered. There should still be plenty of vampires that have that ability, but they have been split between the other families. On top of that, the castle should have some information on that study ability, so if you wish to bring the 8th family back, then feel free to do so. I don't think the leaders would object to this. Mukka replied. And one more thing. You seem to have skipped the 9th family. What is your ability? Quinn asked. My ability is always active. I believe that it is what allows me to stand by your side even now. The ability of luck. Mukka answered. Luck? That can't be real, can it? How would that even work? When asking this, Quinn was expecting Vincent to answer. But once again, he realized that the voice in his head was no more. I believe you will see it come to play at some point in time, Mukka answered, and for the first time, Quinn heard a cheerful giggle. He noticed that the large armor and helmet she wore was what had deepened her voice. Over the next few days, all the leaders had successfully learned how to utilize their blood weapons, and after observing them, the king had put in a request for their weapons to be created. They weren't ready yet, but he feared that they could be running out of time. The leaders would have probably learned it even faster if it wasn't for Fex's horrible explanation. Nonetheless, they had all succeeded in the end, and now they could pass on this knowledge to their own families as well. I guess it's time. Time to head back to the Beast solar system and give those damn Dalki a big surprise. Quinn tensed his fists, and the veins on his head showed through as he thought about what they had done. He was ready for some major payback. A large sphere spaceship the same size of a small planet was slowly drifting through the Beast solar system. Given its massive size, it was unable to move as fast as regular ships, yet it was the one place the Dalki called home, consisting of landmass taken from the many beast planets they had conquered. One side of the gigantic spaceship held a base, stationing many of the Dalki motherships that were ready to leave at a moment's notice. Right now, one of those ships was in the middle of docking into the large spaceship. The motherships that were sent out would usually stay on the conquered planets and become the Dalki fortresses that would be used to station their troops. This was done for a few reasons, the most important one being that the ships themselves contained the jammers that would prevent humanity from teleporting onto the planet. Another reason was their durability. Until the recent outlier, they had never managed to breach or destroy them. This was mainly due to the force fields they were able to produce with the large amount of crystals on board. For this reason, it was strange to see one return, especially since it didn't seem to have suffered any major damage. Nevertheless, the Dalki on the spaceship hurried to welcome those on the mothership. The Dalki were a very hard-working race. They had to be given that they used the knowledge that was passed on to them when making new things, yet they were a hard race to control. All of them had the inner desire to improve and get stronger, to prove that they had the right to be the leader and command their fellow Dalki. As such, the only way to control this race, to get them to focus on certain tasks aside from fighting, was for there to be an absolute leader among them. Someone who was far stronger than the rest of them, making the rest submit to him. And that exact person was the first to exit the mothership. The Dalki who had taken a liking to wearing human clothes, descended down the ramp. Unexpectedly, he had a deep frown on his face. The thought of all the Dalki looking at this, knew this to be a rare sight to behold. Something must have happened during the attack. Something definitely happened. He seems furious. Those were the common thoughts shared among them. Now that Graham had gotten closer to them, they could make out that the clothes on him were burnt, full of holes, and there was even green blood that covered his entire body. Why is he so angry? One of them whispered to the Dalki next to him. I heard that he successfully took over the planet. I heard that those humans put up more of a resistance than we had expected. Looking at his clothing and the blood, it seems to be true. Do you think he had to do that? The other asked. Before the first one had a chance to answer, one of the higher spiked Dalki behind the two of them kicked the back of their legs, reminding them to be quiet. There had been one time he had seen Graham as irritable as now, and it hadn't been a pretty sight. The Dalki stood by the side, creating a path for him. At the very end, there was a small ship waiting for him. He would then take this small ship to head to the castle or the lab to do whatever he wished to do next. In front of the small ship, there was a one-spiked Dalki who was nervously holding a neatly folded set of clothes for the Dalki leader, next to a clone that looked identical to Jim. As he walked through the path, Graham pulled at his damaged clothing, ripping them off his body, throwing them on the ground without saying a word. The one-spiked Dalki took that as his cue and sprinted towards Graham, getting on his knees as he presented the items to the other. Graham didn't even acknowledge him as he grabbed the clothes and proceeded to put on the plain white top shirt. However, before he could even try on the black trousers, a problem manifested itself. The moment the Dalki put his arm through the sleeve, it ripped. The clothes appeared to be a couple sizes too small for him. "What is this?" Graham asked in clear annoyance. "I personally go out to battle, and all I expect in return is for a pair of decent clothes to be prepared upon my return. Is that really too much to ask for?" Graham looked around, as if he was waiting for someone to answer, but no one dared to say anything. Graham was the calm Dalki leader that talked things through. Some who had never seen him act like this before were just wondering what was going on. "The clothes aren't the problem." The clone let out a derisive laughter. "They were made based on the latest measurements taken. You must have gotten a little fatter while away." Everyone else gulped hard, none of them daring to state such a truth. Yet the clone didn't look scared or frightened like the rest of them. Instead, it was more like it didn't care about what was going to happen next, as it saw a fist heading towards its head. It was a punch that completely tore the clone's head from his body, and the next second it smashed into the spaceship behind it, exploding on impact. There was a dent left on the outer spaceship. Seeing this, the one spiked Dalki who had still been kneeling in front of Graham got scared and turned around, which was the worst decision it could have made, yet also his last. Before it could take more than one step, Graham opened its mouth wide, and the Dalki's whole head ended in his jaws. The next second it clamped down, crushing the other's head. Green blood spewed out from his mouth as the other's lifeless body fell to the floor, swallowing whatever bits it had left in its mouth. Graham seemed to be somewhat satisfied as he entered the small ship. He just killed a Dalki. For nothing? One of them pointed out. He didn't even challenge him to a fight or say anything. I mean, it was normal for one Horn or Slicer to act like this, but I have never seen Graham do something like that. Just what happened to disturb him this much? One of them asked as they could see a ship floating in the air ready to set off. "I'm not sure. We will just have to wait for the reports from his fight," the other replied, as they all headed back to work. Left on his own, Graham was still reviewing his last fight, trying to understand when things had started to go wrong. Those girls, how could they do that? How was it possible for them to give me so much trouble? The Dalki leader clenched his fist. They even forced me to reveal my trump card, when I thought there would never be a need to. Well, it's clear that means that I have to just get stronger. The ship eventually landed just outside the lab, where multiple Dalki awaited him outside, but the one giving the orders looked to be a 3-spike. When the ship landed, Graham immediately got off and stood in front of the 3 spikes, still with a frown on his face, with fresh blood still sticking on his body. "How is the creation process going?" Graham asked. "It's going great, sir. We imported the information from Jim's lab as you have asked, and we have been able to narrow down which ones are more likely to produce bad results. So our output of higher spike Dalki has increased exponentially," the Dalki reported, doing his best to ignore the other's outer appearance. This was something that Logan had found out as well upon accessing information from Richard. Not all of the Dalki had been completely created from scratch. Instead, later generations had been fused with different human DNA from different people, and in turn, when mixing with the demon tier beast, this would produce different results depending who the human was. However, when raiding Jim's lab, they had found some mutant DNA strands that didn't seem to be quite human nor vampire. They didn't know what they were, yet their success rate ended up being incredibly low. It had been pure luck that the first experiment with one had succeeded, as the subsequent ones had demonstrated how hard it was to create one. Nevertheless, the reason why they had tried again and again was that that particular strain had produced the highest spike Dalki compared to any of the others. Through trial and error, they also found other types of special human DNA, information gathered from ancient fossils, that seemed to be mixed with beasts that would produce good results as well. "That's great. The dragon still isn't low on energy either. We'll be able to create plenty more, and it doesn't seem like the humans are able to put up much of a fight. We will lose even less than I predicted. Send all the newly created 3 spikes and above over to me. They will be put to great use in making me stronger," Graham ordered, already walking away. leaving the three spiked worried about just what Graham was going to do with these newborn Dalki. Graham stood on a large open wasteland. The Dalki leader felt uncomfortable, as he still had no clothes to wear. He himself didn't know why, but it felt like everyone could see right through him when he didn't wear clothes, and without it whenever others laid their eyes on him, he wanted to snap at them. However, at the moment there was no one but him. It was just an open land with several craters, but after waiting a while he could see them in the distance. A group of other Dalki was heading his way, and in the background, in the distance, the Dalki castle could be seen. It looks like they are finally here. There's around 50 of them. I guess he wasn't lying when he said they were able to improve the creation process. Graham smiled. As he waited for them to arrive, he continued observing them. The new set of Dalki looked undisciplined. They weren't walking in a single file, and most of them continued to butt heads with each other as they walked. It looked like some were about to go into a full scuffle, while others had already fought and were bleeding. There was one in front was a three-spiked Dalki who had a digital tablet with him, and by his side there were two more three-spiked Dalki, all stood away from the group. It's hard to blame them for their behavior since we were the same when we first came to be. The one on the left commented. I just hope Graham won't mind their unruliness. Indeed, I believe in some cases we were even worse. Fortunately, they were all smart enough to listen and follow us. The one on the right added. All right, the one in the center said, turning around. I know you all must be confused. After all, you have only been awake for a couple of hours, and we have yet to tell you much about what is going on. Right now, we are taking you to Graham, one of our leaders. He has just returned from a major battle, and he isn't in the best of moods. So it's in your own interest to show him the respect he deserves. It was then that a larger Dalki out of the group, a four-spiked, pushed past the others and walked out in front. I came along because I was interested in this Graham character you've all been praising. But this is starting to become a pain. Why should I listen to someone who is clearly weaker than me? The four-spiked questioned the one in the middle with a challenging look. The three-spiked leaders felt nervous. There was one universal truth that all Dalki were aware of without the need to fight. Those with more spikes than them were stronger. It was only those with the same amount of spikes who would fight amongst themselves to establish a hierarchy. Out of the new batch, there were a few four spikes that had been created from the mutant DNA strand. From the moment of their birth, they had already surpassed the three-spiked leaders, without ever having evolved on their own. Before a fight could break out, Graham landed between the two parties, having jumped over. Then, will you listen to me? The Dalki leader asked as he turned slightly to the side to show off the 5 spikes on his back. It was at this point that the 4 spikes' ego took a hit, yet he still felt like he deserved more respect. You seem unhappy with your treatment. Don't worry. You will all get a chance to show off your worth. Graham looked in the sky. The reason why I called you all over is because I want all 50 of you to take me on at the same time. As long as you survive, I will bestow you a position befitting you. I swear that you will get all the respect and recognition you believe you deserve. So I want you to fight as hard as you can. Graham then walked over to the 4 spiked Dalki that had been so outspoken just moments ago. I wasn't joking. Part of you should already know that you were born into a dog-eat-dog world. If you can't prove your worth, you will all die here. The 4 spiked looked down and he could see that Graham's arm had pierced right through his stomach. He hadn't even seen him move. Yet the next moment the Dalki leader stood before him with an evil grin plastered on his face, his eyes showing no remorse. The Dalki lifted its hands, trying to rip off Graham's head, but with his other single hand free, the 5-spiked Dalki just hit them away and pierced the other Dalki's stomach once again. I said try harder, Graham shouted, punching out multiple times, causing large holes to appear on the Dalki's body. When he eventually stopped, the 4-spiked lifeless body fell to the ground. The others didn't know what to do, and when just standing there, Graham went to the next one. Now knowing that their lives were on the line, the 3-spiked and 4-spiked Dalki all fought together trying to take down Graham. Although none of them had the individual strength to take him down, with so many Dalki attacking him at once, it was impossible for the Dalki leader to get out unscathed. While everything was going on, the 3 Dalki had moved off to the side out of the fight that was going on. Those Dalki, They're some of the strongest members of our race despite just having been created. I thought Graham was just going to beat some discipline into them. So why is he choosing to kill them all? The three-spiked Dalki on the right was shocked. I have been with him as long as you have. Do you think I would have any clue? The one on the left shrugged his shoulders as they continued watching the Dalki leader fight. They were happy to see that Graham hadn't chosen to kill everyone as they had feared. None of them doubted that he could easily kill off the three-spiked Dalki with a single hit, yet so far he had chosen to hit all those he fought against in non-vital areas. Seeing this, they thought that Graham might have just killed off the first one to shock the others and get them to behave. From the looks of it, he seemed to be trying to make them evolve now of all times, yet that quickly turned out to not be the case. Graham had injured his opponents to the point that they would get a massive power boost, but when he noticed that they still couldn't finish him, he started striking back and finishing them off. It would have been more useful to bring them back to the lab to heal their wounds, giving them more of a chance to evolve, yet today he seemed to lack patience. All of our hard work. The Dalki in the middle felt awful. It didn't take long for the massacre to unfold, with not a single one being kept alive. All 50 or so of them had perished, yet the Dalki leader was only close to being out of breath. It's still not enough, Graham muttered to himself, as he looked over to the old generation Dalki. 50 is not enough. Bring over 100 next time. The three gulped, still not understanding Graham's actions. Even during the fight, he had allowed the stronger 4 spikes to hit him, and now he was asking to go through the process again. However, they were in no position to argue. If they dared to, they knew it would just end with them being on the chopping block next. When they finally had a new 100 subjects, they were sent out to Graham to repeat the process. When the 3 Dalki returned, they were surprised to see that all of the Dalki bodies had disappeared, only with Graham picking at his teeth with his claw. Did he eat them? One of them wondered. It was the only thing they could think of. Even 100 or so Dalki didn't fare any better than 50. The same thing happened again with a similar outcome. After killing off more than half of them, something finally happened to Graham's body. The Dalki leader suddenly stopped and distanced himself from the survivors. There were already 5 large spikes running down his back, ran from the top of his back to his tail. There didn't seem to be room for any more, but then, next to the largest spike at the top, another one could be seen forming out by the side. Graham let out a scream as it grew out. He had evolved once again. This makes me the first official 6-spiked Dalki. But this is still not enough. It was then that a ship out from the castle had landed, and 3 Dalki came out urgently searching for Graham. Graham, we have some bad news. It's about the vampire world. Seems like Arthur, along with all the others, failed their task. We have tried to contact them multiple times, but there is no report whatsoever. We can only assume he has betrayed us, been killed, or gone back to the other side. From the interactions Graham had with Arthur, he couldn't imagine the Punisher betraying them, not unless he was sure they could win, which was an interesting thought in itself. But from the daily reports they were getting, Arthur had launched a full-scale attack against the vampire settlement not long ago. Graham couldn't think of anything that would make him suddenly turn, which could only mean that they had failed. Well, I didn't expect that. It looks like I really have to do all things by myself. Graham let out a sigh. Looks like the rest of you are in luck. Surrounded by nothing but metal, and somewhere in the dark deep blue sea, was the submarine that was used for the base of Pure. Currently, an important experiment was taking place. There were a large number of test rooms on the submarine itself, and in one of them, there was a certain agent with a tablet in his hand recording all the information he could see. This agent had quite long spiked hair that went down past his shoulders. It was ragged and unkempt. On top of that, he had glasses on his face that would constantly slip down. It was a strange sight to see since nearly everyone these days got corrective surgery to fix their eyesight. Only those that didn't have the money to afford such a surgery would wear glasses. Still, for this person, their reasoning was different. He wouldn't take the risk, even if the chances were minuscule of losing his eyesight. This person was known as Agent 4, and the large number on the back of his white robe showed it. I have never seen armor like this before. It doesn't act like any type of beast armor. Nor does it seem to be made from beast crystals. Yet the only reaction we have seen so far from it is with blood. This is, without a doubt, from them. Agent 4 smiled, quickly typing away all of the details he had seen so far. Right now, what Agent 4 had in front of him was blood armor. It wasn't a single part, but lying out on a table was what was thought to be a full set, which had gone through countless different experiments. It was his job to find out what it could do, among other things impure. The sound of the door sliding open was heard behind him, but Agent 4 chose to ignore it. Agent 0 is asking for your report. He says you have been here too long, the voice said from behind. The next second, the said person was standing by his side. A person who hardly wore a top, always displaying his large body with battle scars to show. The one known as Agent 1 and also known as Chris. It was a lot more tricky than I thought, and the ability of this armor is impressive, but it will be troublesome. If blood is the only way to activate it, then how can one use it correctly in battle? The armor seems inefficient if that was to be the case. Vampires themselves have their own blood, but just like humans, it takes a certain amount of time before their body can recreate it. Of course, you could get blood from your victims, but then the active effect seems almost useless. Chris wasn't really listening to what Agent 4 was saying. He never really cared about all this stuff, so he just said the first thing that came to his mind. Maybe something is missing? Chris replied. I know it looks like a full set, but perhaps there was a helmet or something with it? Agent 4 placed his finger on his chin, tapping it away as he thought. It was an interesting thought. He couldn't believe that whoever owned this armor would allow for such a big downside to it. Maybe what Chris said was right. Anyway, you can work on this later. There is a meeting to take place, and I'm in charge of it. Nearly everyone is there, Chris said. Usually, Agent 4 would have decided to ignore the calls for a meeting. He felt his work was far more critical than the discussion the others would talk about. His research would help the whole group advance as a whole. Regardless, because he knew what this meeting was concerning, he had decided to attend. Walking along with Chris in the main hall, they eventually found themselves in a nice area. Rather than the usual metal halls, they would see this area was carpeted gray and had clear glass in several places. It was more like an office of the old. They had several seats out looking towards a particular wall facing the same way, with numbers 1 to 25 written on the back. All of the top members were told to attend this meeting, and Chris made his way to the empty space. When everyone came in, Chris was ready to speak. Agent 0 wasn't present, and some of the seats were empty, but that wasn't because they had chosen not to attend or couldn't make it, but because they were dead. There was a rule that had been set by Agent 0. Although rankings could move up and down in the top 5, their positions wouldn't be filled, and 2 seats were empty at the front. Agent 5's and Agent 2's. It reminded them all that the group had failed in some way. If they were to lose all of their leaders, then the pure deserved to fall apart. I'm glad to see that most of you made it back safely, although we can't say the same for everyone or those that are still out there on the other planets. Chris started the speech. He stood there with his arms folded, and there was no need for him to use chi to amplify his voice. It was plenty loud already. 0 has been patient, carefully binding his time and waiting for the right opportunity. The Dalki have pushed and pushed, and it looks like the Earthborn group has had to send most of its forces to help them. The Greylash group, although having dealt with the threat well, are in no position to come back, as reports of a new wave of Dalki are hitting them, and as for the Cursed faction, they have had one of the biggest blows out of all the groups so far. Which means they are far too occupied to deal with us. Our movement begins now. All those who are ready with their squads and are in positions, please raise their hand. Everyone in the room raised their hand at that moment. Then I give you permission to execute Project Utopia now, Chris said. All of them cheered in the room at that moment. They stood up from their seats, ready to move out. Seconds later, and nearly everyone on the Pure sub started to move, entering teleporters, some exciting from small pods in the submarine out in the water. Pure was in full motion as if the group themselves was planning for war. Pure had decided to not take part in the fight so far, not helping any of the other groups seeing the outcome, but they finally chose to make their move. Hours after Chris had made his announcement, Countless submarines all over Earth had remained a distance away from the land that was still left. Some of these cities would usually have top-tier protection, provided by the Earthborn group or their respective factions, but at the moment they were mostly filled with high-class civilians. Those that had good backgrounds and chose no longer to fight or hunt. After all, living on Earth was expensive. However, due to the current war, many of those that would be protecting them and the travelers they paid for protection had gone out to fight. The people understood. The Dalki were the threat, not humans. If they didn't win this war, then no money in the world could help them, but this left them unprotected at the same time. Each group was stationed nearby these cities. The pure members were geared up, ready for their order. The receiver of each group made a few crackles, and the order was given out. The voice wasn't that of Agent 1, but it was from the original creator of the Pure organization, Agent 0. Everyone, it is time for Pure to take over the government, the military and everything that is wrong with the world. When they come back, they will be in for a surprise to see that what they have been fighting for all this time has been lost. It's time for us to take over Earth. Before leaving the vampire settlement, Quinn made sure to inform the 10th family of what was going to happen. How those that had worked under Paul, the vampire soldiers, would soon be returning to Earth, and he told the leaders that they should all inform their people as well. For Quinn wanted to move the entire vampire settlement to the Beast solar system. There was one major problem with this though, and that was the sunlight. All those vampires in the inner castle areas had rings that helped with the sunlight but not those in the pooling areas. It wasn't that they lacked rings or resources, it was just that the vampires had never seen the need to make it so everyone could have rings. At the moment, another group was sent out to fight against the death bats, whose crystal was required to create those special rings. As the king, he told the leaders to not act themselves, warning them that they should remain on standby, but ready to act at any moment. Quinn hadn't explained exactly how or when he would call them, only that they had to prepare to be called at any moment in any situation. There was something else that Quinn had on him that was in his shadow space. He had also taken the special mechanism that would be used to move the whole settlement in the first place. I have a lot of things in my dimensional space. The tablet, the blood armor and Arthur's weapon, along with this stuff are all in there. Then there is also the dragon that I have in the shadow space. People would definitely be surprised if they knew that at this point, I'm practically a walking treasure trove. Quinn thought with a silly grin on his face. The dimensional space allowed him to store as much as he wanted in it, but it didn't allow him to store living things, while the shadow space that was connected to his shadow lock could store living things. The only problem was using the shadow space, and shadow lock would use a part of his MC cells. In the past, this would have mattered quite a bit, but now thanks to the original Punisher having bestowed all the MC cells he had accumulated over the centuries, Quinn had a higher amount than he had ever believed to be feasible. Without it, he wouldn't have dreamed about putting certain things like a demon-tier beast inside. This had given him an idea. Now he could store more things in his shadow space. With all this said, for the first time, an active king of the vampires was leaving the vampire settlement, and what's more, he was doing it alone. Quinn was heading back to the cursed faction ship. Or at least that's where he thought he was heading. Using his shadow travel, he came out from Sam's shadow. Yet he soon found himself on top of a shelter wall staring outward on the planet's surface. It was one that Quinn hadn't been to before. The surface seemed to be clay-like, though gray in color. There were a few large stones out on the surface which had green plants growing on it here and there, and trees that seemed to stretch out from underneath these stones. Most of it was empty, apart from the areas which had been terraformed into the shelter, with pathways and roads leading in and out. That's when Quinn noticed the amount of people at the shelter. Turning around, he could see it was packed. The buildings looked to have been changed to stack on top of each other like apartment blocks, while the streets were filled with people pushing past each other to get to where they were headed. A top shelter like this usually has around 50,000 or so people, but it looks like there are over double, if not triple that number, down there. Quinn, Sam called out, not having noticed his arrival beforehand. I know you said you were coming, but I didn't realize that you would be here so soon. That was fast. A smile appeared on Sam's face as he was happy to see the cursed faction leader actually be okay. Yet the smile quickly disappeared as he remembered that they would have to discuss certain things and talk about business. Actually, It's a good thing that you came out while I'm here. The two of us can talk about everything here without having to worry the others. Sam said. Are the others in the shelter? Quinn asked. Not everyone. A few are in the shelter, many are on the other walls, and some are on the cursed ship that is stationed behind the shelter. The rest have split up to take care of the other cursed planet that is still under our control. As Quinn was listening to Sam, he was looking outward to see if he could gather basic information of what this shelter was like out here. He could see that there was one of the Dalki motherships very far off in the distance thanks to his great eyesight. There were also multiple stations that were set up between here and the shelter, forces to stop the Dalki from making an outright attack out of the blue. Looking at it, Quinn was thinking about a few things. So I take it that the influx of people inside the shelter are the survivors from the Daisy faction? Quinn finally asked. Hearing this, Sam clenched his fist hard. And even now, after so much time had passed since that event had occurred, tears started to flow down his face. We were there, Quinn. All of us were there. I knew they were going to attack. I had hoped that all of us would be enough to hold them back. But the vampire lord placed his hand on the other's shoulder before he completely broke down. I don't blame you. If anything, I blame myself. It was my choice to go to the vampire world instead of helping you out. I was hoping I could deal with Arthur before coming over, yet I never expected for things to suddenly take a turn for the worse with the appearance of the original king. However, we can't know if things would have actually changed even if I had been with you. Despite being there, I failed to save them. Some of the words he repeated to Sam were told to him by Vincent, yet his ancestor wasn't in his head anymore to drop his wisdom, so it was up to Quinn. They died even though I was there. Paul, 'cause Arthur. I know exactly how you feel, but we have to push forward and save what we can. Quinn spoke, wiping away his own tears with the sleeve of his shirt. Sam tried to put on a brave face. Quinn had yet to tell him the full details of what occurred in the vampire world. At the same time, if anyone was to see him like this, especially those in the cursed faction, they would see him as weak. As one of the leaders who frequently appeared in front of the other faction members, it was important for him to put on a brave face whenever possible. Quinn, I have a plan, and with you here now, the chances that it will succeed have greatly increased. I don't know what the Dalki are planning, but this time, after they had captured the shelter, they kept hostages. I asked all of the other groups, but there have never been any cases that they did something like this in the past. There are members of the Daisy faction that are still alive at the shelter. I think they might be thinking of using them as some type of bargaining tool or maybe something else. I want to save them, but I was too scared, too worried that I would make the same mistakes again. Hearing Sam talk like that was making Quinn worried. He had never heard the other sound so unconfident before. Sam had made far better decisions than he himself could have ever done on his own, which was exactly why he had left him in charge on this side. However, he had said these words to him before. Some people just needed time. Sam, you should rest and look after this shelter. Let me deal with the Daisy faction prisoners. I will save them, Quinn stated confidently. But, Quinn, you don't understand how many they have, how strong they all were. The worst part is, if they use them as hostages, they won't hesitate to kill them in seconds. Sam had been stressing over this more than anything. The problem had never been attacking the Dalki to retrieve the abducted people, but making sure there would actually be anyone left to rescue at the end. Trust me. I have my ways. Did you call over Bonnie and Void like I requested? Looking in the shelter, the two stood out like a sore thumb, with drones hovering above them, and even now they were talking to the public, reporting news to everyone. That's great. I'm going to need them. Don't worry, you will understand when you see it all, Quinn said. I guess it's time I head to the Daisy faction. Helen, I hope you kept your promise. Although Sam still wasn't so sure about Quinn going out on his own, he couldn't really disagree with him, for he was already making movements. He had ordered a small ship to be sent to him, along with Bonnie, Void, and Nate. These were the only people that he would be taking along with him to the Daisy faction planet. Even now, Sam was standing out the front of the shelter, giving a send-off to the group. He was deeply concerned. Quinn, I know you're strong, but you didn't see the things that we saw when they attacked. We were useless against him. I just hope that you don't run into him there. Sam thought, With that, Quinn and the others entered the small ship, and were off heading towards the Daisy planet. While inside, Bonnie and Void were testing their equipment, trying to see if everything was working as it should. "It looks like you guys have had a few upgrades since the last time I saw you," Quinn commented as he looked at the heavily reinforced drones. Bonnie chuckled. "Of course, and we have to thank Logan Green for it. When he came to this planet, the first thing he did was improve our equipment for us. Glathrium is usually quite a heavy material, but he managed to somehow make it light enough so our drones can still fly while enjoying the strong protection. So whatever you have planned, we will definitely be able to catch it all." It was music to the Vampire Lord's ears. This event was going to be big and Quinn wanted everyone to see what was going to happen. But first he needed to know exactly what the current situation was. At the moment, not far from there, in the ship center, Nate was practicing his martial arts. He currently had the demon tear shield in his hand, yet there was now a strap on it that had been created for it. This was movable, allowing him to move it up and down his forearm if he wished, still giving him access to it on his arms without taking it off. Of course, he also had the shadow ability so he could use shadow equip for it as he wished. "Quinn, are you really sure we can take on their side with just the two of us?" Nate asked, as he threw out a punch and imagined an enemy in front of him. But then something else appeared in his head as he was practicing. Quinn could see that his eyes started to stare slightly upward and Nate was slightly frozen. He even gulped. What enemy is he imagining right now? What happened to them all? Quinn wondered. He had heard from Sam, but hearing and experiencing were two different things. "Don't worry, Nate. If everything goes according to plan, there won't even be any need for you to fight," Quinn answered, hoping to cheer the other up. "Let me take care of the Dalki. The reason why I asked you to come with us is primarily so you can protect Bonnie and Void. They will be filming from the spaceship above and using their drones. There is a good chance that they could be attacked, but with your shadow powers and that shield you should be able to stop everything that comes your way." For a second, Nate felt annoyed that he had been brought along just for bodyguard duty, but that quickly went away as he thought back to what had happened during the last fight. "I can understand, Sam, but even Nate is like this," Quinn noticed, making him bite his bottom lip. "Nate, what happened? I know the Dalki attacked the Daisy faction, but Sam says that you were all there. You had the demon tear shield, so even if they were strong. Who did you meet?" It took a few seconds for Nate to reply, but he thought that Quinn should know, especially if there was a good chance that they could be seeing this Dalki again. "It was a Dalki who was wearing clothes. A 5-spiked Dalki," Nate explained. "Sam's plan was working perfectly, and with the help of everyone we were actually able to defend. It seemed like any other day, and we were sure it would end in yet another stalemate. But everything started to change when he attacked." Hearing this, Quinn remembered that when Richard was speaking, he spoke about the major threats the other side had, and one of them was a Dalki named Graham. He was the only Dalki Quinn had seen wear clothing, and seemed to be quite unique in his preference. "It's him again, the Dalki I met that time when I was controlling one of the Dalki. His power was great, and even with all the strength of the other Dalki I was unable to do anything, but that was then. Could he really be strong enough for Arthur to be scared of? And the others?" It looked like Nate had more to tell, so Quinn continued to listen, hoping he would get his answer. "We knew how strong 5-spikes were, but we thought that with everyone having improved and the equipment you gave us, that we might have been able to beat him by banding together. Initially, we weren't too afraid of him. Slicer had that dangerous tail, yet he didn't seem to have anything that made him out to be that special aside from those normal-looking clothes. We were able to put up a good fight, even able to injure him to a good degree. However, then he started to do something strange. After realizing that he was unable to take all of us on his own, he picked up a Dalki corpse and devoured it. As the fight continued, he even grabbed live ones and just bit into them. Each time he did, he seemed to grow stronger to the point that we became unable to do much against him." Thinking about what Nate had said so far, Quinn was wondering whether Dalki could grow stronger from eating their own kind or if that was something unique to Graham. The latter seemed to be the likelier case, as they had never seen other Dalki do that before. Back when he had controlled the Dalki, although he didn't test it, he hadn't felt any desire to cannibalize his fellow Dalki. It must be a special trait. From the information we gathered so far, Silser's tail, and the one that attacked the Greylash family was able to produce energy from his hands. The Dalki around the 5 spikes level seemed to all have gained a special trait. That wasn't the end, Quinn. That Dalki, he could change. He transformed, and that was when we knew we were doomed. I know you already know the rest of what happened after, but it was lucky that we all came out of it alive, to be honest. The conversation ended there. It seemed that Nate didn't want to go on and tell Quinn the full details for fear that he would be distracted. Or it was because he thought Sam would have told him the rest. The thing was, Quinn wanted to hear what happened directly from the people, and there was still a chance. Eventually, the medium-sized ship had entered the planet's atmosphere. The beautiful flowers that had been planted all around looked to have been burnt, including those on the shelter walls. It was nothing like when Quinn had seen it before. "All right, Bonnie Void. It's time to start recording," Quinn said as he stood up and used his shadow equipped to change into the red blood armor on his body. It was the first time the others had seen this, and it was certainly eye-catching to them. Something they had never seen before, it was drawing them all in. The next second, Void started recording and made sure his drones were also ready. "Hello everyone watching at the moment. I'm Quinn Talon, leader of the Cursed Faction. As you may know, the Daisy faction that was part of the Cursed Faction has recently been taken over. They tried their best but eventually lost to the attacking force. The Dalki have captured some of them that are currently being held hostage. We will be approaching the shelter any second now. The truth is, I know everyone is struggling in all of the groups, and as their leader I apologize to everyone that I was away during the Cursed Faction's toughest times. However, the reason why I was away was because I went to ask for help. It is the kind of help that the human race needs right now to win this war and fight against the Dalki. I have asked to be recorded today, to demonstrate the power of our allies." The door to the spaceship was opened, and they were now directly above the shelter. It looked like many of the Dalki were already alerted, but Quinn didn't care, as he jumped down. Void quickly moved to make sure he catched everything, and at the same time the drones were sent out, quickly following Quinn as well. Shadows started to appear from Quinn's back as he fell. The Dalki that jumped towards him never reached him, as the Vampire Lord quickly placed them in his shadow lock, allowing him to crash down into the center of the shelter unobstructed. Right now everyone, as you can see, Quinn has entered the shelter, which is currently filled with hundreds of Dalki all on his own. As Bonnie reported these words, she was wondering who exactly those allies he was talking about were. "System," Quinn called out. "Activate the summon skill." Since the war between the Dalki and the human race had started, the two had gone through different phases in the war. One of the worst attacks they had suffered was the initial blitz, where a Dalki mothership appeared on each planet. Then soon after, strong forces had been sent to the Greylash first, and later to the Cursed Faction. However, right now they are in another calmer period. Neither side was fully pushing forward. Not that the humans felt like they could, they were clearly on the defensive. After hearing the news of what had happened to the Cursed Faction, it was a big morale blow to both the Greylash faction and Earthborn group. None of it caught live, but it was the first planet they had lost since the humans had decided to condense their forces onto 9 beast planets. On top of that, the Cursed Faction had lately been seen as the strongest of the 3 groups. With all the accomplishments they had been making, especially with Quinn being able to destroy multiple of the Dalki motherships, which was why when they heard the news of what happened, even without Quinn there, they couldn't quite believe it. It was the first great loss for the Cursed Faction. Since it was a quiet period during the war, all eyes were tuned in on the special livestream that Bonnie had prepared. Satch, who was still on the snow planet, was in his base watching the livestream along with Samantha and other few high personnel. On the Greylash planet, they were also tuned in along with several civilians and more. Bonnie's livestream had become one of the few places that were still active and broadcasting, and they knew that they captured the best moments and were the closest to the truth. What helped more so was that Bonnie was able to tell everyone that Quinn, the Cursed Faction leader, had something he wanted to show the world. The only thing was, they expected to see a message. The last thing they expected to see was Quinn having decided that he would go on the attack. "Quinn, you're fighting on your own? I know you're strong, but this was something your whole group couldn't deal with." Satch was worried. On the other hand, Samantha was interested in who these allies were that he was referring to. Then there was Owen, who was watching it with a big smile on his face. "So that is the man who you think will change everything," Grimm commented, Owen's grandfather. "There is one thing the others don't seem to understand about him," Owen replied. "If he says he is going to do something, then he will do it. There was one point in time I thought he was crazy, when he said he would be going to save his friend on Blade Island. And yet here we are and you are today. If there is one person's word I trust more than anyone, it would be his." Everyone saw Quinn land in the center of the shelter, and the drones were in perfect position. The ship was also able to move fast and get in position. With the Dalki mainly concentrating on Quinn, they were able to get optimal angles, and the broadcast was able to catch nearly everything. The Dalki were ready to pounce, but suddenly, several lights could be seen on the ground around Quinn. The next second, a bright light appeared, showing multiple figures around him. When they arrived, they looked just as puzzled as the people who were watching the broadcast. Where did they come from? Where were they hiding? Was it an ability? It looked like they all just teleported there or something. What are they wearing? It looks like none of them has beast armor or beast weapons. Except that one that's dressed in that thick armor from head to toe. The users were quickly commenting about the situation, and as a camera zoomed in closely, there was a feature that was noticed on them all. They all have red eyes. Is this the allies Quinn was talking about? Some viewers had a hunch about what was going on, but there was no confirmation just yet. "Everyone," Quinn said. "I said to be prepared at any moment. Don't hold back and fight all the Dalki. Save the humans. This is an order." Quinn's voice was serious, more severe than any of the leaders had heard before, and they could see the Dalki already coming towards them. With no weapons, immediately the first thing they did was use their abilities and blood powers. Many of them fired off blood swipes, hitting the Dalki away. The leaders' blood powers were stronger than most, and the Dalki were gravely injured as they were hit. Seeing this, the viewers knew that their confirmation was right. These people are V. Did Quinn call more V? I know some of the cursed factions were V, but not all of them were, and I have never seen these before. Who cares? Look how easily they are dealing with the Dalki. There are 2 spikes and 3 spikes in this group. The leaders themselves had improved somewhat. In the past, even they would have had some trouble with the 3-spike Dalki, but their small training had shown considerable improvements in their powers, and some were showing just how impressive they were. Gene showed off his explosive blood, firing it out and dealing with 3 or 4 Dalki at once. He also wasn't slow when it came to hand-to-hand combat. At the same time, there was Lee, who was using his string abilities to wrap one of the Dalki and swung them around like children, hitting them into each other. Also, with a pull of his strings, he was able to tear some of their limbs off. The leaders were quickly killing all of the Dalki in the area, and they were simply no match for them. So much so that not even a single one could get close to Quinn. I'm not needed at all," Nate said from the spaceship. "I think even if we were down there, they wouldn't let a single Dalki get close to us." "Who are these people?" Bonnie asked. "Do you know anything?" Nate wasn't sure how much he could tell, nor did he know much at all. What Nate was concerned about was what Quinn had done to get these powerful vampires on their side. What type of deal did he make? "We need to find the survivors," Quinn said, lifting his hands up. It was then that the green blood started to lift from the ground, and Quinn's eyes began to glow red. The leaders were still fighting but noticed what Quinn was doing. He was using absolute blood control. The blood looked to just be floating, staying in place, but in reality, since Quinn had time and knew he couldn't be disturbed, he was able to condense the blood into small little pellets. "Get back!" Quinn shouted. The leaders jumped back to where Quinn was, and they noticed that all of the pellets of blood were in the air floating outside of the area around him. Moving his hand, in a single motion, all of the pellets struck outwards like bullets, hitting the remains of Dalki that were visible in the area, mainly aiming for their heads. The next second, nearly all of them fell to the ground. The viewers at that moment had all stopped typing. In almost an instant, Quinn had killed around 100 or so Dalki, all on his own. They had heard feats of what Quinn had done before, But those stories were different. This time they had seen it in person and it was so effortless. This shelter is a large one. Spread out. Use your noses and let me know if you find any humans. Quinn ordered. At the same time, all of the leaders answered, and the camera was able to pick up what was said clearly. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, the leaders split, disappearing from the cameras. Yes, Your Majesty. These 3 words had been clearly broadcast worldwide. Yet everyone who watched the live stream didn't quite understand the meaning behind them. These words were usually used when addressing someone of royalty, yet it had been ages since any humans had referred to another one as such. Because of that, it took everyone a few moments to really know what they meant. Do I have a problem with my ears? Or did those V just call the cursed faction leader Your Majesty? Do V have some type of hierarchy? All of them V listened to Quinn as soon as he spoke. Not unless we both have problems with our ears. Could it be that he is some type of prince to them? Is that why they were listening to him? Was the cursed leader lying to us? Can we even be sure that he hasn't been a V this whole time? For all we know, all of the problems with the V could have to do with him. But he's fighting for us right now. They are fighting against the Dalki. I know the cursed faction, not all of them are V. Quinn Talon is a good leader. Although views were split on whether Quinn used to be a human or had been a royal figure all along, there was one common consensus. He was someone important to those strong V, and they were listening to his words. It was clear that he was in charge of them. This had not only come as a surprise to those on all the planets watching the live stream, but including those closest to Quinn, those that were currently in the cursed faction. Although their reaction was much different. On the cursed planet, nearly every available vicinity was showing Bonnie's live stream, and those that had been in the cursed faction for a while now couldn't help but be proud of their leader. Look at Quinn. That power to destroy those damn Dalki. This is why the cursed faction is the best group to be in. They had long gotten over the fact that Sam, Quinn, and some of the other higher-ups were V. They had been with them long enough to know they were loyal to all those in the cursed faction. They had been with them through countless fights to know that their actions were genuine. And if anyone disagreed, they weren't afraid to tell them off. How? Can we trust someone who has this much help from those V? They could betray us at any time. Someone commented while watching the show in a bar-like venue. Shut your mouth. Another person shouted. That is the cursed faction leader, and the only reason why we're all safe right now is because of them. As long as you are here, I won't let you say another bad word about them. If you doubt him, then just get off this planet right now and join the Earthborn or Greylash group. Where Satch was, the leaders were also discussing what they had seen Quinn do. Rather than being happy that he was able to kill the Dalki straight away, they were afraid at how much power Quinn had been able to obtain, not just himself but with those by his side. Quinn, I knew you were a vampire, but nobody told me you carried this high of a position. There is only so much I can do as Supreme Commander, but I will agree with whatever it is you chose, Satch thought. Finally, there was also Sam's thoughts on this. He did not know what Quinn had done either, only that the situation on the other side had been resolved. Quinn, you really did it. You somehow made those stubborn leaders pick you as king, and you have gotten them to help us. Sam thought, I understand your plan of showing this power to the world, but I believe it is a double-edged sword. You will create those that will attack you out of fear from this. There will be others that react in the same way that Inu had done. Humans are strange things. But at the same time, what else can humans do? You have extended your hand out to help them, giving them this option, a solution to the situation they are in, and they will have no choice but to accept it. Inside the shelter, the leaders had split up, and so had the drones. Void and Bonnie had control of more drones than they did before, and had sent out some to look and follow the vampire leaders, while the main spaceship along with one of the drones would follow Quinn. The shelter was large, and there were Dalki spread out everywhere in the place. Plenty of the buildings around had been destroyed as well from the last fight, making it easier to see far in the distance. One of the leaders the drones had followed had entered a large empty building. It was one who wore all black and had a strange mask covering the bottom half of his face. The building was filled with around 4 different Dalki. A mixture of 1 spikes, 2 spikes going up to 3 spikes. The first one to strike was a 3-spike Dalki, which sprinted forward throwing out a fist, But the leader stood there unafraid, throwing a fist back himself. The audience watching knew one thing about the Dalki: the more spikes they had, the greater their power. Even the strongest of ability users wouldn't go head-to-head with a Dalki in the battle of strength, yet this V was fearless. When the two fists collided, to their surprise, there was a clear winner as the bones in the Dalki's arms had been crushed. The V didn't stop there and created a blade of blood aura to slice the enemy's head off right after, before proceeding to deal with the rest in the room. "These are a bit of a pain," the V mumbled, turning around and seeing the drone, placing a thumbs up towards the camera. This leader was none other than Vincent, who had decided to wear a mask so others wouldn't notice how similar he looked compared to Quinn in this regard. At the same time, the drones had caught many of the other leaders fighting, using their blood powers and abilities, finishing off the Dalki easily. There were a few that struggled a little bit, but it was because they had been told not to use their full power and avoid using their new inner blood weapons. Quinn didn't want to reveal everything just yet, especially since there was always the chance the Dalki might also be watching this. They still needed their own trump cards. Out of the newer leaders that were struggling, one of them was Nikyu. Nikyu, the first leader, was on a pile of rubble and the Dalki had followed him somewhat. He was confident in his barrier ability, but one of the three spiked Dalki pushed through. Even with its hand being shredded, it managed to skim across Nikyu's chest, clawing at it, and blood was drawn. "You filthy creature! How dare you spill my blood?" Nikyu shouted. Then, using his sword, he quickly slashed the Dalki multiple times to finish it off. That's when the viewers also saw that the cut on Nikyu's chest had already healed. Watching all the clips of the leaders fighting, the viewers noticed something on top of the healing. "Hey, has anyone else noticed that all these strong V don't seem to have any beast gear on? Apart from that twerp using a sword, the rest don't seem to even be using beast weapons." "Holy crap, you're right. Even the V that we came across were using beast weapons and were already strong. Are these top-tier V or something? How can they be this strong without beast gear and armor? Do you think they're like the Dalki? Those guys can't use the power of beast weapons, so maybe it's the same for V. But then what about Quinn? The cursed faction leader is also a V, right? He uses beast equipment all the time, so I think they can definitely use it. Maybe they have just chosen not to. If what you're saying is true, then that means this is just their own strength. Just imagine how much stronger they could be with beast gear. I bet they could even make short work of for spiked Dalki." In the viewers' eyes, the vampire leaders already had an immeasurable amount of strength. However, as soon as someone mentioned that possibility, it spread like wildfire. Some immediately started writing articles about the V being humanity's new hope, whereas others felt more scared than ever. The vampire leaders were doing as Quinn had ordered, and following their nose they were able to pick up particular scents. Dalki and humans each had their own scents, different from vampires, but they still had to be relatively close to find them. However, there was one thing that had led two leaders, Sunny and Jean, to a particular location, and that was the smell of blood. To vampires, the smell of blood was far more prominent, and they could notice it from much further away. Unfortunately, since they could smell human blood, especially as prudent as this one was, it wasn't exactly a good sign. The smell had led the two leaders to a particularly large building. It was a giant greenhouse that was covered in glass. Inside looked like it spread for miles, and it was the only green plants that didn't look to be too destroyed. "The smell of those plants is quite annoying," Sunny commented, as she covered her nose. "Still, the blood smell led us here, so let's head inside." Jean shrugged his shoulders, doing his best to tolerate the plants. Inside, the two of them noticed that the drone had followed them, floating a short distance away. It was clear that the two of them were being watched right now. If it wasn't for Quinn telling them not to interfere, then they would have destroyed it by now. The vampires didn't like being viewed. They had spent centuries away from humanity's eyes, and yet suddenly each and every one of their moments was being watched by people they didn't even know. The two did their best to ignore it as they headed further inside. As they walked through, there were the same pathways. The greenhouse seemed to be designed similarly to a tourist attraction. There was the sound of a waterfall and plants laid out in all types of different ways. "It's such a beautiful place, but it stinks," Sunny complained, still covering her nose. Well, it looks like the Dalki think we can't tell they are here either, Jean said, looking through the greenery and seeing a Dalki off in the distance. The next second, using his speed, he ran through, avoiding stepping on the precious plants, after the Dalki who was fleeing instead of fighting. With its back turned, Jean jumped at the creature, placing his hand on the Dalki's head. The tips of his fingers were slightly cut, allowing him to release a small amount of blood. Once he had let out enough, he ignited his blood, causing a small explosion. After the smoke had cleared, the Dalki's head was no more. It was lying on the ground, dead. It looked like the Dalki was heading somewhere. Do you think it was going to inform the others? Sunny asked her partner. Do they not know that they are being attacked? Surely from when we first arrived, everyone should have noticed it. The viewers who were watching were able to hear the conversation between the two vampire leaders and had come to their own conclusion. The Dalki were suitably armed, and even if they had heard the sound of fighting coming from the center of the shelter, they might have believed that the others had already dealt with the intruders. It might have been the case as well, since the leaders were able to finish off all the Dalki in the area quickly, before they even had the chance to inform the others. Eventually, heading in the direction of the smell of blood and where the Dalki was heading towards, they encountered more of them. They had come across a widespread area that was just in front of an artificially made waterfall. In the midst of the Dalki group, the humans were kneeling on the ground. They weren't tied up. It appeared that they were staying through fear alone, not wishing to move, and some could understand why, since there weren't many of them left. There were only 9 female survivors along with 1 male, yet a pile of bodies was floating not too far away, in the water behind them. This is the strong scent of blood we could smell. The waterfall is spreading the smell out. Jean mumbled. Wasting no time, the 2 leaders quickly went out. Initially, the prisoners seeing them appear began to harbor hope, thinking that someone had come to rescue them. But seeing that there were only 2 people, they didn't think they could do much, especially since there were 10 Dalki or so that were guarding them. That was until they watched Sunny dodge a swipe from a 2-spike Dalki and lift up her leg, kicking it in the face. It looked like a simple kick, nothing special. Yet, the Dalki's head flung back, and the creature fell to the ground with its face slit open. During her attack, she had used blood hardening on her leg, creating a type of blade that was able to pierce the hard skin. Of course, this was the hardening of a vampire leader. The strength, the speed, and power of the attack was different and was why she was able to do such a thing. After that, the 2 dealt with the Dalki one after another and they were saved, but the Daisy factions were aware while watching the fight that the ones that had saved them were V. We have been sent by His Majesty to save you. I believe you all know him as Quintalon. Sunny informed them. As soon as they heard that name, they looked at each other and smiles appeared on their faces. He saved us. He didn't forget about us. Hearing this news, they no longer were worried about what these 2 would do to them. Both Sunny and Jean saw the reaction of the people and were quite impressed. It looks like the king really is a respected figure to the humans as well. I wonder what he went through to earn that much respect from them at his young age. Since Sunny had a nicer face, the survivors were less afraid of her and willing to follow her. At the same time, as she began to lead them out of the greenhouse, Jean looked at the river. Bodies floating, limbs having been ripped off, and even dead bodies on the ground. The drone that had been following them looked to be filming all of this as well. What is that V doing there, just standing there looking at them? He must be thinking something along the lines of, look at all this wasted food. Oh well. Yeah. I mean, he is a V after all. We might get to see them drink some blood live. What is wrong with you people? How could you say that? Did you not just see that they risked their lives to save those people? If they weren't there, then it's possible that all of them could have been beaten. I can't believe. Why do you have to be this distrusting of them all? Too long, didn't read. These freaks eat humans and they didn't help us until now. How can you be such a sheeple to not be cautious of them? At the same time, they weren't the only leaders that had come across humans. In one of the apartment buildings, Vincent had also just defeated a group of Dalki that were guarding some captives. He was looking at them all frightened, and had noticed a slight observation. They all had a pinprick on their arm, which was suggesting they had been injected with a needle of some kind. After asking them some questions, it seemed to be the case that they were taking blood from the humans not just once but sometimes several times. So the Dalki didn't just take them to hold them hostage. They are definitely doing something with the captives. But what? Vincent wondered. They didn't before, so I can only guess it has something to do with the demon tier beast they have captured. Even without the second half, they seem to be able to create more Dalki. From the information we have, the Dalki can also be based on mixing specific human and the beast's DNA. Is that it? Are they capturing the strong members from Daisy in order to create a better and stronger Dalki? It seems to be the most likely case. All right, everyone. It's time for me to get you out of here. Vincent spoke to the survivors. Whatever they are planning, I don't like it. If my hunch is correct, we might soon be facing off against a new wave of super Dalki. After the other leaders had split up, Quinn had decided that the best course of action for him was to head straight forward towards the back of the shelter. The last time he was here, it was where the Daisy base was located, but at the same time, he realized that it was where most of the chaos had taken place. It was clear that a great battle had happened, and the Daisy faction had made their last stand here. Rather than running straight ahead, Quinn was walking through the shelter, concentrating and focusing. Getting closer to the main base, he could smell blood everywhere. Not only smell it, but he could see many victims. Bodies that had only slightly decomposed and worse off were just left there on the street. Blood splatters covered the buildings and broken walls. Quinn wanted to see if anyone was still left to save, but he hadn't run into anyone yet. The Daisy faction, it was such a beautiful place when I first came to visit it. I remember talking to them all not too long ago. It was meant to be one of the most protected places, due to all the plants inside and on the outside wall. And yet it still ended up like this. Quinn grinded his teeth. Helen, you were strong. I can tell you all put up quite a fight trying to protect this place. Didn't you? But I need to know. Are you still alive? We had a promise, remember, you're not a liar. You're someone who keeps their promises. Right? As he walked closer towards the shelter, Quinn was thinking of the worst as more dead bodies could be seen. Eventually, several Dalki had come out from the rubble of the buildings. Bonnie and Void were still in the air, following Quinn with their personal camera and one of the drones. They could also tell what Quinn was trying to do and decided to help with the search but couldn't find anyone just like him. Anyone alive at least. One of the Dalkis did, however, spot them. They stood behind a high pile of rubble. With a simple jump, it was easy for them to reach the spaceship. Seeing this, Nate got his shield ready. The good thing about the demon tier shield was most enemies didn't know its effect and would think that it was just a simple shield. The Dalki, being the aggressive beings they were, would just punch the shield without thinking much of it, killing themselves in the process. Just as suspected, the Dalki leapt up to the ship, aiming to hit it. You guys are worse than monkeys, Nate thought, placing his shield in front of him. But as the Dalki was halfway in the air towards the ship, out of nowhere, blood slightly splattered from one side of its head. Its eyes quickly appeared lifeless as it fell back down to the ground. All of those on the ship were wondering what had happened, and looking towards Quinn, they could see he had his hand held out with his finger pointed like a gun. Did that come from Quinn? He's protecting us even now? But it didn't seem like the same attack as he made before? Bonnie noticed. Void, thinking the same thing, decided to play the footage back in slow motion frame by frame, and that's when he could see a small bullet the size of red aura going through the Dalki's head. If other vampires had seen this, they would have thought that Quinn had just produced the blood bullet, but that was not the case as his finger was perfectly working. When I obtained all that power from before, I didn't have the time to learn it properly, but now I can test it out on you and make you all pay for what you did, Quinn said, lifting his hand, and now had his hands out with his fingers pointed as if they were both guns. What Quinn had done was create his own blood bullet. With his blood powers having increased, his red aura was strong. Then mixing it in with the third stage of Chi, he could make it even more powerful. Lastly, he had absolute blood control. A blood swipe in itself wasn't that fast, but Quinn had seen how fast Bryce was able to move the raining swords, and seeing this, he figured it was due to the blood control, and Quinn was right. Using the control, he could move the blood fast enough so it would work similar to the blood bullet skill but have no drawbacks. The Dalki started to charge towards him, and without holding back, Quinn began to fire away. He wasn't the best when it came to aiming, but it didn't matter. The Dalki had no defense against such an attack. If the blood aura hit their arms or legs, it would go through them. Still, they could see Dalki dropping dead easily before they even reached Quinn in front of the area. It looked like a scene out of a war from the past. As if a person holding two guns in his hands while the other's hand nothing but their bare fists. The only problem was that Quinn couldn't use the skill rapidly due to the amount of concentration it would take. But that didn't matter either. Some of the Dalki eventually reached him. He could have used his shadow to block their attacks or maybe something else, but instead, he chose to use his blood skills. With the blood armor equipped, he could do so without holding back. He avoided the punch from the Dalki easily, and then Quinn threw a simple punch to the Dalki's gut, using his normal blood spray. As his fist connected, the Dalki was lifted into the air. When the blood spray skill activated, a bang was heard, and a hole through the entire Dalki's stomach was seen, causing it to die instantly. I can mix my powers better now. I can use the red aura energy I obtained without it hurting my body too much. As long as I limit myself to using the blood control with my own aura, it doesn't hurt my body. Only when I also control blood from the outside, it affects me. After this, Quinn used the shadow equip to change his armor, changing it into the Blue Fong set. Nitro Accelerate activated. In the 2 minutes that the armor was activated, the camera was unable to pick up anything clearly. All they could see was Dalki losing body parts and falling to the ground out of nowhere until there was no more. And once Quinn was done, he switched back to the red blood armor standing there. What are we watching right now? Bonnie was at a loss for words. She didn't even know how to report because she was unsure what had happened. Thankfully, it looked like some of the leaders had returned. They had done so with survivors from the Daisy faction, so she could continue her commentary about that instead. Seeing that there were some people alive, Quinn had new hopes, and the anger he had inside him was starting to settle a little bit. Quinn, it really is you. One of the females saw him but noticed that he looked a bit different. At least the air around him was a little different. The women that had been saved, Quinn noticed that these were the ones he had given blood weapons, though it looked like they no longer had blood weapons on them anymore. The leaders explained to Quinn what they had seen so far. Jean, Sunny, and Vincent. Then it was time to ask the girls themselves. Where do you think others will be, and what about Helen? Quinn asked. The group of women looked uncomfortable when they heard this question. Honestly, we're not sure, but they were fighting until the very end towards the base. After we lost the fight, we got split up and taken hostage there. So I think your best bet is to continue heading to the base. Since it seemed like they didn't know much and the direction Quinn was going to head anyway, he thanked them. You guys will just need to hold out a little longer. I will place you in a safe place for now, Quinn said. They looked nervous but trusted Quinn. Holding out his hand, he placed each of them in his shadow lock. So they wouldn't be able to get hurt, and so the leaders didn't have to look after them. You guys, continue looking through the shelter and see if you can find survivors. Then meet me at the base, Quinn ordered. Don't you want us to come with you? Jean asked. As they said, I don't think there are any other survivors in the shelter. No, Quinn replied. Every second counts, and if there are those around that are injured, I won't be able to get to them. You guys being around won't help me take over the base any quicker. It's quicker for me to deal with them than let you. Although what Quinn said was true, the real reason was he believed that most of the Dalki remaining in the shelter would be at the base. He wanted to be the one to kill every single one of them himself. Something is changing inside the boy, Vincent thought. But right now, it might be exactly what the humans need to win this war. As Quinn had somewhat expected, humans weren't the only one watching the live broadcast, but he somewhat wanted the Dalki to see this. He remembered that back when he had been in Graham's lab, the Dalki leader had been watching the fight between Slicer and the others. Right now, Graham was doing the same thing. He was still out on the field, fighting against the new generation of Dalki. But during one of the breaks, a Dalki had come out to make a report of what was going on. That there was something interesting he should see. After finally getting a set of clothes that fit his new size, he had calmed down, and was happy to watch the footage. A lot of it he had missed, and now on the camera he could see Quinn walking towards the Daisy base. "This man," Graham grumbled. He was also there when Slicer was defeated. "This person." The Dalki leader didn't say it out loud, but he had a feeling that this person was going to cause him a lot of trouble. Just watching the video alone, he was walking on camera with so much confidence he had never seen before, even amongst the strongest of humans and vampires. It reminded Graham of when he had first met the vampire known as Arthur. "Let's see if you have the skills to back it." Graham smiled. After finding out that there could be survivors at the main base, Quinn decided to run ahead at full speed. The spaceship was easily able to keep up with the vampire lord, but they were wondering when he was going to slow down. The thing was, Quinn never did. 2 large doors could be seen up ahead. They looked reinforced, and Quinn could even see a few Dalki guards on the outside. Not slowing down, Quinn leapt up in the air. He was moving too fast for the guards to react. Throwing both of his fists back, he threw them forward, slamming into the door. He powered his fists with the first stage of chi, as much as possible, and the 2 doors went flying open, breaking off from their hinges and crashing into the base. As Quinn landed on the ground in front of what would have been the doors that were there before, he threw out 2 punches to the side of him. An invisible force hit the 2 Dalki away, the 3rd stage of chi, throwing them off their feet. Ignoring whether they were alive or not, Quinn decided to head further into the base. "Come on, let's get down from here. We have to follow him. We can't let this go to waste," Bonnie shouted. "What about the Dalki? He didn't finish them off. What if they attack us?" Void complained. "Do you really think you have to worry about that? Isn't that pretty much the whole reason I'm with you guys?" Nate asked confidently, as he was already getting off from the ship that had landed in front of the base. He walked over to the Dalki Quinn had hit, and the reason why they were no longer moving was because they were dead. Sure, these were just 1 spike Dalki, but finishing them off in 1 hit. If Nate had heard stories like this back when he had been in the academy, he would have just treated it as some sort of propaganda, made up to raise morale. "If there are any leftovers, I can protect you," Nate claimed, punching his shield, but he had a feeling he wasn't going to have to use it. When they entered the base, they could see that the 2 large doors that were around 10 meters in height had been knocked to the back of the entrance rooms, and not just that, the room was filled with dead Dalki and Quinn was nowhere to be seen. "Everyone, I hope you are seeing everything. Quinn Talon entered the base seconds ago, and without much effort defeated 2 Dalki on the way in," Bonnie reported. "This has to be fake, right? Like a pre-made video to make the cursed leader seem stronger." Someone commented under the live stream. "Why would they have that? Everyone is watching this right now. Why would they make a fake video? We all know that the cursed planet was actually attacked, and he even saw what he did when he landed. This is real." Another viewer refuted. The 3 of them continued to follow Quinn's tracks, which didn't seem to be too hard to do, as they just had to follow the trail of dead Dalki inside the base. They went up a set of giant stairs and onto the 2nd floor. Up top, another door had been destroyed, though smaller than the entrance one, which led into a long hallway. In the hallway, countless Dalki could be seen killed. It looked like none of them were able to put up much of a fight, and the spikes on their back could be clearly seen. There were 3 spikes, 2 spikes all killed just as easily as the 1 spikes, and Graham was watching all of this as well. This, after just having come back from that place? Graham was beyond annoyed. Who the hell is this person? I want all the information on him. Although Graham had originally followed Jim's plan, now that the original Jim was dead, the Dalki leader had started to adapt his own plans, believing he had made a better one than Jim himself. The Dalki had already evolved far beyond whatever their creator had predicted. So how could the vampires or the humans possibly have such an outlier like this? Still, Graham calmed himself down. It was true that Quinn looked to be stronger than when he fought against Slicer, but he was just 1 person, and it was up against the old generation of weak low-spiked Dalki. Even Graham himself could do something like this. Finally, Quinn had reached the room he had been looking for. Here he could see 3 4-spiked Dalki. It was the main meeting hall for the Daisy faction, but it was open, filled with blood, and teleporters in the back could be seen having already been destroyed. What Quinn was more concerned about was the fact that he could see another group of survivors, about 6 or so of them in total. "I don't see her," Quinn thought, a mix of anger and worry on his face. These Dalki, unlike the rest, seemed to be somewhat aware that something was coming. However, it didn't matter to Quinn. This whole time there was something he hadn't used. Shadows started to grow from his feet and had covered the entire floor. The Dalki, seeing this, tried to avoid it. But since they had filled the entire room, there was nowhere for them to go, and once it came into contact with their shadows, their movements slowed. A Dalki, seeing this, concerned, had decided to grab a hostage. Yet the shadow had just appeared in front of them, blocking its attack, and the next second, Quinn was seen coming through it, holding onto Dalki's arm. "I'm going to borrow some energy from you," Quinn said, activating the active skill of his gauntlet. All of the things he had obtained, all of the fight he had fought, was for this moment. It was then the hostages could see that this person, in front of the 4 spiked Dalki they wouldn't dare fight against, was untouchable. "Come on, we have to hurry," Bonnie shouted, as the 3 of them did their best to catch up to Quinn. They came just in time to see the cursed faction leader standing there with 3 4-spiked Dalki dead on the ground. "It looks like Quinn has managed to save more of the Daisy faction, and we have 2 of their leaders here." Quinn hadn't had the time to speak to the ones he had saved, but he had recognized both of Helen's sisters. If these 2 are alive, Helen should also be safe, Quinn thought, but there was another thought in the back of his mind. Where was Helen, and why wasn't she with her sisters? Without realizing it, Quinn had become somewhat obsessed with finding Helen. Maybe it was because he felt like the 2 of them never got to talk, or he never got to thank her for the Daisy faction's help. Or perhaps it was the giant worry at the back of his mind. It was because of this he didn't ask if the others were okay. "Where is Helen?" Quinn asked. Her 2 sisters pointed towards a door to their right. "We last saw them take her there. It's the science lab of the Daisy faction," Peach answered. The 2 girls stood up next to Quinn and followed him as he walked towards the door, and Bonnie and the others weren't far behind him. He pushed the doors open, and they had finally found Helen. Nearly the entire cursed faction was watching Bonnie's live stream. It was exciting for them. They felt like it was payback for what they had lost and a display of the faction's power. However, for the cursed faction's main leaders, for those involved in protecting the Daisy faction at the time, watching it was nail-biting. Sam had his jaws clenched as he watched everything play out, and every time they saw people dead on camera, he was reminded of the decision he had to make that day. Yet, the person who was finding it hardest to watch everything was none other than Layla. She had bitten on her thumb so hard while watching the video clip that it was bleeding slightly. She didn't care though. Each time the camera caught some survivors, Layla was looking for one person in particular. Yet so far, they hadn't appeared on the screen. Please Helen, you can't have died," Layla thought, thinking back to what had happened that day, the day of the Dalki attack. On the day of the attack on planet Daisy, Helen was standing tall on the shelter walls staring outward. The original Dalki mothership that was on the planet had been destroyed by Quinn, so when they saw another one appear, alarm bells were ringing in her head. They haven't just sent that to intimidate us, and from the reports, it seems like the other groups are going to be under attack as well. Peach, contact the cursed faction. Inform them that the Dalki has made their move and inform everyone. Tell them to get ready for battle, Helen ordered. Peach, her sister, knew that the Dalki ship moving was probably a big deal. The Daisy faction was strong, and even when they had been attacked multiple times in the past, the Daisy faction had successfully defended it with the people they currently had. It was a shelter that had never suffered from a beast attack or from another faction attack before. It was one of the reasons why the Daisy faction was so feared. She knew that Helen would have defended the shelter with all her power and would never call for help from the others unless she felt like it was absolutely necessary. Not long after, and hundreds of pods could be seen coming from the mothership. It was more than the attack from before, and what was worse, they could hear the sound of rumbling. Almost instantly after landing, they weren't building a type of fortress like they usually would. Instead, It seemed like all the Dalki were on the attack straight away. Surprisingly, standing outside the shelter wall were the three sisters, along with a large group of around 5,000 fighters. This was the first force of the Daisy faction. Then, on all sides of the walls, there was an additional 1,000 members covering each side. Finally, inside the shelter, there were another 5,000 ability users ready to fight. At the same time, the rest of those inside were civilians. The anti-jammers were working, and the teleporters were still online to allow them to escape. The only problem was, there really wasn't anywhere for them to run to. At the moment, the other two cursed faction planets were also under attack, and the cursed ship was heading their way. At the same time, although the cursed ship was large, there was no way that they could house so many people on board. They were already close to their max capacity. If they get inside the shelter, then hundreds, no thousands of lives will be lost. We need to do what we can to make sure they don't make it inside, Helen ordered. The large group of 5,000 cheered and quickly split into 3 groups, each one led by a sister team, and they spread out slightly with the center group being more forward. That's when they could see the hundreds and hundreds of Dalki running towards them. These Dalki, they looked to have higher spikes than the last lot. I knew my feelings were right, Helen thought. Still, this was Daisy's planet, and it was designed for combat using their powers. As soon as the Dalki got within a specific range, several of the plants the Dalki stopped on exploded. Vines had grown from the ground, wrapping around their feet, thorns digging into their body. Of course, there was also Helen's power, as she had several plants pop out from her seeds, firing at the Dalki getting close. On top of that, she ran in together with the combat team and swung her whip, constantly getting rid of them. We were once one of the factions considered to become one of the big 4. We are no pushovers, Helen shouted as she continued to fight Dalki after Dalki. Still, her main focus was trying to help those around her rather than killing the Dalki. Since they were fighting on their specially built terrain, they felt powerful. There were minimal losses on their side, and the powers and fighters were able to support each other well. Once in a while, groups from the shelter would come out as support and grab those that were more injured than others, bringing them back to the shelter for healing. Although there were more Dalki than the last attack, it was the same for the Daisy faction, which now had support from the factions of the other planets. The reason why they were so willing to follow and help Helen was because she was out there on the field now. She didn't stay behind, waiting for the enemy to get weak. No, she was fighting against the Dalki from the beginning, and a leader who led through actions was a very powerful thing to the people. However, soon, a giant shadow would be cast above the entire shelter. Something gigantic was coming out from the clouds above, and the second they saw it, Helen hated that her gut feeling was right. For right now there was another Dalki mothership, and it had decided to attack right from above. Looking out, Helen wondered if she had made a mistake or noticed the other mothership moving. But it was still there. Before they knew it, more pods started to come out from above, landing directly in the shelter. At the moment, on the cursed faction ship, Sam was taking in the reports that he was getting from multiple areas. He thought he might need to send help to the other factions but decided that helping the cursed faction was the #1 priority. The reason he hadn't sent help through the teleporters immediately was because he was in the middle of deciding which planet needed more help than the others. He knew every second that passed would mean more lives lost, but this was important as well. He didn't want another situation similar to before where Syl was unable to help in a fight. After analyzing everything, Sam had decided to send groups to their respective planets, and New Daisy was in the most trouble. Alright, you 3 will be one group, head through the teleporters. Save as many people as you can, and show the Dalki that they messed with the wrong faction, Sam said. The 3 nodded and stepped through the teleporters, and before they knew it, they had arrived in the Daisy faction. Helen was still struggling with the fight outside, but she knew that she needed to go in and help. Those in the shelter at the moment were the weakest, but just then, she had received a message. Don't worry. I've sent in 3 of the strongest cursed faction members to help you, Sam said. And Sam wasn't lying either. A Dalki was seen, ready to swing and grab one of the civilians fleeing. But before it could, something had whisked right in front of the Dalki and grabbed its hand. A blonde-haired boy who gave a tug and ripped the Dalki's arm off with his super strength. This was Sil. There was a martial arts expert not too far away, who was dealing with two Dalki at once. He lifted up his new shield, allowing them to hit it, and the next second they were blasted away. This was Nate. Then finally, chi-filled arrows were seen moving around, hitting a Dalki in the eye and through its skull. The last person who was there to help was Layla. Knowing that these three were inside the shelter, Helen believed she could fight outside peacefully. Until a different colored pod, a larger black pod with golden trimmings, had landed in the center of the shelter. The second Dalki mothership had caused panic inside the Daisy faction. The number of Dalki that had appeared were equal to the force that was attacking outside. Helen had never predicted this, which was why the strongest members from the Daisy faction were currently fighting outside. The other members were stationed on the wall. However, they understood that if they were to move from their position, it might make matters worse, which was why it was left to all those who were currently inside the shelter. Although lately there had seemed to be a rise in those that could deal and fight with the Dalki, this number was minuscule compared to the regular human population. Inside the shelter, there weren't many normal civilians with abilities that could go past that of level 5. Their beast gear wasn't even past that of the advanced level. Which meant even if they were to team up and try their best to fight against a one-spike Dalki, they would fail. This fact was made clear in the first war. It didn't matter how much the humans outnumbered the Dalki. They just didn't have enough people with strong enough abilities that could deal with them. This was why, when the cursed faction members were called, it was a big help to the shelter. These weren't just any members of the cursed faction but some of the strongest. Sil was making quite the impact. He had made sure to take abilities that suited him the most. The cursed faction didn't have any elemental abilities that he could use, which was what the Blade family were mostly taught to use. But Sil knew that. After missing out on the fight on Bald Island with the rest, all Sil had done was train. His enemies were now gone, Hilston was no longer here, so Sil decided to put his powers to use in helping Quinn, to make sure that others who had been raised like him could continue to live, and to protect the Blade kids at all costs. With this in his head, Sil started to train himself with a set of abilities, strength, speed, hardness, and more, and he was using all of this now to fight off the Dalki. With his great power, he was stronger than them. With his speed, he was faster than them, and his hardening skills even made it so his skin was stronger than theirs. Sil was bulldozing through, killing Dalki after Dalki, and they could see that this was a problem, and now he had their attention. The Dalki knew if they didn't get rid of this troublesome variable, they wouldn't complete their mission. However, he wasn't the only troublesome one, nor was he the only one that had trained. Nate was able to charge in just as recklessly with the shield, and then there was Layla, who stood on top of a building, firing at the Dalki with her arrows, trying to save as many lives as possible. Helen, who was out the front, had been getting these reports and she was thankful. It looked like the Daisy faction would be okay. Until a large black and golden pod came down from the Dalki mothership. The pod looked different compared to others, and the way it had left the ship was distinct as well. It was shot out with such extreme force and speed that it hardly had spent any time in the air before slamming into the ground. The force it had struck the ground was done so powerfully that a large crater was created, and fissures on the ground were created from where it had fallen. Buildings within half a kilometer that were in the range of impact started to fall and crumble, and the Dalki started to move towards this destroyed area. Layla was about a good kilometer away from where the pod had landed, but she could see its direction from a distance. She had a feeling this wasn't good news, so she made a decision. Everyone, head to the base where the teleporters are. Be prepared to move out, at any moment, Layla shouted, making her voice louder with the power of chi. Hearing the voice, the people had decided to comply, leaving their homes and heading away from the center of the shelter, while those who thought they were better fighters would stay as others went past. The streets were a bit clearer now, and Layla had decided to jump down from the high building. Before she hit the ground, she used her telekinesis ability on herself, slowing down her movements and landing safely. My ability powers have improved as well, she noted. When I was human, it was limited to level 2, and when I turned, I didn't bother trying to improve them so much. Now, I'm no longer restricted by the limits I had before. Thanks to Leo, I am able to realize this. On the ground, Nate had just finished dealing with Adalki and ran over to the middle of the street between several buildings where Layla was. Up ahead, they could see the Dalki had gathered around the strange large pod. They were stood at the edge of the crater that was a few meters deep. What do you think that is? Nate asked. Probably something similar to Slicer. Layla guessed. The attack seems to be still happening outside, and I haven't received any report from Sam. I imagine other places might be under attack like this. Worst case, though, the people should travel through the teleporters to one of the other planets. I think you might be right, Nate replied. If Sam sent us, the big guns, to this place, then they must be really in trouble. Layla glanced at Nate for referring to himself and the others as the big guns, but that was just him, and it was then that the others saw someone else running straight past them at great speed, which was none other than Sil. He continued to run forward and had entered where the Dalki and the large crater were. He didn't halt and continued to run right past the Dalki. None of them were able to catch him. At that moment, the door to the pod started to open. Steam had come out as the door opened wide. We don't need to call Quinn because he has us, Sil shouted, jumping. He threw out his fist fast, and the outside of it could be seen hardening into a type of metallic material. With super strength, speed, and hardening, Sil was delivering one of the strongest punches he had done before. It was then that he saw his fist didn't strike. Rather, something reached out and grabbed it. For a second, the strength gave in, and he could feel his hand losing momentum. But then a force pushed out, pushing Sil's hand back as well. Sil's feet were now touching the ground, and his other hand was quickly grabbed by whatever was in the pod. The next second, he felt a force pushing him across the ground, and the Dalki in the pod slowly stepped out. You are a strong one, I recognize you. You were there when Slicer died, the Dalki shouted. He was covered in clothes and had 5 spikes on his back. He was none other than Graham. No one interferes. I need to fight this one, Graham shouted, and soon a few arrows came for his head, which he quickly titled down, letting it hit his hard-scaled head. The arrows hit the target but snapped upon contact, even with the added power of chi. Looking up, Graham saw 2 more people standing at the edge of the crater, but Graham just smiled at this fact. All of you're going to help me evolve, Graham sneered. He then lifted his leg and kicked Sil by his side. Sil, seeing this, tried to harden his side in time, but he was still sent flying and into the ground. The next second, Graham started running towards the other 2. Back me up, Nate said, running forward. He hadn't held out his shield yet. He thought that would be too obvious but needed to time it right. The Dalki was faster than him, being a 5 spike, so he needed to predict the next attack. Still, he had gained extra strength and speed due to the power of the demon tier weapon. He's pulled back his arm. Now, Nate thought, throwing his shield out in front of him, but he never felt the attack against his shield and instead saw Graham standing there. You think I don't know what that shield does? Graham smirked. I was the one that created it. Looking up, Nate could see just how large and muscular of a Dalki Graham was. Through the tight-fitting clothes, one could truly see how great beings they were, and just like with Sil, he lifted his leg to kick Nate aside. Just then, an object came flying from the side and hit Graham from the side. It knocked him like a heavy truck, making him slightly fall off balance and go down to one knee. Regaining his composure, Graham saw the boy he had kicked before holding a bow, but not on his own. Beside him was a brown-haired girl. Using our 2 abilities together was a good idea, Layla smiled. For some reason, after the last 5 spikes, this one isn't that scary. Looking at the ground, Graham was wondering what had hit him. The truth was that he wasn't hurt and could still move. He was just in a shock. It had been a long time since anything had succeeded in knocking off his balance, and he found out that of all things what caused this was a simple arrowhead. The arrowhead couldn't pierce my skin, but that force, was it from the girl before? But how? Graham thought. Layla's arrows were able to work somewhat this time compared to last time, due to the person who actually had fired the arrow. That was none other than Sil himself. Out of the multiple abilities he carried with himself, one of them could magnify any object's weight. Using this, he made the arrowhead several times heavier. Then, with another ability, he could accelerate any object he touched regardless of weight, which was exactly what he had used on the arrow. Lastly, Layla empowered it with chi and ensured that it stayed on the right path. She knew it would be almost impossible to move the arrow with her ability. They needed to get a perfect aim, and Syl wasn't exactly the best when using a bow and arrow. When the arrow had hit Graham, the force was too strong, and it had easily knocked him off balance. However, although that trick had worked this time, they knew it wouldn't work again. Graham immediately stood up and felt it was best to deal with the troublesome ones first. He had wholly ignored Nate, deeming him as a person who could do him no harm even with his strongest attacks, and headed straight for the other two. They tried to fire multiple arrows, but Graham was able to jump and avoid them with his great speed each time. "Layla, it's not going to work anymore. Let me take care of him," Syl said as he hardened his fists and ran forward. He threw a punch towards Graham, but it completely missed. Not only that, but Graham had wrapped his tail around Syl's arm and then slammed him onto the ground. "You are from that damned bald family," Graham said. "Even your whole family was only just able to take out Slicer. So what makes you think you can take care of me?" Graham punched the ground where Syl lay, and Syl somehow managed to harden his stomach. Still, even then, the blow was so strong, his whole body sunk into the ground, making the crater around them even deeper. Syl spat out a bit of blood. He tried to get up but was hit again and again. "No! I need to do something." Layla was alarmed. Strangely, there was a lot of negative smog in the air, and it was mostly coming off from Graham. Using this to her advantage, Layla didn't waste any time consuming it all in. "In this situation, only one form will help us in this fight," Layla thought, and almost immediately, the horns started to grow from her head. Her teeth began to become pointed, and her eyes glowed red. "Come on. Stay in control. I have to stay in control," was the strongest thought in Layla's mind right now, and she had succeeded. Graham was still in the middle of hitting Syl. With each hit, Graham seemed to be getting more frustrated, and it was all because Syl hadn't died yet. He didn't even have this much trouble killing fellow Dalki, so how was a mere human able to stay alive even after so many kicks? With all 6 of his high-level abilities, Syl had a strong defense in his hardening abilities. Still, even with that, he was getting hurt from Graham's punches. How was Hilston able to fight against that other Dalki for so long? Is it because I'm still weak? Syl knew he had to find a way to get out of this state but could not do anything. In the next instant, Graham found himself being hit by a strange black ball. Spiritual chains were gripping on him, restricting his movements. However, even with their great power, the spiritual chains that had hardly failed Layla till this point, Graham was still able to move. Still, Layla had somewhat expected this. She just needed Graham's movements to be slowed down slightly. At that moment, a blue flame formed out of nowhere. The second it touched Syl, he felt himself growing slightly stronger. A green flame touched his body, healing his wounds, and on top of that, there was another energy rising in him. Layla was transferring her chi energy into Syl. Syl hadn't learned the art of chi. Despite Nate wanting to teach it to him, Syl had decided to focus on improving his combat skills and use of different abilities. With Layla, this didn't matter since she could give chi through her ability to whoever she wished. The next punch came towards Syl, and he was able to move away, hitting Graham's hand, causing it to skim right past Syl's head. "You damn lizard!" Syl shouted, using both his legs to kick Graham in the stomach, throwing him up in the air. He wasn't the only one in the air, as Layla was right behind with her sword. Striking at Graham's back, she hoped it would do something, but they just heard a loud clang as it bounced off his large scales. Spinning his body, Graham now turned his attention towards Layla. "You seem to be an annoying one as well," Graham snarled. Realizing that she had somehow been able to buff the boy Graham was punching just moments ago, Layla braced herself holding the sword. Although the sword could block abilities, chi, and other things, it didn't seem to work against physical strength, which the Dalki are best known for. "Sprout!" She heard a voice, and plants started to appear seemingly out of nowhere, all turning towards Graham and Layla. At the same time, Nate was seen behind her, and he had covered the two of them in shadow. Immediately, all of the plants started to fire towards Graham. As the spikes hit his body, multiple explosions went off one after another constantly. The spikes didn't stop, and Graham eventually landed on the ground. Once Layla and Nate had landed and were far away enough, Nate placed his shadow away, and they could see who had come to their aid. On the other side was Helen, and she was standing next to Syl. After seeing the strange pod land in the center of the shelter, Helen knew that it meant big trouble. Since her sisters were doing well dealing with the Dalki that were coming from the front, she decided to check in at the shelter to find the situation. "Do you think the four of us can take him down?" Helen asked, unsure. Before Syl could answer, small stones suddenly flew out from the explosion dust and started to hit the plants one by one. Each time it hit them, the plants would wither instantly. Then, these stones were thrown towards Syl, who caught them, preventing them from hurting Helen. On the other end, they were blocked by Nate's shield. Now that the explosions had stopped, they could see Graham standing there, some of his clothes slightly scorched from the attack, but still, through his hard skin, not a single attack had hurt his body. The four of them had used nearly everything they could, and Syl was the strongest among them, yet even now they still hadn't been able to put a scratch on Graham. "Hey, I have an idea. You gave some of your power to Syl earlier, right? Well, give him as much power as you can. At the same time, try to trap the enemy with those chains like you did last time. If I use my shadow, I can block one attack from him, but that's it, and it will completely dry my MC cells." Nate explained, telling her they only had one shot. Layla knew Nate had a plan, but she just didn't know whether or not Syl would understand the plan either. Lifting up his shield, Nate punched it a few times, and both he and Syl nodded as if they understood what they were about to do. "Now!" Nate shouted. Layla spread out her arms at that moment, and a dozen of the black spiritual balls had surrounded Graham. It was impossible for him to avoid. Seeing them and knowing what it did last time, Graham was cautious about touching them. Regardless, it didn't exactly seem like he could get out if he didn't touch them, and he decided to pick a direction and move ahead. Two of them touched him, and the chains immediately wrapped around his feet. Using her powers, Layla then moved all of them towards him. Layla used multiple black balls at once, so the effect of the chains was stronger, and now Graham's movements were somewhat restricted. Helen had dropped many seeds on the ground, and immediately they started to sprout, firing off the spikes from before, causing multiple explosions as they hit Graham's body. She knew that they wouldn't do any damage, but that wasn't why they were being used. It was because they needed a smokescreen. To her side, Syl could feel his strength rising beyond what it was before. This was because of Layla. At that moment, though, they could see a fist moving so fast that the smoke had been blown away and a punch was heading right towards Syl's face. But a shadow had appeared at that moment, between the two of them, blocking Graham's punch. Seeing Syl's punch coming towards Graham, he was unafraid. Just like before, these weak punches would do nothing to him, but the punch was never aiming for him in the first place. Syl had used one of Graham's legs to jump up as he threw out his hardened fist as strong as he could, and a ringing clang was heard. What it had hit was the Dementir shield that Nate was currently holding up. Syl's momentum, the strength of his attack at that moment, was doubled. "There is more than one way to use this thing," Nate shouted as the shield lit up was pointed towards Graham. So far, none of the attacks the group had done had worked on the 5-spike Dalki. The situation was beginning to feel similar to when they faced Slicer. However, Syl didn't have stronger abilities, unlike before. If they couldn't hurt Graham now, then how else could they hurt him? The most important thing to do was to increase their attack power. The idea had occurred to Nate when he had blocked the small stone from Graham. He could feel the energy that was collected in the shield. That's when he realized, why does the attack have to be from the enemy? Which was what eventually brought them to the situation they were in right now. Layla almost collapsed on the ground again. This was because of chi depletion. She had already partially given her chi to Syl before, and she had given him even more this time. The problem was, Syl's power probably would have increased by far more if he had some idea how to use chi himself in order to power up his attacks. but because he didn't, it meant that the charge was only partially increased. Nevertheless, even though Layla had used most of her energy, there was still one more thing she needed to do. She could feel her body reverting to normal as the energy around her was disappearing. However, she threw out several more black balls towards Graham at her last strike, wrapping him in chains once more while Layla finally was back to her ordinary self again. Now, with Graham's movement somewhat restricted, the group gained confidence that the attack could work. The shield lit up, causing it to shine blue. Nate gritted his teeth and held onto the shield as hard as he could. Then, a large blast of blue energy came from the shield. It was too strong for Nate to handle, and he could feel himself being pushed back, skidding across the ground, until someone came for support, holding him from behind. It was Syl, supporting Nate from behind as the latter continued to fire the energy in the direction of Graham, and a few seconds later, the assault finally had ended. Still on guard, they quickly went to look at the condition of Graham and found that almost half of his body was missing. The chains hadn't held out, and he was able to move somewhat from the attack. The right side of his body was missing, and almost half his chest was gone. Blood was oozing, spreading across the surface. Damn it, if only I could have held onto the shield a bit more. Then maybe I could have directed it and finished him off, but he's nearly dead now. We can do this. I can get Syl to hit the shield again, and we can use this as an attack. As long as we can hurt the Dalki, we can win this fight, Nate thought. Although they knew that Dalki got stronger the more they were injured, this looked like a critical blow, and judging from Graham's condition it was. However, he suddenly leapt up in the air, jumping out from the crater-like area even in this condition. Syl, seeing this, was ready to run after him. But the other Dalki, who had been watching everything from the sidelines, moved and stood in his way. Wait, Syl. Take the shield. It's useless in my hands right now. You're the only one who can fight, Nate said, handing it over to him. He knew that it was pretty likely that Syl wouldn't be able to hurt Graham, and they needed to finish him off somehow. Working together had worked once, but now it was all up to Syl. However, in that short time frame, they had allowed Graham to do something they should have never allowed. Opening his mouth wide, he had bit the Dalki's head off next to him, consuming it in an instant. Then, the Dalki to his left, he bit their head off as well. Within seconds, his body began to heal on the spot. The green blood stopped, and his limbs started to regenerate. This is bad. Helen gulped. Seeing this, it was time for her to make the tough decision. Peach, inform everyone. I want everyone to get out of the shelter now. Head to one of the other planets, just tell them to leave this place, and you guys as well. We can no longer protect this place, Helen decreed. She had the same bad feeling in her guts which she had earlier. She figured that not only was eating his fellow Dalki healing Graham, but most likely he was getting stronger as well. Syl, using his speed, had caught up to him. Graham's other arm was still in the middle of healing. Syl then proceeded to hit the shield, powering it up with his own attack. But before he could, Graham had moved from his spot and grabbed onto Syl's arm. Not again, Graham smirked. Kicking Syl in the stomach, he sent him back to the crater with all the others. Feeling the kick, Syl knew that Helen's hunch was right. Graham's attacks had gotten stronger, and he was even faster. If it weren't for the buff he got from the demon tear shield, then perhaps Syl wouldn't be able to get up again. What the others didn't know was that Graham wasn't done yet. As his arm had finished healing, he looked up to the sky. I would have never thought, in a place like this, I would be injured in such a state, Graham said. I can't take any more chances, and I won't underestimate you. It was then that something started to happen to Graham. His body started to change slightly. The Dalki was already large, but he could be seen growing even larger. His face began to stick out a little, and his teeth sharpened more than before. Strangely, the scales on his hand were turning slightly, changing into something else. All of you, get out of here, Helen shouted. While he's transforming, Syl can use his super speed to get you all out of here. The others knew that this was a lost fight and that they could do nothing else, and it looked like Graham was about to get even stronger. Don't tell me you're thinking of staying here, Layla shouted, to which Helen responded with a slight nod. I will slow him down. I still have a lot of tricks up myself, so don't worry about me, Helen said. But once he finishes transforming, there's a good chance he might even be able to catch up to Syl. It was then that Layla noticed that the vines that had covered the shelter walls, the plants that were placed all over the shelter, had begun to move towards Helen. It seemed like she really did have some sort of plan. Hearing Helen's words, Syl decided to grab Nate under his arm and quickly zoomed towards Layla as well. What are you doing? Put me down. If we leave her here, she's going to die, Layla shouted. And if we all stay here, we are all going to die, Syl said. He looked over to Helen one more time and she nodded. It was then that Layla pulled out her sword. If she tapped it against Syl, she was sure that he wouldn't be able to use his ability, and that way, they would have no choice but to fight. Helen didn't know what the girl was trying to do but felt that Layla might do something reckless. Stop! Don't do something stupid like that. How in the world did I lose out to you? Helen shook her head. I don't know what he sees in you, but he should have picked me. Do you remember the bet when we had that fight? Whoever won can request something from the other, right? Well, you owe me a favor and I'm going to call in that favor right now. Leave this place and make him happy. The strength in Layla's arms started to give after hearing these words, and tears began to flow down her face. Without wasting any more time, Syl left, and Layla could only see Helen, bravely standing there surrounded by plants, about to go against the strongest Dalki in existence. That was the last time that Layla would see Helen. Reminiscing about the events that transpired that day, Layla was praying that Helen was safe. Quite a few Daisy fighters were saved, and Layla noticed a pattern with those still alive. They were the strongest members of Daisy. If that really was the case, there was a good chance that Helen was alive as well. Her hands were held tightly together, shivering as she saw Quinn open the doors and the cameras with Bonnie and Void rush in behind him. Finally, she would get an answer of what had happened after they had left her that day. What have they done? Quinn was stunned at the scene in front of him and almost fell to his knees. Currently, they were in what looked like a lab. It wasn't a lab like the other bases had. Usually, they focused on improving weapons, designing mechs, perhaps even trying to create new weapons. However, here, the whole place was just filled with broken vases and plants all over the place. Soon, Helen's sisters rushed in behind, and in an instant, tears started to roll down their faces. They couldn't even take another step forward. They fell to their knees beside Quinn, who stood motionless. Look away, we can't film this, Bonnie said, making Void put the camera down. It was important for them to film and update people on the situation, but a certain amount of respect was obliged when filming the fallen. Eventually, Quinn walked forward into the lab and finally went to the wall, where Helen was practically stuck. Her body looked to be flattened on the wall, as if she had been squashed onto there, her own flesh acting like glue. It was easy to identify her because most of the front of her body was intact. Although she had no clothes on, her body appeared naked with several holes all over the bare skin. The worst part of it all, though, was how skinny and frail she looked, as if she wasn't fed, left there to starve, barely left alive. While at the same time, the blood had been drained out of her, leaving her in such a state. Then, the strangest thing of all were some of the plants. The plants had escaped from their glass experiment jars, seemed to have eventually grown, and were starting to feed off of Helen's body. Around her legs, there were even several roots attached. It was an unnatural phenomenon, to say the least. I can't hear anything, Quinn thought. There is no heartbeat. I can't think of any way to save her. How did all this happen? Let's cut to something else, Bonnie said in a low voice as they left the rooms, and instead decided to film the survivors who were standing outside. Bonnie was hoping she could help in some way and get a clearer picture of what had supposedly happened. At the same time, Quinn just stood in the room, looking at Helen. He didn't touch her. He didn't do anything, but just stood there with Helen's sisters sobbing in the background. Do you think he'll be okay? Void wondered as they headed back into the main base hall. I don't know, whatever happened, it seems like the two of them are close. I've never seen him act like this, Bonnie replied. Usually, anger, sadness, or something else overcomes them. But Quinn, he wasn't displaying any of those things. And sometimes the people that act this way have the worst reaction possible. After interrogating the survivors, they found out that the Dalki were collecting blood from all the survivors once in a while. They didn't know what they were doing with it or how they were using it. They also claimed that they had seen Dalki enter the room that Helen was in several times, coming out with blood-filled tubes. However, there was quite a clear difference in treatment between them. Dalki had fed the other survivors and they were even allowed to stay together, but for Helen, they could only imagine that during that whole time, the Dalki only drained blood from her until her current state. After some time, the leaders started to return to the base where Quinn was, and they had brought along a few more survivors but not many numbers. In total, they had gathered around another 20 or so, and that was between all the leaders. Void and Bonnie made sure to film all of them walking together, getting a clear look at their faces, and that's when she realized something. My gosh, all of these people, they're so handsome and pretty. Bonnie unknowingly spoke aloud, and it seemed like the viewers agreed to this. Are all V like this? I mean, I guess not. There are some people I saw that were Vs that looked quite normal. If all Vs looked like this, then we would have to start suspecting every good-looking person. At the same time, there was something else that couldn't be displayed through the camera. It was something only those who were present at the scene could feel, the overwhelming presence each of them carried. The Vs had a sense of importance when walking as if they owned the land they stepped on. Where is his Majas? I mean Quinn Talon? Muka asked, stepping forward. Everyone looked towards the door of the other room, where Quinn would be. Bonnie and Void followed behind, hoping to witness whatever might transpire next. Upon entering the lab, they all stood next to each other and just looked towards Quinn with their heads down. Not a single one of them said a word and just waited. How much time had passed, no one was sure. Even those watching on camera felt strange, as they knew they couldn't say much or poke fun at the situation. Eventually, Quinn turned around and could see all the leaders. However, he seemingly ignored their presence and instead walked to the two sisters who were still sobbing on the ground. Ivy and Peach, right? I see you cared a lot for Helen. Quinn said. Please tell me. What should I do? This was unexpected. For all things they expected Quinn to say, he was asking them what he should do. A strong person like him was asking for their help. Wiping the tears away, Peach, the eldest of the two, stood up. Please, she was our sister. Let us take her off the wall and give her a befitting farewell before you do anything. Then, Ivy stood up as well, grabbing her sister's hand to help her up. She gripped tightly, and both of the sisters looked at each other and nodded. Then, at the same time, the two of them spoke to him. And Quinn, please, kill them. Please help us kill whoever did this to our sister. They shouted and started crying again. It didn't take Quinn long to answer. So that's what I need to do. To let Helen rest in peace, I have to kill the person who did this to her. Then that's exactly what I will do. Promise? I promise I will get rid of the Dalki before I even think about resting. With those words said, Bonnie thought that it was time to end the live stream, at least for now. It was a good introduction to the cursed faction, and it had finished with Quinn making a promise to the whole world. Still, Bonnie and Void were instructed to remain in the shelter for now, as they felt there was more to this story still, and the two sisters had something they wished to speak to Quinn before they began to bring Helen off the wall. There is something you should see, Quinn, Peach said. When the Dalki started to attack the other cursed faction planets, Helen made every single person make a video. It was a video that was meant to be sent to whoever they wished after their death. It was for their loved ones to receive a last message. You see, the videos that were to be made even included us as leaders, and we're the only family Helen has, so she had already said everything she wanted to speak to us, but she still had made a video, and it was her wish that if she were to die, the video would be sent to you. Please, watch the video whenever you can. Quinn nodded and instructed the leaders to stay on standby and aid in anything the sisters wanted help with. At the same time, those survivors had been sent back to the planet Sam was currently on. This was all done on the same day the cursed faction had reclaimed the Daisy planet. While the sisters and the leaders remained here, for now not leaving, Quinn decided to head to the office of the Daisy faction before doing anything else. Surprisingly, the place was in good shape. There was no reason for the Dalki to destroy all the buildings in the first place, and an office wasn't important to them. Here he could see several beautiful flowers, still full of life in the room, and windows that naturally let the light into the room. Then there was the seat that she would sit on. Quinn had come here because he was finally ready to watch the video that Helen had left for him. Just what message had Helen left? Quinn couldn't help but wonder. With the live stream concluded, there was a lot of talk about from the netizens. The public couldn't stop talking about the new V that had appeared. Some were already comparing them with the old Big Four and the head generals. Eventually, conversations started to spring up. If there were ever a war to begin between the two races, would the humans be able to win? Conversations about how long the Vs even existed were starting to come into play. However, some were more rational. If Vs had existed for a long time and were this strong, then at any point in time, especially before humans had discovered they had abilities, they could have ruled over the humans, yet they had not. Perhaps it was because, like Quinn, all Vs were originally human at some point, and this was a mutation. Some people even saw it as a type of ability. Especially since their appearance, it has certainly made them seem more human on the outside. Regardless of all these facts, it had caused a stir within the Earthborn group, especially among those who were part of the board. They had decided to call a meeting, including Supreme Commander Satch, to discuss the new information they had gathered. This wasn't the only thing that others were talking about. After discovering Helen's death, stories of her accomplishments and the tales of her kindness towards her people started to spread online. People were learning just how great of a person she was and how big of a loss to the human race this was. On the Cursed Faction ship, two people in particular felt worse as more news started to spread. One of them was Layla, who had yet to leave her room ever since discovering what had occurred after she was taken away. She stayed behind when she didn't need to. She was so brave. She knew she was going to die if she stayed behind, and she still told us all to leave. Why do people who are around me keep dying? Layla started to sob once again with her hands covering her face. It wasn't the first time she felt like this. When Aaron was taken away, when CIA had died, when her mother had died, and now Helen. Each time, Layla had been somewhat close, but she was too weak to do anything, and this time too, she was too weak to help. If only I had succeeded in learning the soul weapon, or learned to use chi better, then maybe I could have done something. These thoughts plagued her head. Every time she thought she had improved, more people were fading from her side. If Quinn were there instead of us, he probably would have been able to save her. At the same time, another person who blamed Helen's death on himself just as much as the others was Sam. In the end, he had decided only to send 3 people to help out the Daisy faction. Why didn't I send more? Maybe more people would have been able to stop the enemy. Maybe then Helen wouldn't have had to stay behind. Or I should have asked all of them to move as soon as the Dalki appeared. I should have been the one to order them to head back to the other planets. The thing was, Sam knew that would have been a bad call at the time as well. Dealing with an influx of people while all the shelters were under attack. If he had chosen this option from the get-go, it was highly likely that they could have lost 2 shelters that day. Someone destroyed the teleporters after nearly everyone made it through. Was that Helen as well? Did she destroy the teleporters to save the lives of the others? He wondered. Taking a deep breath and sitting down in the chair, Quinn had directed that no one disturb him for the time being. It was time for him to watch the video. He had been putting it off because it felt strange to him. He had just seen Helen's dead body not too long ago, and now he would be hearing her voice and her words as if she was speaking from the other side. Still, he felt like she had left him this video for a reason, so he should watch it. Playing the video, a large hologram displayed in front of him, and Helen appeared, sitting in the very seat on which Quinn was at this moment. She had a bright smile on her face and looked in good condition, a great contrast to what he had seen her just moments ago. I hate that I'm recording one of these. But I guess as a leader I need to lead by example, right? I can't tell all the others to make one and then not make one myself. Helen said. Her voice showed her nervousness, a side that Quinn hadn't seen from her. Anyways, when making this video, I needed to decide who would be best to see it. I have spoken to my sisters many times before and they know how I feel, so I started to think. If I didn't get the chance to talk to the person, if there was someone I wanted to talk to one more time before I leave, who would that be? In the end, I came to my answer, and that is you, Quinn Talon. When I first saw you, I remember thinking of you as a young and naive man, but you had this determination, this look in your eyes to change things, and I was attracted to that because it was the same for me. I have an inkling for meeting these types of people, and for the first time, I thought I had met someone who had more ambition than me. You might not have realized this, Quinn, so I wanted to tell you. You might have more ambition than anyone I have ever met before. The reason why others and maybe you yourself don't realize this is because, for once, unlike other people, your ambition isn't selfish. This selfless desire attracted me towards you, and I thought, what would it be like if I spent the rest of my life with this person? I could imagine you as a great person who, if you truly loved me, would have done anything for me. You would have got up every morning to see me smile because that's just the type of person you are, and that's when I realized. Your eyes didn't look at me in that way. At least not yet. I'm sorry, Quinn. I'm sorry that I hesitated when I found out what you were. I started to think my initial attraction to you was something else, that maybe you had tricked me. Because for me as well, I had never felt these feelings of true love or love at first sight. I thought it was a myth. However, it was only later that I realized these feelings were real. I wish that I could have seen the world that you will create. I would have loved to travel on different planets with you, exploring new worlds and different views together. It would have been great, but I guess if you're watching this video, I will never experience that. Helen paused there for a second, and Quinn could see a tear roll down her eye. I'm not like you, Quinn. I'm not a selfless person. I wanted you for myself, but in my aims to improve myself and be a person you would approve of, I decided not to be selfish. If this video arrives in your hands, I want you to enjoy those views. I want you to spend the rest of your life making someone else smile and experience these new feelings with others. And if you ever did fall for me, or realize you're feeling too late, then forget about me, Quinn Talon. This is my selfish request. Forget about me, and carry on with your selfless ambition. The video ended there, and just like earlier, when he saw Helen, he didn't know how to feel. You really are a selfish person. I remember when you just kissed me out of the blue. But you aren't a bad person, Helen. Maybe I did realize too late. After thinking things over for a while, Quinn decided to do something and called Bonnie. Bonnie, get ready to film something. I'm sure they will be watching. I want to make sure this is something that the Dalki will see, my message to them, Quinn said. As soon as Bonnie and Void got the call that Quinn wanted to announce something, every cell in their body was shaking with excitement. It was rare for Quinn to call on them, and the last time he did, they had witnessed something special. Shortly after, like last time, Bonnie and Void had announced to everyone that there would be a special broadcast to take place. This had caused a slight problem that had put the whole world on standby. The announcement had been made that Quinn wanted to speak to the entire world. Yet he didn't give any date or time. Actually, it was because Quinn himself was conflicted on when exactly he would need to call him. There were various things that needed to be ready before he could act, and he had no clue how long those things would take. In the meantime, the two of them just had to stay put in the shelter until Quinn called them. Of course, with this pent-up excitement, the reporters couldn't just sit around doing nothing, and the only people there besides Quinn were the two sisters and the leaders. They had already done their fair share of talking to them, and the sisters weren't exactly in the best moods to talk either. Because of this, at the moment, Void and Bonnie were outside of the shelter, strolling around, trying to see if they could spot one of the leaders to talk to. They moved fast, so it was hard to keep track of them, and they weren't even sure if they would be able to track them down. Do you really think this is a good idea? Those leaders, as Quinn described, are a little scary. Void mentioned. It wasn't Quinn who had updated Void and Bonnie on who those strange people were, but instead, it was Sam. He thought since the world had now learned about the existence of these powerful vampires, it would be nice for Bonnie to make a detailed report at some point. Of course, he couldn't go into too much detail because he was unaware of how much information the vampires would be happy to share. But the good thing was, Sam had the king of vampires on his side. If he overstepped his boundaries a little, who would be the one to tell him off? He just told the basics that the vampires were made up of a council who made the decisions for them. These were the council members: some of the strongest vampires that ruled over the others. You know what the situation will be like, Bonnie replied. I'm sure you read some of those comments online. If we are going to make a report about them, we need to calm those comments too. And the best way to do that is to gather more information about them. Who knows? Maybe you will see one of them healing an injured bird or something. Or maybe we will see them feasting on a human body. Void replied. Eventually, after some time of roaming around, they spotted one of the leaders near the edge of the shelter. This one looked to be one of the younger leaders and strangely had a cane in his hands. It looked odd because the leader seemed to have no problem walking. At the same time, the young gentleman seemed to have a strange circular device in his hand. It wasn't anything they had witnessed before. There were engravings carved into the device and a crystal placed in the top. The two reporters hadn't gotten close just yet. They were cautious and just watched the person for a while walking around until eventually, he started to lift the rubble effortlessly and chucked it over to the sides as if he didn't care about the place as a whole. In the end, after clearing the rubble, the ground resurfaced, and the leader then placed the strange device on the floor. So now I'm just meant to stand here and protect this thing until the others are ready? This is so annoying. Just like you insects, the leader said aloud. As for who the leader was, it was none other than the first leader, Nikyu. Do you think he spotted us? Void asked as the two of them were hidden behind a pile of rubble. Are all humans this thick? Nikyu asked. I can hear you. I can smell you. I knew you were there from the beginning. Just ask me what you want and leave. The two reporters looked at each other, thinking whether they should go out and ask Nikyu a few questions. After all, he hadn't hurt them till now, so he won't hurt them after the questions, right? Still, he did seem to be an aggressive leader. Perhaps it would have been better to talk to one of the other leaders. Then the thought occurred that maybe others might turn out even worse. Trying not to shy away, Bonnie started walking forward, and Void turned on the camera, chasing right after her. He wasn't the best when it came to making decisions, but he would soon immediately follow Bonnie if she were to go. I wanted to ask some questions for the report we are preparing on the leaders, Bonnie said, carefully walking through all the rubble of the damaged structures. Eventually, she had reached the cleared space that Nikyu had created. I see, so it looks like they have already made you somewhat aware of us, Nikyu replied smugly. Well, as he stated, I am the leader of the first family, Nikyu Kane. Since Nikyu was being so polite, Bonnie felt like she had no choice but to bow down, and Void soon followed. I wanted to ask you a few questions. Who is Quinn Talon to you, the vampire leaders? And earlier, you addressed him as Your Majesty. Do you mind revealing how this came to be? Bonnie asked. Hearing this question, Void thought that maybe Bonnie was prying in too much. If the cursed faction wanted to give this information, they would have already told them about it. Nevertheless, it was evident that she was being too meddlesome because the question seemed to annoy Nikyu. I need to know. I'm sure Quinn is on our side. But are the rest of these council members on our side as well? Bonnie thought. Yes, Quinn Talon is an outsider. Unlike us, he was a human who was turned. When speaking, there was a clear disliking in Nikyu's voice which was worrying the other two. This was what they were afraid of. However, Nikyu started to think back when Quinn had forcefully taken Arthur's weapon from him. In that instant, Quinn stated something that had touched him a little. He asked for him to be more like his sister rather than his father. The council has voted, and I follow the rules. Although I might not agree with where he has come from, he is rightfully our king. So I will follow his commands. It was a satisfying answer based on their actions so far. It really did seem like they followed Quinn, and it seemed like even if they didn't like him, these leaders were for some reason loyal to him. Rather than push for questions about the vampire's origins, and more about Quinn like she wanted to, she decided to ask about something else. The strange device that you just placed down. What is it? Bonnie asked. This? I guess I can inform you, Nikyu replied. All of the leaders have been given a device similar to this. The devices are to be spread out around the shelter. Then when everyone is ready, we will inform Quinn. For now, I have to stay here to make sure the device stays intact. Now looking at the device closer, it was definitely something Bonnie had never encountered before. She wondered if it had anything to do with the announcement that Quinn would have liked to have made. It was at that moment that the receiver on Bonnie started to vibrate. "Are you ready?" Quinn asked. "The preparations are complete. It's time for us to send our message to the Dalki." While Quinn had moved to the Beast Planet solar system, the vampire settlement was still busy even without their leaders. A few days had passed since the leaders had been summoned, but the rest were assigned important tasks. For now, the ones giving orders were the respective knights of each castle. As for who was giving them orders, it was none other than the new royal knight, who was also busy. Fex hadn't been summoned along with the others. Instead, he was busy trying to coordinate all the information and tasks that had been left to him. "Arg, man. I'm really not suited for this stuff," Fex grunted as he sat down in a seat inside the royal castle and gave out a big huff of air. Although many of the vampires in the settlement hadn't watched the broadcast, Fex had done. The reason for the other vampires missing out on such a thing wasn't because they were disinterested. Everyone was a big fan of the new vampire king. They would have loved to see him, but it was due to the previous leaders. They didn't want the vampires to know anything about the regular human world, which meant they had no clue who Bonnie or Void was or how to access their live stream. Man, that was quite a cool moment he displayed. But it sucks about Helen. I thought the two of them suited each other more than the other one, Fex thought. Still, watching the live stream only made Fex more frustrated, wishing that he would have been called as well. But he knew he had important tasks to do. Turning his head to the side, he looked at the person who stood there. By his side, there was another vampire, one that he had only recently gotten familiar with. It was a female vampire. She was young in terms of vampire age but was far older than Fex. She had short hair and a blindfold that was constantly covering her eyes. It appeared she was visually impaired, something that was extremely uncommon among vampires. Due to their healing aspects, vampires could heal nearly any condition that came upon them. Still, there were times when vampires were just born with certain disabilities compared to others, just like humans. And for her, it was her eyesight. Well, at least the girl isn't bald like another certain vampire, Fex thought and chuckled to himself quietly while looking around to see if he was nearby. "Sir, I have just received an update from the 4th family and the 9th family. It looks like preparations are finally complete." The girl spoke, but she didn't do it aloud. She had said using her ability to send a message directly to his head. This was the power of the 8th family, the Snacker family. Although Bryce had disbanded the family after they had somewhat supported the 2nd family, Quinn had decided to bring the family back slowly. He thought their ability was important for the vampires. A way to communicate with each other without relying on technology was a handy thing. They realized its importance even more than before because the Dalki technology was more advanced than theirs. This was why currently working under Fex was a girl named Saya Snacker. "Where are they able to find nest crystals?" Fex asked. Took a while for Saya to reply, which Fex just assumed was her trying to communicate to the others. Surprisingly, Saya's ability was quite strong despite her not being a vampire trained to take the hear position. Fex sometimes wondered if it was due to her visual impairment. Perhaps her condition made her focus more on using her ability. "Not yet. They will continue to investigate for the time being, but they are already sending over the crystals needed," Saya reported. This was good news. Fex was waiting for these specific type of bat crystals that they would use to create the special rings that allowed vampires to stay out in the sunlight. There was still another problem though. The rings that were created from these crystals only blocked the sunlight for a few hours. It was a temporary solution, and for the time being, the vampires would have to stay indoors until Quinn came up with another solution. In all honesty, Fex thought they should have waited longer before Quinn did what he was planning to do. But something had clearly happened that Fex was unaware of, which had angered Quinn, causing him to speed up the process. A few more days had passed, and the rings had been made. They were then handed to each of the vampires, and a report was sent to them all, getting ready for what was about to happen next. Fex had also gathered the people during that time, as he had something of his own planned. At the same time, vampire knights were sent to different corners of the settlement, and strange circular devices were placed all over the settlement. Now, there was only one more thing to do. Fex walked down with the vampire knights from each of his families by his side. They had entered the tunnels located beneath the castles. Accompanying behind them were a large number of crystals taken from the royal storage room. Finally getting through the tunnels and having one of Mukka's newly appointed vampire knights, they unlocked a combination to a particular room. I never knew this place was down here, Fex mused, looking at what was happening in front of him. He knew some tunnels led to the tomb area and each of the castles. There they had multiple cellars. This was because he had been held prisoner in these tunnels at one point. Still, in the center, under the pooling area, he was unaware that there was another large space. When they entered, Fex could see a large circle on the ground. It wasn't a technological device. It just looked like a painting on the floor. Someone had drawn several patterns and shapes in the circle, and characters he had no way of interpretation. "What is all this?" Fex asked. His sister, being the vampire knight of the 13th family, was currently with him at the time. "You know why we are here, Fex," Silver replied. "This is the transportation device, although if you're asking what exactly is that, I am not sure. You would have to ask one of the originals about it. It was just created so we could move the vampire settlement whenever we wished." Fex stopped his questions there. He would rather not ask one of those originals for help. It seemed like whenever one of them was awakened, there was trouble, and that included the apparent good ones like Richard Eno. "Saya, report to Quinn. Tell him we and everyone are ready," Fex ordered. After turning on the device, it would take a while to charge, and Fex needed to get his plan in motion as well. After reaching this news, Quinn stood on top of the base. He looked far out and could see the leaders already in their positions with their hands raised. In front of him, Bonnie and Void were now standing on top of the base as well. Behind them were Peach and Ivy. They had a casket that contained Helen's body inside. When the two of them were ready, they gave Quinn the thumbs up. "Summon." It was then that all the leaders that had spread out around the shelter, just like before, had appeared right by Quinn's side like some magic. Even the leaders couldn't get used to this. They were being forced to move against their will, but quickly they stood on either side of Quinn while he remained in the middle. The red light on the camera could be seen rolling. Standing there, Quinn looked directly into the camera. "I have a message for everyone out there. The Earthborn group, the Greylash group, members of the Cursed faction, and all of those that are still on Earth. Lastly, I have an important message for you as well, the Dalki." When saying the name Dalki, Quinn's eyes started to glow red with anger, and at that moment, they would receive his message loud and clear, including Graham, who was watching the broadcast, waiting to see what this message exactly held. Once again, Quinn was making another impression on everyone. He didn't realize that he had also influenced the fighting that was going on the other planets. During the time between the announcement was made and now, something special had occurred. After the Dalki had learned that humans had reclaimed the Daisy faction planet from them, they decided to be somewhat patient. This signified that most of the attacks that they had planned to orchestrate on the other planets were postponed. Those still on the planets were no longer pushing forward. Although Satch and Owen thought this wasn't good news either. The Dalki might have just been waiting for something themselves. They were always cautious but, at the same time, still not strong enough to go on the attack either. Their fears were slightly true. The Dalki were focusing on increasing their forces at the moment. Before, they were on a time scale, knowing their lives would come to an end at some point. But now, having one of the dragons, their situation had somewhat changed. So when Graham heard that Quinn had wanted to make an announcement, he decided to put things on hold. For the last week, it felt like the treaty that was agreed upon between the Dalki and the humans had returned, and now, the person who had caused it all was about to address everyone again. This was how much power Quinn had gained in that time. Just a simple announcement from him had managed to calm down the war. On top of the base, everyone could see not just Quinn on the camera, but the leaders were standing behind him also. They stood straight and still, but what was gaining all the viewers' attention was Quinn's eyes. They were burning after he had said the words Dalki. They could feel the anger in them even through the screen. "The Dalki have taken many of our lives, our loved ones, And we are still in the middle of this damned war. Quinn clenched his fists. Even now, they have taken people close to me, members of the cursed faction. It was because of them during the first war that I lost my parents, and then friends and others continued to die around me, and now the Dalki continue to do so. I'm sure many of you feel the same, and the truth is at the moment we are losing this war. We have been pushed back to the point where we can't even leave our shelters safely. Is this the type of life we imagined? Even if we were to survive living like this, how long? How long would we last? Is this really a life worth living? For me, it's not. If we sit and do nothing, then eventually the Dalki will win. All we would be doing is delaying what we know is coming. When speaking to you all last time, I talked about what we were. I admitted to you all that there were many members of the cursed faction who were different to you. You gave them the name of V. Took a while, but eventually, some of you accepted us. You accepted us through our actions, which was why I decided to show you that these people beside me, their actions speak louder than words. Right now, the people who stand behind me are the leaders of the V. I won't lie, we know that there are some V that are working with the Dalki, but the ones behind me are different. The humans and the vampires next to me, we both have a common goal. The vampires had chosen not to interfere in human affairs for a long period of time, but now there is something that threatens both of our species, and that is why they have decided to come out of the shadows, and this time they, along with me, will help fight the Dalki. When Quinn was speaking, the scene felt and sounded familiar to them. This was because, to the world, they had witnessed something similar happen before. It was when the first set of originals had appeared. Those with abilities. When the Dalki was invading the Earth, it was at its toughest times. Those with power had stepped forward, offering to help and teach others, fighting back the Dalki invasion. Once again, it looked like history was repeating itself with the so-called vampires. I know some of you will be frightened by these people by my side. I was at one point, but I, Quinn Talon, guarantee you that they will not harm you, and using their powers, using my power, we will get rid of the Dalki for good. Now that my message to the people is concluded, I will spare a few words for you, Dalki. I hope you are watching and listening to everything I say. This time, even Sam was nervous about what would happen or what Quinn's words would entail for the rest of the world. Unlike in the past, Quinn hadn't asked Sam for advice on what to say. This time Quinn was acting on his own. It was clear Quinn was angry, and although the speech seemed somewhat soft in its approach, he wasn't asking the humans to work together with the vampires. He was particularly telling them what he would do. Quinn turned to Muka and nodded her way. In her hands, she had a larger, circular device that looked similar to the small ones that Bonnie and Void had seen in Niku's hands. Only this one was about 3 times the size. Turning the dials around a few times, Muka then pressed on top of the crystal in the center. At that moment, several lights positioned in different places could be seen in the shelter. Bonnie and Void turned around and immediately told their drones to go up in the air to catch what was happening. Just as they thought, the strange, almost bluish light they could see was coming from the smaller devices. The energy coming from them was so strong and bright they almost pierced the clouds. Then, the light from each of them started to spread out as if trying to consume the whole place. Eventually, the bright light did just that, and soon, the light from each device overlapped each other, and the entire shelter was covered, including where the others were standing on the base. The feeling that everyone felt at that moment was similar to when they would go through the teleporters. As for where exactly they would end up, that could have been anyone's guess. When the light finally faded, Bonnie and Void found themselves in a strange room. Looking underneath their feet, they could see that they were now standing on a weird red carpet, and towards the very back there was a throne. Film everything. Are you getting all this? I think we have just been transported to where all the leaders are from. Bonnie whispered over to Void. What was most impressive out of everything, though, was those that were in the room at the moment. All of the vampire knights had appeared, including Fex. They stood at the edge of the throne room in which others had teleported. All were standing at an equal distance apart, lined up on either side. This clearly wasn't what Quinn had expected, and he looked towards Fex, who just smiled at him before lifting his hand and clicking his fingers. You want to make an impression, right? Well then you need one fitting for a king, Fex thought. At that moment, All of the knights in the room bowed down before going on one knee. "We welcome back the family leaders and His Majesty," they declared in unison. For a second, Quinn felt a little embarrassed at what had just happened due to its sudden unexpectedness, wondering just what Fex had made them do. But he had to quickly forget about that as he walked forward, regaining his composure. Everything was still live, and his job was not yet finished. "Come on. We're not done yet. There's still a lot I want to say to them," Quinn said, making sure Bonnie and Void followed. Everyone followed Quinn as he walked out, but he wasn't heading down the stairs or anywhere else. He was, in fact, walking towards his balcony, a space where the king would usually make a speech. Upon reaching the balcony, Quinn looked down and could see all of the vampires had left their inner castles. They were now standing in the pooling area, all looking up at Quinn as if they were expecting him to make a grand speech. Seeing them all there, Quinn found it strange. This was something he had never ordered. He just wanted them to be ready for the move, so he could only guess that it was something that Fex had arranged. His hunch was right, and Fex had made sure to make everything more flashy than Quinn would have preferred. The drones could be seen still in the air, which Void was surprised about. He thought that only they had been transported and figured they would be left behind. Still, he focused on the people below and filmed all of the architecture around them. They could see strange towers in places and the walls built with thick black material. The castles, the walls, it looked like something they had never seen before, yet at the same time somewhat familiar. For instance, the Dalki fortresses that would be built had some striking similarities to these castles. Before Quinn could even greet the people, all the vampires bowed down once again, and at the same time, "We welcome your arrival, Your Majesty," they shouted in sync. Seeing this, Fex had the biggest smile on his face. It was a lot of work, and it took days practicing this with everyone, but I think I have done a good job as a royal knight. Silver and the other vampire knights who hadn't followed were still in the throne room. Upon hearing it, she just shook her head. She felt like what Fex had done was a waste of time, but he insisted this was important for Quinn's plan. It was then that Void noticed something with his camera in the distance, the sun that was out, and the fields they were on. The place looked oddly familiar. "Bonnie, I don't think we were the ones that were transported. I think that they transported this whole place to where the Daisy shelter was." They couldn't have been more right. Even Ivy and Peach had been transported along with Helen's casket, which had been left in the throne room for now. They had looked at Quinn briefly before he moved to the balcony, and he gave them a nod indicating that it would be okay. Seeing everything, those online were stunned in amazement. They had yet to figure out that the planet they were currently on was still the Daisy planet. "Look at all those buildings. Why does it look like something out of a period movie or something? There are so many of them. I thought there would be a few hundreds of these, but their numbers are in the 1000s. Are they all as strong as the ones that we just saw?" "I don't think so." He called them leaders. "I'm guessing that guys are something special. Still, even the Vs that we have seen so far are quite a bit stronger than normal humans. Let's not forget what they exactly eat as well. They feed on human blood. They see us as food. The only reason why they have probably decided to join the war now is so they can protect their precious food." Honestly, Quinn didn't care what people thought of the place or the settlement. He was getting tired of always being cautious about how others felt. He was constantly pushing for good, trying to think hard about doing the right thing, and pleasing everyone. During his time of rising to the top, meeting Paul, Nathan, Oscar, and even Vincent, he had learned it was impossible to please everyone. No matter how he did something, what way he did it, there would be those who were upset. So he needed to just care about the people he wanted to help, and this was the best course of action. Before continuing on his message to the Dalki, he opened up his system screen and took a look. The title was being applied. "It looks like it still works, this is excellent, and I have plenty of reputation points to use." Quinn then turned back to the camera, making sure Bonnie had faced it towards him. "You Dalki successfully took over this planet before, but you will never succeed again." At that moment, using the system, certain areas of the settlement started to change. He moved his hands outwards, and the camera view switched to the drones above the settlement. The scene slowly changed, and a great wall began to form, bordering around the settlement, similar to what the shelter had before. Since the vampires were confident in dealing with whatever came their way, they never bothered to build walls around the shelter. They did, however, have walls surrounding their inner areas near the castles. Now, however, Quinn was making sure to build a high wall from the strong black substance around the entire shelter. It was rising in milliseconds as if someone was using an earth ability, but this was clearly not an earth ability. Once the wall was completed, Quinn then proceeded to add more things as towers similar to those staying outside the castle started to rise, just by the tower walls. This wall now protected the whole settlement, and lastly, gargoyle statues were placed on the outside of these walls, to make sure any enemy who tried to attack would have a tough time. Bonnie, seeing everything, was left speechless. They had never seen a power or an ability like this before. Even the strongest earth ability users at most could build a large building or castle where they stood, but Quinn, from where he was able to create more, and they were complete structures that were definitely there for more than just show. This is the new vampire settlement. Here shall Helen forever rests in peace. I invite you, the Dalkey, Graham, or whoever you are, to come here and try taking over this planet again. Try your best because I promise you, you will never succeed. If anyone attempts to take over this place, I will stop them. As long as I breathe, this place shall be protected. That's my invitation out to you, pathetic rats. Quinn held his head high as if looking down upon the whole race of Dalkey. Then, placing his hand on the camera and clenching his fist, he destroyed it on the spot. Void was at a loss for words, especially since his very, very expensive camera was suddenly turned into scraps. But with the live stream ended at that point, Quinn had sent his message to the one person for whom it really mattered. And Graham had received it loud and clear. You think I'm scared? We will see, Quinn. We will see. These days all the talk seemed to be about Quinn and the cursed faction, and it was rightly so. They had been bombarded with all sorts of different news and with nothing else to do. Of course they would talk about it. For some, it was a big distraction from the current dire situations. Many of those who could fight had nothing better to do but write and surf online, while others were defending and fighting the Dalkey. Then some looked up to Quinn and his actions. Many of them agreed with what he said about them already losing the war. They could feel it. Humans weren't stupid, but it was just a lot of them had refused to believe that such a thing was going to happen to them. In simple words, they were in denial. Human lives are short, and it felt difficult for many people to digest the fact that the whole existence of their species might end in this generation. However, this caused a reaction from the two largest groups because they asked for their opinion on the matter. On the planet which the Greylash group had practically made their home, a meeting was held. The reason they had chosen to settle on the said planet was due to the weather. Usually, the Greylash would travel on their large island-sized ship. Still, they had decided to anchor it on the current planet and for the time being, stay there permanently. It was filled with clouds and would more often than not rain and strike lightning every day. The type of weather others would have hated, making it one of the worst planets to live on. For them though, it was the best for the Greylash family. The best position for them to use their powers and defend from a Dalkey attack. The meeting took place in the Greylash chambers. It was an open area, where the sky above them was visible through a clear glass. All they could see through the glass on a day like this was a cloudy sky. On the surface, where whatever light they had, shone on a round table, and here the top Greylash members were having a meeting. Grimm, Hermes, Owen, and the respective group leaders within the Greylash family were present. They had been talking for a while about other matters, but Owen knew this wasn't the reason he had been called and wanted them to get to the point. The people are asking every day about what our leader thinks of the cursed faction. Hermes reported while standing straight. They all know that you and Quinn have a close relationship. However, they want to know if you support Quinn, his cursed faction, or do you support the V's that he has brought with himself. While the other Greylash group leaders looked to be concerned about what was happening at the moment, Owen did not have any trace of worry and had a calm look on his face. As for Grimm, he was happy to go along with his grandson's decision. Is that really what the people are asking? Owen replied. Aren't, in essence, all of those things linked? I said before, and my answer will be the same. All these people have doubted Quinn in the past, but when has the cursed faction leader done us wrong? I'm sure the concerns that the people have, are the same ones that he has, but he has decided to act like he deemed fit because he believed it was the best course of action. We can't draw a conclusion based on the knowledge we currently have because we don't hold all of the pieces of the puzzle. Speaking rashly would be a silly thing to do, which is what everyone in the world is doing at the moment. The only person that knows all the ins and outs and has the picture of the full puzzle is Quinn. So what the people should be asking is whether or not I trust the V, and for goodness sake, let's just call them vampires. We treat the name like it's a curse if we say it. The question should be, do you trust Quinn? To which my answer is yes. Remember, there is a good chance that I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for him, my grandfather as well for that matter. I'm sure at the time many thought what he was doing was wrong, but he chose to listen to himself, and because of that, the two of us were able to defeat Dalkey and save everyone in this room. So now, I ask all of you a question, and you can ask the same to anyone else who is concerned about this matter. Do you trust me? Do you believe in my decision? Of course, we believe in you, sir. One of the leaders answered straight away. Just how Owen felt indebted to Quinn, nearly all of the Greylash faction now felt indebted to Owen as well. It was just hard for them to digest how much influence Quinn's actions had on everything. I'm telling you, what we should be worried about is how others will act. I can keep an eye on the Greylash faction, but I can't keep my eye on all the others. Similar to how the Greylash faction was having a meeting after a very long time, those on the board had also called for a meeting. The board was the one that was in control of the military. Practically what was left of the government rule, they were the ones who had decided to appoint the Big Four into their position of power, with their wealth and support obtained from the past. They were the 10 most powerful families, not in power but in influence and history. Nearly all these families lived on Earth and chose to stay away from all the fighting that was currently taking place. They decided to meet in one of the most expensive cities, Lotok City. It was a city filled with technology and sky-high buildings, surrounded by a reinforced wall as big as the skyscrapers themselves. On the walls were mechs that had yet even to reach the military's hands, and they were defending this city. In one of the buildings was where 8 old-looking people had decided to meet. The 8 of them sat down in oversized brown chairs with a guard by their side who adorned top-class beast gear. It wasn't at the demon tier level, but the people and the gear were strong enough to deal with anyone they would meet in this city. 2 of the seats were empty, and the old group of people looked towards them. I'm assuming the Green family has refused to come again, one of them said. Of course, have you not heard they are part of the Cursed faction, which is the very same faction that is causing us all these problems? He is just a child in the first place. Another was filled with anger. Yes, but his family did help support all the systems we use today and helped us rise to the position we are currently in. He is one of us and we should respect that fact, but if he doesn't turn up, we will continue without him. Another replied. The doors to the room opened again, and the others were expecting to see a member of the Green family or possibly the last person. That's when a man who seemed to be in his 50s and had a large orange-black beard on his face stepped in the hall. Everyone instantly recognized him and had a smile on their faces, but suddenly they noticed something weird. This person was sweating at the moment and looked quite nervous. People, it seems we have a problem, he said. The guard who was by his side stepped forward into view. He had no top on, and his body was riddled with scars. We have been wanting to talk to all of you for a while. It's a shame that we had to meet this way finally, he smiled. It was Chris. All of those who were part of the board at all times would have someone stand by their side. This was their guard. Sometimes they wouldn't look too obvious as those who were members of the board weren't made public. Only other board members knew of each other. High-ranking officials and the seats knew of them, but to the public, they had no clue there were such powerful families behind the scenes of things. This was why if they were ever to meet with anyone, they would bring along a guard who would stand by their side at all times. These were some of the best travelers that cared about one thing more than anything else, money and power. Although with strong abilities one could rise into a certain position and obtain great wealth, that wealth wasn't enough for some. Those that were truly wealthy were the ones that were able to fill their pockets, creating an advantage out of any type of situation, and those were the members of the board. These guards would often change at times. so it wasn't uncommon for them to see a guard that they couldn't recognize. But everyone in that room knew something was wrong when they saw that guard. They had no idea who this topless person was, who looked to be wearing next to no beast gear and only had a couple of weapons on his back. Yet, they could tell by one of their members' reactions something was wrong. Still not aware of the situation, one of the gentlemen, who looked older than all the others, had decided to act. He had a hunched back, and one of his eyes seemed to be wounded from some fight. He raised his hand, giving a type of signal. In an instant, the guard by his side charged forward and headed for Chris. This traveler had a pair of daggers that started to glow green. His ability was one that was focused on speed, making him one of the fastest travelers in existence. Yet, when he took a few steps, they all saw that suddenly the traveler fell to the floor, and surprisingly the large man did nothing. "I came here to talk to you, but if you really want to fight, then I can do that as well." Chris smiled at them all and allowed the bearded board member to tell them to take a seat. Seeing the smile, they knew it had to be the stranger that had injured the guard. In all of their years of meeting up, they had never had such an incident take place before. Their meetings were held in secret, others didn't even know what the board members looked like, and for the first time an outsider had attended a meeting, and it seemed like a strong one at that. "Don't be afraid. It looks like you guys are going to have a heart attack any second now just looking at me," Chris said. "It would waste a lot of time if any of you were to die. All I want you guys to do is listen to my words." The men looked at each other, some thinking about sending their guards all at once towards the man. But they felt like it was useless. No, they knew it was useless. There was not an ounce of doubt. "Good. I go by the name Agent 1, and I am here today as a representative of Pure," Chris declared. All of their eyes widened as a sudden foreboding feeling overcame them, as if their fate was coming towards an end, and that whoever their successors or family members were would have to attempt to lead the future generation. "We at Pure have a few conditions. We are willing to spare your lives and many of those close to you on Earth. In return, we wish for you to, let's say, do our bidding in the meantime. While you guys are free to live your life as you have been doing, we would just have a few suggestions we would heavily insist on you making." It was clear to them that Pure wanted to take control over the Earth. But in doing so, they didn't wish to announce it to the public. They wanted to be like a puppet master, pulling the strings behind the scene. The older gentleman, with the hunched back, started to laugh. "Do you think we care about death?" The man said. "I have lived a long life. If you were to take me down, my family has hundreds more that can replace us. The board is far more powerful than the people that you see here today. Your threats mean nothing." Hearing this, the other members started to regain their confidence because he was right. Their board was more than just a gore of people. It was everything they had built up, the system behind the system. "He's right. This is ridiculous. We are at war right now and Pure is threatening us. With your so-called power, why don't you help us take care of the Dalki?" Another gentleman shouted. Chris laughed at this comment. "Because we believe that this world is still a world not worth saving," Chris smiled. "Help you fight the Dalki and weaken our power. For what? So the world continues to operate the way it has always been. Do you even have any idea what our goal is? If a group is willing to take you out, then we will happily stand aside. The only thing we didn't foresee was a different problem, but don't get the wrong idea, there's a reason why you are still alive today. We thought it was easier to use you rather than get rid of you, but I guess you have to learn that you are not at the top like you think you are." The old man knew it was a threat, but he looked unafraid. He had clearly been through a lot in life. "Very well, kill me then," the man said. "That was the response I was expecting from someone like you? But don't worry, I won't kill you." Chris shrugged, and placing his hand against his ear, he turned on his earpiece. "Team 6, you're in charge of looking over the Watson family, correct? You may proceed," Chris ordered. Chris didn't have to let the old man hear, but he wanted to, and he could tell there was a change in expression on the old man's face after hearing his family name. "The Watson family, in the East, you guys used to own all the supermarket chains dominating the markets around the entire world. That's how you built up your wealth, but that isn't why you were invited onto the board. It was due to a small invention that your researchers had come up with that is now used among everyone in the world, the food pill. A simple pill would give everyone the nutrients and daily calories it needed. It was a perfect tool for the war scenario we were in and helped lower costs and production in other areas. Because of this, you became one of the most influential families in the world and became part of the board. It was at that moment while Chris was giving his little speech. A phone by the old man's side started to ring. His hands were shaky as he went to pick it up. For some reason, he felt nervous. After listening to the phone call, and the information on the other end, the man dropped it on the floor. He was so shocked. "You, how?" were the only words the man uttered. I'm sure you all will find out what exactly happened to the Watson family soon. And if you don't wish for the same fate to befall on your families, I suggest you follow our proposal. In the first place, we are here to talk about the V. We both want the same thing in this case, so it would be in your best interest to listen. Chris said. Now, the other board members were more inclined to listen. At the moment, it was a weird situation for the Cursed Faction group. Their members were stuck in the middle of a controversy, putting them in an awkward position. Still, most of them believed in their leader Quinn and the other leaders. The leaders had protected them and got them this far, and not once did they blame Quinn or the Cursed Faction members even after Helen's death. Most of the naysayers had already left after they had revealed themselves as vampires. Those who were alive knew how much they had struggled and how powerful the enemy was. However, their strange situation actually came due to Quinn's recent actions regarding the V. The settlement had been moved to the Daisy planet. As of now, there had been no activity on this planet regarding the Dalki. A similar situation was on the other two Cursed Faction planets as well. Still, the Dalki had control of the many beast planets that the Cursed Faction used to own, but before creating a plan to stay in position or try to reclaim these planets, Quinn wanted to solve a few other concerns. The Cursed Faction was currently being led by Sam, while Quinn was busy leading the vampires in the settlement. Still, in truth, Quinn should be in overall control of both. He was currently in the royal room sitting by a desk that looked out of a window on the settlement. It was daytime, so many vampires had decided to stay inside, with a few heading out. The daylight was something that the vampires would have to get used to. At some point, I want the vampire settlement and members of the Cursed Faction to unite. If we are going to use their power and fight together, it would be best for them to know people with whom they will be fighting side by side with. Quinn thought. The question is, how am I meant to do that? If I do things too hastily, it will cause problems, and I'm not really sure how much time we have. Training had already started for the vampires to get used to resisting the temptation of human blood. What Quinn didn't want more than anything was for the vampires to act out on the battlefield. Quinn needed to convince the whole world that the vampires were on their side. But right now it was easy for their image to be ruined, which was why Quinn was taking things slowly. I'm confident in the vampire settlement defending itself if the Dalki attack. But can't I wait here forever? Quinn thought. I have the other half of the dragon the Dalki want, and as long as I have it, at some point soon, they will need to come for me. As Quinn was thinking about ways to slowly introduce the vampires into the members of the Cursed Faction, there was a sudden knock on the room's door. Come in, Quinn responded. To his surprise, of all the people that he was expecting to enter, it was Ashley, the current leader of the vampire soldiers. Your Majesty, I wanted to speak to you about a few things. Do you have the time to spare? Ashley requested. Please, don't call me Your Majesty. Quinn offered a seat to the soldier, who was even older than himself. In the past, Quinn may not received such a high amount of respect from the person in front of him, but recent events had led to Quinn turning the tables. I have enough of that from the vampires. Besides, you're older than me and you were close to Paul. Feel free to speak your mind. Ashley looked a bit hesitant before asking, which made Quinn wonder if the request would be a hard one. Still, thankfully Quinn's current calm appearance had settled Ashley a little bit. Since your return, the soldiers have gotten a bit anxious. Ashley started to explain. It has been a long time since we have been away from our families after we first came to the vampire settlement. They wish to know of their families' whereabouts, their conditions, and lastly, they want to know if they can meet them again. Paul said that he had made a request. and that you were looking for ways to turn us back into humans. It was true it had been around 2 years since the soldiers had last seen their families. And interestingly, they had come to Quinn at this moment. Perhaps this was a way that he could slowly introduce vampires from the settlement into the world. "I will grant your request," Quinn said. "I think it would be good for you to see your family, but I believe there is a risk if we send you guys out at the moment. I'll contact Satch. Nearly most of your family members are with the Earthborn group, and I think it might be good to send one of the family leaders along with you as well. Maybe this could be the icebreaker that the world needs to see. As for your other request, I promise I will continue to look into it. As you know, things have been a little. I understand your dash." Before Ashley could finish what he was about to say, Quinn gave him a look, telling him not to say the next set of words from his mouth. "Yes, Quinn. Honestly, if you said no, we would understand, but for some of the soldiers it has been a really hard time, and of course we know the turning process is hard, or might not even be possible. After all, if it were, you would have been turned back yourself by now, right?" Ashley smiled. Hearing these words, Quinn's face remained the same, and he stared off into space for a few seconds. "Quinn," Ashley called after waiting a few minutes. "Sorry, you may leave. I will talk to a few people. You can tell your group the good news." Quinn replied, but Ashley could still tell something was off. But he didn't pry further and left Quinn with his own thoughts. "If I do find a way for vampires to turn back to a human, will I change myself back?" Quinn used to think about this a lot, but lately he wasn't sure. Was living the life of a vampire wrong? When getting the vampire system initially, there were all sorts of downsides, but as Quinn grew stronger, he had gotten rid of most of the negative side effects of being a vampire. He no longer lusted too much for blood. With the ring, he could stay in the sunlight for as long as he wanted, and he was even more productive due to not needing as much sleep as a human. To give up all of this, was there any reason for him to? A little while later, Quinn decided to call on 2 people working together more closely than they ever had done before: Vincent and Logan. Since Logan had obtained all the knowledge of Richard Eno, he and Vincent operated closely on projects and shared information. More teleporters had been set up in the vampire settlement, allowing travel between the cursed ship and the vampire settlement, but for now, unless Sam allowed it, only a few were allowed to travel between. Logan still had to use the spray while here to make others think he was a vampire. Although this was fine for a temporary solution, it wasn't like they could give all these to the cursed faction members. A spray bottle and expect them to spray themselves every 3 hours without fail. According to Fex, such a thing went horribly wrong for them before. Quinn had called the 2 of them because he had to ask them several things, and one of them was Paul's request. Since Paul's death, Quinn had been thinking more about it lately, wondering if he had completed the request before, sent the humans back, including Paul, perhaps the latter would have lived, or at least got to spend some time with his daughter, which was impossible to do now. The 3 of them sat down. There were plenty of fancy chairs in Quinn's royal room and a lot of space as well. It was actually uncomfortable for Quinn. At the end of the day, he will still return to the 10th castle since that felt better, and truthfully he was missing his small room on the cursed ship, where he would usually stay. Still, Sam said it was a bad time for him to return at the moment, and Quinn knew that as well. "I'm sorry, Quinn," Vincent said. "We tried to combine our knowledge, and we don't have a definite answer for you but only possibilities. Although I was able to do it for myself, that was due to my ability, and it came with a huge sacrifice." "I understand," Quinn said. "Feel free to tell me these possibilities." "Before we explain," Vincent said with a great look of concern on his face, "there is a good chance that if you wish to get rid of any of the vampires, that the solution might also get rid of them all. I don't mean in terms of killing them, but I believe there is a chance that all of the vampires would be turned back to being human." Vincent's answer came as a big surprise to Quinn. In the first place, the vampire lord had a theory about how to turn a vampire back to a human, only he wasn't quite sure if he could do it himself. One of the possible ways Quinn had theorized was by using a combination of the 2nd and 3rd stage of Qi he had recently learned. He got the idea from the time when the infection had nearly spread to Chris, Quinn's Qi teacher, before he had found out that he was actually a high-ranking member of Pure. However, rather than becoming infected and transforming into a vampire, like what had happened to Leo, instead Chris had been able to isolate and then remove the infection from his body. Now that the vampire lord was more proficient in chi usage, he realized that the pure agent must have used a combination between the second stage and third stage to do this. At the time, Chris had even expressed that perhaps there might be a way for him to completely remove this energy from Quinn. However, without testing it out, it was uncertain whether this would work and if it did what consequences such an action might have. One of the major biological differences between humans and vampires was that the latter group eventually formed something known as a blood crystal. This crystal was what created the red-like aura energy around a vampire's body. Although removing the red energy could weaken them, Quinn suspected that as long as the blood crystal remained inside the body, the red energy would eventually return, similarly to how a body would replenish blood even if some of it got drained. One of the possible risks that had prevented him from experimenting on this hypothesis was that removing all the energy inside a vampire might potentially kill it. What if the crystal was something so vitally important to a vampire like their heart or brain? Or similar to beasts, even they couldn't live without their crystals. Even if he had been willing to try it out, the third stage of chi was something Quinn had only recently come to control, so he wasn't the best at it yet. The Vampire King would much rather have someone like Leo perform this, since his ability would help him in using the energy. Of course, asking his vampire knight to experiment on something like that would just burden the blind swordsman's conscience if things were to go wrong. Nevertheless, Quinn did intend to test it out eventually, though he would do so by either creating a vampire clone, or more preferably if they could capture one of the masked. It would be a perfect opportunity for him to. Still, due to the risks, he was looking for another option that could very well be the only option at the moment. I don't quite understand, Quinn honestly replied. How would the solution turn all of the vampires back? Wouldn't it be a case-by-case thing? Both Logan and Vincent looked at each other. It was clear the two of them had been talking a lot. But the real reason why they looked at each other was to figure out who was the best person to explain things to Quinn. Well, we did a few tests, and with the knowledge that Richard left behind, there are still elements that are beyond our control. Logan started to explain. I'll try to put it in simpler terms. Contrary to what we thought, becoming a vampire has less to do with a human catching some type of disease or infection. It's actually more like some magic curse. Over the years, Richard had done a lot of experiments with vampires. I have them all on file, and it's what allowed me and Vincent to narrow down the likely possibilities. However, no matter what Richard had tried, he had never been able to get completely rid of the cause of what was turning those into vampires. The only thing that seemed to have worked somewhat were abilities, one being Vincent's ability, and the other being the second family's ability. In the latter case, it only seemed to work within a certain time frame. Not just that, but the ability user had to be extremely powerful. If they were to use their ability to just rewind the cells in the body that had just changed, if they didn't rewind every aspect of the change in the body, then the body would just start to change back, filling up the foreign energy. Due to the properties of the red aura energy and looking into vampires' history, the most likely answer is magic, or a power from a god. Vincent chimed in. Logan told me how vampires originally came to be, and we met Bliss before, so we know that gods actually exist, even if they seem to differ from common conception. However, there seems to be another plane, separate to the one we are currently on. Almost like another universe. Vincent started to explain, and one could see the sparkle in his eyes. He was excited. According to some, it is the place where souls go after they're dead. And in this place there are many gods that feed on these dead souls. While there are also other gods, who seem to feed off the energy of living souls. One of them recorded down is the goddess known as Bliss. Hearing this made Quinn hate Bliss even more. It turned out that she wasn't exactly doing things just because she wanted to save human lives. If what Vincent said was true, people being born in a way were feeding her. I was trying to put together what Laxmus said that day. He was an original, and he was also one of the ones originally turned when Richard opened the portal to this other universe. I believe that the reason why Laxmus looked different and was stronger than others was because a god had granted him more powers, expecting him to do his bidding by sending more of the dead souls to this other place. In the past, these types of gods have given humans and creatures power, hoping that they could send more sacrifices to their lands. Granting Richard and the others this infectious power seems to have come from him, knowing he possibly was going to create this mess. Since this power originated from him, there is one assumption we can make. If you were to kill the god that started all of this, then his power would also fade in all of the vampires out there today. That appears to be the most promising solution we can offer you, although it's not guaranteed and we have no proof. Quinn sat there for a while. Whenever things started to get into God talk and souls, it started to hurt his head a little. The world was already a strange place with space travel, beasts and vampires. To top it off, his ancestor was apparently some dragon. Assuming you're right, how would we even go about it? I mean, how do we even get to this other plane? Quinn asked, not that he thought it would be something he would be doing anytime soon. They needed the vampire's powers, and the last thing he needed was everyone losing their powers. Still, it was a worrying thought that perhaps there was a god planning to use them in some way to kill everyone, just a small worry of the many Quinn already had. That's the problem, we currently have no idea. It seems like Richard had kept that information hidden. It's not available. I can only guess that he didn't want anyone committing the same mistake he did. After all, if we were to open another link, it might lead to the creation of more originals, if not something even worse. Logan replied. Still, there seems to be one person out there that would know how to go about it. Someone that worked close to Richard, Bliss. Although finding her might prove to be a problem on its own. Quinn couldn't agree more, but then thinking about it, he thought that maybe there was another person who was far easier to find and more willing to help them. Someone who should have information about Bliss, the gods, and probably other things. How would I speak to him, though? Is there really a way? Quinn started to think. Wait, what about the system? Vincent was in the system before, and Ray's consciousness from the tablet is still inside. Could there perhaps be a way for Shiro to move him from the tablet over to my system? Maybe then I can freely speak to him. As long as the tablet stays intact, the world should still retain all abilities. I want to test something, Quinn said with a smile. It was a little strange for Quinn to no longer have Vincent in his head. He would often talk to the latter and ask him for guidance on things. With what Quinn had to go through, it was always good for him to get a second opinion from someone else, and he would hate to say it, but he kind of missed it. After explaining what he was planning to do, the others thought Quinn was a little crazy for wanting to go through that again. After all, his interactions with the ancient spirit inside the tablet had been minimal. Maybe Vincent was a calm and quiet person, but what about this Ray figure? Either way, Quinn believed it was necessary to talk to him for a few reasons, for instance, the worry of Laxmus, his powers, and Bliss. Also, he had a promise to keep to Paul's men, and he would do well to keep it. It was the least he could do after Paul had sacrificed his life. Worst case, if things don't work out or this person is annoying, I can get Shiro to just transfer him over to the tablet. Soon a call was made for Shiro to use the teleporter and head to the vampire settlement. The one who would be meeting him was Logan, since the latter was the only one who could create the special potion to disguise others' smells. After some time, Quinn decided to walk a little around the settlement. The main reason for this was, he wanted to see how the vampires were dealing with things. He had a recognizable face, so Quinn wore a mask that would cover the bottom half of his face while he walked around. At the moment, it was nighttime on the Daisy planet, and the vampires mainly were outside. He had noticed a change in the vampires' regular actions. Before, it felt like a city that would be alive and vibrant 24 hours of the day, but now they are living more like humans, staying in during the day and coming out at night, despite the rings that had been given to them. I guess this planet is sunnier than the others. It has a good environment for the plants to grow. Quinn mused. At least it wasn't the desert planet, where the sunlight can go on for several days. This planet has a similar day cycle to Earth. While strolling around, Quinn found out that most of the vampires were fine with their situation. They didn't have many complaints, but it was perhaps due to them not having to do anything yet. The vampires had made themselves comfortable here because, to them, this settlement was their home. Neither had they been told to fight nor were they disturbed by the humans. While trying to help the humans, I'll be disrupting the vampires' lifestyle, Quinn thought while looking at everyone. Still, what else could he do? They had to stop the Dalki now. Suddenly, a thought dawned upon him. The Dalki should know the weakness of the vampires. If they time their attack, they could attack during the day. If that were to happen, most of the vampire rings would only last 2 to 4 hours. If they know about the rings, they could even target the vampire rings. I'll have to think of something fast if they are going to move that quickly. While walking around, Quinn was looking for something else, perhaps a spot where he could place the giant tablet. Behind the royal castle, Quinn thought of adjusting it slightly so there was a large space like a type of garden. The tablet was far too big to be hidden away or stored in a room. In fact, it was almost the size of the castle. I can't keep it in my shadow forever. There is a chance that I could even die, especially if I'm going to be fighting more often. If that were to happen, won't all the items in my dimensional space just appear? If they destroy the tablet, then its abilities would also stop working, right? That's what Ray said. Thinking about this, Quinn chuckled to himself a bit. In a way, he had Pierce answers to solve their problem with him, and he also had the dragon which the Dalki wanted. Then he also had the absolute blood control the vampires wouldn't want to give up. 3 things that 3 different groups wanted were all in his possession. After thinking about it a lot and having no better place to put the tablet, Quinn opened up his system and slightly altered the settlement. The settlement would rumble whenever he did this, and the vampires would know their king was up to something. However, as it quickly died down, so did their excitement. For them, they hadn't seen anything new being built. Quickly moving to the large one, the space was a bit plain. The ground was filled with dark soil, and there was no grass like the rest of the planet. I think this would also be a good place for Helen. I'll be sure to fill it with a field of flowers for her. Before Quinn was to place the tablet down, he hesitated for a second. Can I trust the vampires? If they were to find out what this was. After I have left this place, what happens if this was destroyed? Quinn had to think about what was more likely to happen in the end. Would he fall to the Dalki or some external force, or would the settlement fall and change hands? Perhaps I could make up something to stop the vampires from attacking this. Quinn smiled and placed his hand on the ground. Shadow rose from above, and out in the sky, a large tablet appeared. All the vampires turned around pointing, as they looked at what was taking place. For a second, some of them were afraid. They hadn't had the best experience when seeing shadows in the past. When they saw what it was though, their hearts settled, and soon, they could see the whole tablet in the sky and Quinn also next to it. I need to make sure this is deep in the ground, Quinn claimed as he fell through his own shadow portal, and with both his hands and his incredible strength, he pushed himself forward, trying his best to push the giant stone tablet into the ground. 1 foot, 2 feet. Several feet later, Quinn felt satisfied now that the whole tablet was left sturdy in place, and just in time it looked like Shiro, Vincent, and Logan had arrived. All of them stood in front of the tablet. All of those who somewhat knew about the system. Some people knew a lot about Quinn, but hardly any of those knew about the system he had with him. I'm not sure this will work this time, Shiro said, a little shaky. But I'll give it my best. Of course, the only thing we can do is try. Quinn smiled back. A few minutes before others had arrived, Quinn tried to communicate with the tablet as he had done in the past. But there was no luck, which meant this was most likely the only way. Who knows? Maybe I can finally complete that other quest as well. Quinn thought as he closed his eyes and held onto Shiro's hand, something he had done a few times already. Shiro then walked slowly up to the tablet, step by step, and finally placed his hand on it. Both Logan and Vincent stood by the sides. Even they were nervous about what would happen. Although Shiro didn't want to say it, he believed that as long as he could find the consciousness in the tablet, there was a good chance he could move it into the system. Inside Quinn's head there were almost 2 spaces, and that was where he had found Vincent before. A few seconds later the tablet started to light up. Since it was the middle of the night, it was impossible for the other leaders and the vampires not to notice the scene. It looked magical, but some of the leaders worried, what on earth was Quinn doing now? The tablet's light started to fade, and Shiro had a big smile on his face. Did it work? Quinn wondered. What the fuck is going on? A loud voice rang through his head. Where the hell am I? What did you do? You idiot. It looked like the job was done. But now, Quinn had a few things to explain. The transfer had been a success, and once again, Quinn had a voice in his head. Only this time it was vastly different from the one before. For one, while Vincent had remained mostly silent, Ray seemed to be quite talkative. "Can't you be calm for a second?" Quinn muttered, holding his head and covering his ears, even though he knew this wouldn't be any help in this situation. The other two by the side watched Quinn's strange actions and smiled because they realized that it had been a success. In fact, one could even see Vincent chuckling a bit. "Well, I remember there were times when you thought I was annoying, but it seems like you have your own problems now," Vincent thought. "You never realize what you have until it's missing." Quinn was still wiggling his head about, and he was finding it hard to focus. He was even somewhat regretting his earlier decision. If something like this were to occur during a fight, it would be troublesome. "Just quit it. Otherwise, I'll put you back in the tablet," Quinn almost shouted. At that moment, 3 leaders had seemingly appeared out of nowhere: Mukka, Jean, and Sunny. They had great concern about what was going on at the royal castle and were afraid that an attack had transpired. "Your Majesty, do you need help?" Mukka asked. "Has something infected your mind? Is it Laxmus? Perhaps he left something that infected our king?" Jean guessed. "If that's the case, we have to save him," Sunny shouted. The 3 looked like they were about to act, but Vincent stepped in front of the 3 with his hands spread out before they could. "I assure you the king is fine. Please, there is nothing to worry about. If he needs you, Quinn would definitely summon you." The others looked at Quinn, who was currently rubbing his head. They weren't so convinced, and in the first place they didn't exactly trust Vincent as much as Quinn did. This person was a leader who had suddenly turned on the whole settlement and appeared to be loyal at the time. They figured that if something came up, that perhaps he might do the same again. Noticing their presence, Quinn gave them the thumbs up, indicating them not to worry about the situation. Although this didn't settle their worries, they were reassured that Quinn had the power to summon them whenever needed, and eventually, they decided to leave. Heading back into the castle, away from the eyes of the others, Quinn had eventually told Ray everything that had occurred, and most importantly, why they had decided to bring Ray into the system in the first place. The annoying thing was that Quinn had to relay everything Ray was saying to the others, since they could not hear the latter through the system. "Ugh. Pathetic. You don't even know how to use telepathy. What kind of ancestor are you?" Ray asked. "Look, times have changed. I don't know if it's because of the tablet or what was set up, but we are only able to carry one ability. I know you said in your time you had multiple abilities, but that's just not possible in today's day and age." Quinn responded in annoyance. Talking to someone who hadn't been alive for perhaps 1,000 years was tiring, and of course, Ray would have non-stop questions about everything. Eventually, Ray caught up on everything that had happened so far in the world. Logan had even explained how Richard was, in fact, Lenny, which Ray found a bit strange because he actually knew Lenny during his time, but when he saw him on the Blade Island, the latter didn't look the same. According to their information, as Lenny evolved as a vampire, his appearance continued to change, which was why Ray could not recognize him. "It was a risky thing you did. Who knows if removing me from the tablet would have disrupted the abilities you currently have. Although it seems like my powers have been left in the tablet. I can tell even though I am here in this." Of all things a system, Ray was finding the situation a difficult one, especially for him. "So you are curious about these gods and the other side, huh? Well, I will be honest with you, such things never fascinated me, and they were quite fearful of someone like me during my time. The gods that I have encountered varied in strength with what they could do and couldn't do. If they take a human form or reside in a human, it is almost impossible to tell who is one or not. However, your plan does have a chance of succeeding. If that doesn't work, then I would say another way is that you could even possibly force the god to remove his power from them. If he was able to give this Laxmus power as you claim, then surely he could take it away without the need to kill him. However, I warn you of one thing. Bliss told me once that gods can never die. Perhaps killing him will make him lose his power temporarily, and they go into a cycle of reincarnation. The time until they are born could vary, but eventually they will come back again. And how do you think that God would feel once he returned?" As Ray said everything, Quinn relayed it to the others, while Vincent and Logan seemed to be jotting it down in their heads. We have learned a little bit more about the gods, but we still have one problem. How do we go to the other side? Logan asked. The answer to that would be bliss, Ray replied. However, after what you told me about Laxmus and the crystal, I would avoid her. I don't know what her real agenda is. Neither am I sure if she is on your side or not. What do you mean? Quinn asked. Of course, she might have been annoying, but surely she was on their side and wanted to save the humans. Because I was the one that gave that shadow crystal to her. Ray replied. That shadow crystal was from my time. Before I decided to pass on, I had given that crystal to her. I knew it held great power, and I thought there was something that she could do with it. Now tell me, how did Laxmus end up getting that power in the first place? I can only guess that it was due to her, and then the crystal returned and was in the hands of your old vampire king? She is the only person alive that would know what power that crystal held. So it could be only her, which raises the question. Why had she done such a thing? Thinking about what Ray had said, with Bliss having the power to see the future. Did she know that it would return in Laxmus's hands? If that was the case, then maybe she was also trying to help the other gods. Now Quinn didn't know who to trust. Just trust yourself, Ray said. That is how I lived, and I believe that is how you should live as well. So, what do you plan to do? Vincent asked. Do you plan to put Ray back into the tablet? It doesn't seem to have disturbed your system. I think I'll leave this on you. You already did your part. So do you wish to rest back in the tablet? Quinn asked. It didn't take long for Ray to respond. No, take me with you. I did so much to save this place, and it is in danger once again. I wish to see the outcome of it all. Besides, I think there might be a way I can help you. They had made the decision, and once again, Quinn had one more helper that would be in his system, but he was wondering just what Ray could provide him that Vincent could not. Time slowly passed by, and Quinn had gotten the okay from Satch to send over the vampire soldiers to see their family members. He also made the suggestion for it to be filmed. This way, the public could slowly get used to this, as they will slowly introduce more vampires into the world ecosystem, but it did come with a warning. The board had called for a meeting with Satch, and they wanted to discuss something with him promptly. He didn't know the details, but would update Quinn as soon as possible. It looks like the Dalki are still waiting for something. I imagined they might have acted by now. Well, if they won't act, then we will just have to act ourselves sooner. Quinn thought as he looked at the number of subclasses they had at their disposal. Perhaps one of the leaders could be sent with these, rather than the vampires to take over one of the Dalki planets. The only problem was that upon poking the sleeping beasts, it might cause a great reaction. The training between the vampires continued, and Quinn had to plan his next move when a small ship could be seen returning to the vampire settlement. It landed at the royal castle since it had permission. It had decided to land in the garden, especially since this was one of Quinn's most treasured guests. As the ramp settled on the ground, the person came out, and upon exiting, his wings started to flap. I thought I would never come back to this place. Well, I guess technically it's a new place. Alex smiled. They had finally developed the blood gauntlet, and Alex was here to deliver it to Quinn personally. A while ago Vincent had made the suggestion that Quinn should make a blood gauntlet. For one, blood weapons were in some cases just as strong or even stronger than beast weapons depending on the grade of crystal they were created with. Although they did have one downside. For them to use their full potential they needed to be activated with blood. However, as long as it was fresh it worked with all kinds of blood, and Dalki blood in particular also gave them an extra boost. Since Quinn would be fighting against the Dalki, it seemed to be the perfect type of weapon that could be used as a replacement for his old gauntlet that he had to give up due to his system's penalty. His left hand had felt quite bare for a while now. At the same time, this wouldn't be a weapon created from just an ordinary blood crystal, but from none other than Jim Eno, the creator of Dalki. I don't know why, but the thought of having a weapon made from Jim Eno, the person who caused all this mess and killing those Dalki with them, pleases me in some way. Quinn thought, as he headed outside to meet up with the two. That sounds quite dark. But I like it, Ray commented. Gah. After having just got Vincent out of his head, Quinn had to remind himself to suppress his thoughts a bit more. Otherwise a certain someone would be able to hear him. Even then there was one thing that he couldn't get used to, and that was Ray's laugh. Who laughs like that? Ga? Ga? Quinn wondered, yet he got no answer this time. Regardless, he had come outside to meet someone and the Vampire King could see that Alex had already arrived, though it was via ship rather than over the teleporter. Not only that, but the people that had come with him seemed to be soldiers, who were too afraid to leave the ship. "Don't mind them," Alex said as he greeted Quinn. "They're just afraid of this place, but I can't really blame them since they're from the Earthborn group. Anyway, look at you, I saw the broadcast about you becoming king and everything. Do I need to start calling you Your Majesty as well now?" Alex started to pat his back a few times, and then wondered if that was really okay, or if he had committed some type of grave offense. He had to remember that his very existence was taboo to the vampires, but he was sure that Quinn wouldn't enforce that rule. Right? Alex gulped for a second. Although the two weren't perhaps as close as others with Quinn, Alex still saw the cursed faction leader as someone who had changed his life in more ways than one, and when the two of them spoke they had no filter with each other. Alex had only been away for a while because he had been helping out Andrew, who had been tasked with helping the Earthborn group create some weapons, but he was finally back in his rightful place, by Quinn's side making him the best weapons possible. "Yeah. I guess a lot did happen," Quinn replied, as he looked behind him and onto the ship. The vampire could feel it almost instantly, and it was the first time he could ever sense a blood weapon before he had touched it. "I see you're just as excited as I am. Well, I have a nice surprise for you." Alex's wings quickly flapped about, lifting him into the air. He whizzed straight back to the ship, and had brought back what was clearly a gauntlet placed underneath a cloth. This time there was only one weapon. Adrian Quinn wondered why there was any need to bother with the cloth trick he usually would do, because he already knew what it was. While watching Alez return with ease, stopping quickly and landing, Quinn could see that it was clear that not once had Alex stopped practice with his wings, making him a lot better at flying. The Blood Fairy seemed to be faster and more agile than any of the wing transformations Quinn had ever seen before. Watching him like this, Quinn mused that if Alex ever decided to become a fighter instead of a forger, he probably would be able to launch devastating aerial attacks. However, that would be truly a waste of his talents. Once again, Alex carefully lifted the cloth, pulling it quickly off in one smooth motion, revealing the single gauntlet underneath. It wasn't a pair like it would be before, which made Quinn believe that perhaps it could even be stronger. "This is probably one of the best-looking gauntlets I have ever created. Took some time, but that was mainly because the blood crystal you gave me was far denser compared to the others. There was so much energy overflowing, and I wanted to use it properly," Alex explained while Quinn stared at all its details. Usually, the blood weapons tended to be red in color, or if Alex added his fairy blood to the mix it would be red as well. Something Quinn had requested to be done with every single weapon Alex made. Strangely, this weapon was mainly black in color instead. The hand placement was so fine and looked light and thin. If Quinn were to wear it, it would be hard to tell that it was a weapon and not a glove. Then the rest of the gauntlet design was interesting to say the least. From the wrist, there were two overlapping spiraling parts. It looked like two snakes or dragons intertwining as it moved up the forearm part, and then towards the elbow it would split off, bending inward looking like two giant ram horns. Where the gauntlet split slightly on the forearm, there was a strange red glow to it, and even now a strange red mist could be seen coming from it. "The red mist appeared after I dropped a few drops of human blood on it," Alex explained, seeing Quinn trying to run his fingers through it. "But it did nothing. I was trying to test out what it could do, of course. I know some of the blood weapons had active skills, similar to that of the beast weapons. This one is a little strange, but I think you will be able to put it to good use. When touching a human, and I guess a Dalki, it can actually drain the blood from them. There is no need to pour blood from the weapon itself or stab someone with it, and I also noticed that it feels like you can take the energy that is drained by adding it to yourself. Your skills, use your blood energy. I guess you could see this gauntlet as a reserve of some type. You could carry on using your blood skills without having to stress yourself." Alex continued to explain happily, only to realize that Quinn's face showed a disappointed look. This was because the active or passive skill on the gauntlet didn't sound so great when he had a blood armor set that acted as an unlimited supply of blood to use whenever he wished. If all it could do was store blood, then it was no better than his blood bank, which was also not needed when he had the blood armor on him. However, Quinn tried to put on a smile. He knew Alex had worked hard on this. How could the forger have ever predicted that someone had created something to that effect and his leader had come into its possession? "Thank you, Alex," Quinn said, deciding to try on the gauntlet anyway. After all, at least it looked cool and would surely give him additional stats when powered and when not. "That is quite cool looking," Ray said. "Still, when I was around I had my own dragon armor that was far more impressive than that. I wonder if it's still around, or what has happened to it. Where did I even put it?" "Dragon armor?" Quinn questioned. It was a weird name. The only beast he had seen that looked like a dragon was the demon tier beast, and wondered why it would be called that. "Yes, it was the armor I used. I can guarantee that if you were to find it, you would have no problem dealing with any of them. Even a demon tier beast could be slayed with a single swing of my dragon sword." It was then that Quinn couldn't help but laugh. Despite his current strength, he would never even dream of killing a demon tier beast that easily. To him, it just seemed that his ancestor was a big liar who was trying to impress his descendant. Even if he wasn't lying, he seemed to exaggerate a whole lot. Regardless, Quinn placed the gauntlet on himself, not expecting much, and used his inspect skill. How is this possible? This isn't what Alex said at all. Can this gauntlet really do this? Well, I can't blame him for not realizing it. "Alex, you seem to have crafted something even greater than the demon tier amulet." Active skill. Equivalent upgrade. E. When using his inspect skill, a clear picture of what the blood gauntlet could actually do was revealed. It made Quinn wonder why Alex hadn't discovered its effects from his little test. But that's when Quinn could see in detail the exact reason why, and it was all in the description of the active skill itself. Passive skill. Blood drain. Whenever the gauntlet comes into contact with blood that is accepted by the gauntlet, it will begin to drain the opponent's blood, storing it in the gauntlet. The user may use the stored blood as he wishes. March 10th, 000. The first part was exactly as Alex had described. A nice thing to have, depending on the amount of blood that could be stored, it would allow Quinn to use blood skills with no worry. The number underneath seemed to be the stored blood amount, but Quinn wasn't sure how much blood was equal to points to fit up the gauntlet. Still, with the king's blood armor, it seemed like a useless skill. That was until he read the second part of the gauntlet's abilities. Active skill. Equivalent upgrade. This skill can only be activated once the gauntlet's blood storage has been filled to its maximum. In exchange for the giantlet's blood, the user is able to upgrade one piece of equipment up to the next tier. This is able to work on armor, blood weapons, and beast weapons. Attention! After every usage, the required blood amount will increase. Out of all the things Quinn had gotten before, this seems to be one of the best items. In the past, he had received an upgrade crystal, which had allowed him to upgrade an item up one rank. However, there had still been a limit, so the best he had been able to do was to increase an Emperor tier item into a Demigod tier 1. On the other hand, the inspect skill didn't state that the blood gauntlet had any such limits at all. I could upgrade my other gauntlet to the demon tier, the unbreakable sword, and even blood weapons. There would be no need to hunt for demon tier beasts. Quinn thought excitedly. However, before he got too excited, he started to wonder what possible downsides this might have. The first thing that came to mind was that an upgraded weapon might not be as powerful as an officially demon tier made weapon. His reason for thinking this was due to the unique active skills that demon tier weapons seemed to possess. They tended to mimic the beasts they came from, and weaker beasts didn't usually have strong or special abilities, so perhaps the equivalent upgrade would just manifest itself in the form of a boost to the overall stats or power. Of course, every little bit counted, and he already knew what armor set would make for a perfect testing target. But why 3? What could the 3 out of 10,000 mean? Quinn wondered. Alex, say, how much blood did you try to put into the gauntlet? And how much did you drain when you tried to use it? Quinn asked the forger. I actually performed a few different tests. Alex happily answered. So first I just used blood we had in storage on the weapon. If placed on the surface of the gauntlet it will absorb it, but even after I emptied the whole bag it didn't seem to have done anything special, so I could only assume it was stored in the gauntlet. It's actually quite shocking seeing that the other blood weapons that I forged activated with far less. Well, I thought it might be a bit more special seeing as it was clearly a tier above the rest. As such, I asked around for a couple of volunteers. After touching them with the gauntlet, they both reported a tingling feeling that was making them quite uncomfortable. I became a little worried what would happen if I continued, so I stopped after testing it on the two. Unfortunately, I never found out another effect after that. Listening to Alex, Quinn thought he had figured out what it was. It was similar to how he gained stats. To summarize, you used the blood of 3 different types of people. Correct? Quinn wanted to make sure, and the blood fairy nodded in confirmation. Although blood could be stored in the gauntlet and used as a power source, the number to use the active skill was different. Which meant to use the active skill of the blood gauntlet he would have to gather the blood of 10,000 different people, and this would increase each time he used the active skill. Well, there goes my idea of using the King's Blood Amor to make up all of the blood to use the equivalent upgrade skill. I guess it would have been asking for too much if things would really be that easy. Should I just ask for another blood donation? There are more than 10,000 people in the cursed faction. There should be over 100,000 on all of the planets, and we should probably have more than 10,000 in storage. If I want to upgrade something first, it will be the gauntlet. Alex, you have created something truly amazing. Thank you. I don't even think you know what you have created. Quinn praised him with a smile. Of course, this made the blood fairy curious, and so the vampire lord explained what he had learned about the blood gauntlet. After much discussion, even Alex couldn't believe it. This item bypassed all the rules of a forger. It would just upgrade the weapon there, and then, it was similar to an ability than anything else. Speaking, Alex had a condition for helping him create such a weapon. When he used the skill, he would love to watch how it would work. The only thing the two could think of was who the crystal had come from. Due to it coming from Jim, it must have had some type of influence on the blood weapon. It looks like I'll need to contact Sam and get some work done. What about the other things I asked for? Quinn asked. Well, that's why I came here. I thought maybe I could talk to some of the leaders to get something more personal for them. Honestly, that blood gauntlet took a long time. Knowing how great it actually is makes all those hours I spent on it truly worth it though. Quinn thought it wasn't such a bad idea, and decided that it should be fine for Alex to meet with the leaders, as long as one of the royal knights were there. They already knew he did things differently, and they wouldn't dare harm Alex just because he was a blood fairy. Just as Quinn was about to make a call though, he could tell that his own mask was vibrating. It was a bit strange that he still used a mask to talk to others rather than a standard receiver or earpiece, but he was just used to it by now, and placed it on his face. Satch, I wasn't expecting you to call me so soon. Quinn greeted the other. Neither did I, Satch replied in a quite serious tone. Thinking back to what he had said not too long ago, Quinn would guess that this possibly had something to do with the board. It's about the board. They want me to invite you to something, Satch nervously said. At the same time, on one of the Greylash planets they had received a request for a ship from the Earthborn group to land. Naturally, Owen had granted it permission. It was only one ship, and they needed to work together. He was also curious to find out what could be so urgent at a time like this that it had to be discussed in person, when all groups were busy dealing with the Dalki. When the ship landed, one of the old head generals, and now only a general, could be seen coming off from the ship. It was quite the high-ranking personnel in the Earthborn group which came as a supers, and even the 5 around him were colonels who had their own squads. Being escorted, they eventually reached down, and the general gave a polite sublette, before handing him an official letter with a seal. All this way to personally deliver a letter? Are we still living in the past? I feel like this could have just been a call, Owen stated with an awkward smile. This is for your eyes only, sir, the general replied. We couldn't risk such a thing getting out there, especially in case the Dalki might be able to listen in on us. Owen accepted the letter, and could see a seal on the top. A seal he hadn't seen in a long time. Grim, who was by his side, also remembered it well, because it was a seal that he had seen when the Greylash family had been asked to become one of the Big Four and be a part of the leaders' table. So they have chosen to get involved. They are ridiculous. Grimm complained out loud, looking at the general who seemed to be quite nervous. Grimm turned his head as if he didn't care about the matter while his grandson opened it to read its contents. Oh, an invitation, and I can already guess who else got one of these. Well, this certainly is interesting, very interesting indeed. Owen smiled. The Earthborn members were busy, particularly the generals, but they weren't busy fighting against the Dalki or preparing their next move, like others such as Satch and Samantha were. Instead, they were busy dealing with the special letters. Each of these letters had a seal on them. Particular members of the Earthborn group that occupied the voting seats knew what the seal was. However, some who received this letter in particular knew nothing about it all. The seal which belonged to the board. But this didn't lead them to misunderstand the seriousness of the matter because high-ranking generals and colonels were the ones delivering the invitation. They thought someone as high up as the Supreme Commander had to be behind these letters. Many had received invitations, all hand-delivered letters. No matter where they were, the letters reached them without any hiccups. As for those that were invited, there seemed to be a general pattern behind it. First were the powerful members of the Earthborn group, Satch, Samantha, and a few of the generals who were handing out the letters themselves. Then some of the letters were handed to travelers on Earth. Names that didn't stand out in the world. They were known as the unranked. These were a group of people that didn't join any guild and decided to become solo travelers. It was because of this that their reputation didn't reach great heights like the factions. Of course, they would never dare to start a fight with a faction that had so much backing and many powerful people, but there were rumors that some of these unranked travelers could be just as strong as the Big Four. At the same time, Mona was on one of the Earthborn planets. It wasn't the one that Satch and Samantha were based at. She was on a planet named Linen that had a rocky surface, making it hard to smooth out certain areas. Still, it also was ideal for setting up traps for the Dalki, which was why the Earthborn group had decided to keep this planet compared to the others. The sky was a mix of violet and orange, while at night, it would shine a beautiful indigo color. The days were short here, half the length of that on Earth, and the surface was cold. The shelter situated here was different from the others. While a shelter would normally be one base where multiple people lived, this one instead was split into 5 parts. Constantly ships would be used to travel to each section, or in case of emergencies, tunnels were linking all the bases with each other. This had to be done due to the strange terrain of rocks. After leaving the Vampire solar system, Mona had returned to the Cursed faction but soon had proceeded to the Earth faction instead. She had planned to try and regroup as much of the Bree family as possible. She was slowly regaining her group's power, especially now that she had a little gift from Quinn. She was slightly afraid though, because if she were to do such a thing under Satch's nose, even if it weren't him, perhaps others around would report this, and an investigation would be carried forward. They would attempt to shut her down before she could become as big as she once was. As for why she had decided to go to planet Linen, it was due to Nathan staying here. Nathan originally was part of the military, but when the group restructured itself under Oscar's command, he was given command of a part of the military to help the Cursed faction. Another part of the military was also handed to the Greylash faction as a sign of good faith. It always left Nathan in a tricky situation since he didn't know where his true loyalty lay, whether in the Earthborn group or the Cursed faction, but it looked like both of them treated him like he was a part of them. Just then, Nathan was heading to a large building that acted as a tavern. There was a closed sign outside hanging. This place was at one of the separate 5 pieces of the shelter, and was also where Mona and the rest of her members she had gathered were staying. And upon her personal request, Nathan hadn't reported anything to the Earthborn group about what Mona was doing here. Standing outside, one could hear the noise of laughter coming from inside of the tavern. Nathan looked around to see if anyone was spying or had followed him, and a few moments later, he pushed the tavern's door open. As soon as he entered, Nathan heard a big crash, and he could see a piece of wood get chucked up, skimming right past his face. The sound of cheering continued, and regaining his composure, Nathan witnessed a sight that he had seen a few times but just couldn't get used to it. "Come on!" "Show him what you got, Rogarth," a man shouted. A monkey-like beast with a tail of a snake was in battle, being controlled by one of the members of the Bree family. He stood by his beast's side and had armor on himself that seemed to have seen better days. The monkey quickly went in for the attack, leaping up in the air, and at the same time, it shot out green venom from its tail towards its opponent. Just then, the man also appeared by their opponent's side and was ready to attack its legs with a hammer. It lifted its leg at the right time and slammed its foot down on the hammer while dodging the venom to grab the monkey by the neck. As for what the opponent was, it was none other than a Dalki. "Mona!" Nathan called out, walking forward and still nervous about the Dalki in the place. This was the scene he couldn't get used to, a Dalki that was under control using a demon-tier weapon. It was also why they had to be so secretive. Mona didn't have a shadow where she could hide the Dalki anytime she wished, and if others were to see it, then she and her people would be in serious trouble. It would just frighten the public. Before she gets the chance to explain, they might even assume that she was a V. Since now the public knew some could also resist blood, there was no sure way to test who was a V and who was not. "Sorry, I was just getting some training in," Mona said. "I see." Nathan glanced at the Dalki by her side. Mona wanted to practice with the Bree members, making them stronger when facing the Dalki, and what better way than to make them actually go up against them. At the same time, she was practicing her own control when using the Dalki as well. It was then, Nathan pulled out an invitation and handed it to her. "I'm sure you know who this is from," Nathan said. Looking at the seal, she knew straight away who it had come from. Then opening up the letter and reading it, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Do you know what's in this letter?" she asked. Nathan nodded, and he knew that this perhaps would be her reaction. What are they thinking? Is this a threat they are trying to pull? Are they trying to doom the entire human race by doing this at a time like this? I can't understand what they are thinking. Well, at least it looks there might be a chance that you get to make a debut to the whole world. What do you think? Do you think the world would be happy to see your comeback? Or perhaps they would be surprised about your return? Nathan hadn't noticed, but there was a figure sitting in the back at the far end of the tavern. He had a helmet on, and while Nathan was handing over the letter, the figure stood up. His body was quite large, and he carried with him what looked like a box held to his side. That's when Nathan noticed him, and when looking inside the figure's helmet, he found out there was no head but a blue floating spirit. Is this a beast? But it looks human. Who is this? Nathan couldn't help but wonder. The cursed faction was in an awkward situation currently, more uncomfortable than they ever had been. The cursed ship was no longer floating in space and instead had descended on a clay-like planet named Simel. This was the planet that the members of the Daisy faction had taken refuge on when the Dalki had taken over. It was located at the back behind the shelter, and most of the crew was no longer on board. Land just always seemed to feel better to humans despite how long they had been in space. Which was why most of the cursed faction were in the shelter but ready to be called at any point in time. On the cursed ship itself, though, there was something big going on. Quinn had returned, and it was a joyous event now that their leader was returning to the cursed ship after a long time. Or at least it should have been a joyous event. Many people wanted to talk to Quinn, ask what had happened to him, and see how he was doing. The problem was that he wasn't returning alone. In the command center, where the cursed leaders would regularly hold meetings, it had been cleared. There was no reason for personnel to be there in the first place since the ship wasn't operating. Not that it needed operators in the first place since all of it was automatic. Still, the main reason why it was empty was that a grand meeting was to take place. Possibly the biggest gathering the cursed faction had ever held. There would be no cameras in the room today, but it was an event that would have easily shocked the entire world. The room was silent. On one side, there were all of the cursed leaders and some of Quinn's closest friends. Nate, Dennis, Layla, Leo, Megan, Sil, Peter, Logan, Borden, Ratton, Vorden, Linda, and Sam. Other than them, the two sisters Ivy and Peach were invited as well. Since their sister's death, they had taken over her role, and those in the shelter listened to them far better than members of the cursed faction. On the other side, there were the vampire leaders, new and old. The only one that wasn't present was Fex, who was still at the vampire settlement, placed in charge of the knights while the others were away. It was extremely awkward, to say the least, as the two sides just looked at each other. The cursed faction leaders were strange. To begin with, they had mixtures of different level tier beasts, along with a human that had a Dalki arm, a Dalki itself, and a bunch of vampires and subclasses. It was a strange sight for the leaders to see, and they were wondering just how this strange group had come to be. It feels wrong to have vampires on the other side, Nikyu whispered with his arms crossed. What is that meant to mean? Nate frowned, taking it as a type of insult. You do know that most of us on this ship have been humans longer than vampires. It's not like we are betraying you. He's right, Nikyu, Sunny interrupted. And in the first place, it's not the other side. Remember, our king wishes us to bring the two sides together. Temporarily bring the two sides together. The second leader, Katori-cha, commented. And what does that exactly mean? Vorden asked. That once the Dalki are done with that, you will see us as enemies as well? No, Jake added, supporting his fellow leader. But how could you expect us higher beings to mix in with you lot? Even now, you need our help. You think. Syl smirked. I'm pretty sure there are some humans that you have never met before that are even stronger than you. We are both helping each other, and I'm happy to test this out. Ratton gave his brother a hit on the arm. It looked like the time they had been spending together had improved his talking. And beasts, which we would be happy to test. Ratton backed up his brother, already forming his hand into a blade. Hearing all of this, Sam just couldn't stop shaking his head. But what else did he expect a meeting between the two sides to go like? This was exactly why the introduction of two sides needed to go slowly. He could only imagine if the vampires were introduced during the old rule. Enough! Quinn shouted, stopping the argument and stopping the two sides from what looked like a clash about to happen. Look, we all have our reasons, and I plan to still be around when the Dalki are defeated. So you guys don't think I won't be king once this whole thing is over, and just like with any culture, we should learn to respect and understand the other cultures. Besides, the vampires have a right to be cautious of us because in a way they're right. Quinn chucked an envelope out onto the table. The seal on it had already been broken, so it was clear Quinn had read its contents. This is the whole reason why I've called both of you. In a way, I kinda wanted to emulate what they wanted to do. The whole group stared at the letter. They had no idea about its importance but could tell from Quinn's words that he had given some hint at the same time. They also notified me about this. I knew you would get one, Logan said as he started to type away and brought up the letter on display for everyone to read. It took a while for everyone to take in Logan's information. It was about what the board members were exactly planning and how he had been invited. They were simply at a loss for words. Next, Quinn displayed his letter to the others, and they could see that it was slightly different. From what we can gather, the invitation Logan received was sent out to several people. It looks like they have invited many strong people to this event, and they have also requested something big of Logan. Sam explained. Then from Quinn's letter, as you can see, they wish for him to bring along all of the leaders who have had a public appearance on camera. Sam continued. What is wrong with humans? Jake replied. We decided to come along, we extend our hand to help them in this war, and then they want us to gather and fight with them. What is the point of this? It won't be an official fight, Logan says. I believe they want to test your strength against the strongest humans. The battle will take place using VR machines. I can record all of your data so it will be 99% equal to as if you were fighting in real life. Logan explained. I understand, Lee said. But how is a fight meant to bring the humans and the vampires closer together? If we defeat them which we will, Nikyu interrupted. If we completely defeat them, then won't they be more afraid of us? Lee finished his sentence. The others agreed with this and so did those on the cursed ship. I didn't want to say anything, but there are quite a few invitations that got sent out to those on the cursed ship. Leo and Syl as well. They don't want this to be taking sides, but they want it to appear that everyone is just showing their power. But why at a time like this, I don't know. The Dalki could attack at any second. The worst thing is, they're blackmailing us. Quinn finally said. I read the letters that they sent to me and the others, and it's clear. These people, these members of the board, have said that if a person or group chooses to refuse this invitation, they will no longer support them. According to Logan, each one of these 10 families holds great power. We currently get food pills for the cursed faction from them. One of the families has 90% of the Galthrium supply that we use to build and repair our ships. Even Alex needs Glathrium to make our top-tier beast weapons. I thought at first we would just force them if it were to come to it, or maybe we could be self-sufficient, but according to Logan, they have their ways to stop it, so no one does trade with us. If we truly wanted to force their hand, then it would mean going to war with the board, which would be causing another civil war. If that was to happen, then the Dalki will have won this war. So it looks like we have no choice but to accept this invite, but I do want to say one thing. To the vampire leaders, I don't want you to hold back in this fight. Show them the power of the vampires. At the end of the meeting, no matter what complaints the others had, the result was still the same. The cursed faction had no choice but to agree. It felt strange even in their position. They needed cooperation with others to make things truly work. If one person held all these resources or power, they could take advantage of that, just like how the board was now coming together and was doing the same thing. At this moment, Quinn was strolling through the cursed ship, a place he hadn't been in for a while, and to his surprise, the ship looked vastly different from what he had remembered. Maybe this was because the whole place was empty as the members weren't inside. While walking, he didn't encounter anyone. The only things he heard were his echoing footsteps, and once in a while, loud bangs were coming from a nearby place. "Why are you sulking?" Ray asked, seeing that Quinn had been in a strange mood ever since the meeting had concluded. "Look, I haven't known you for long, but it's clear. Even your footsteps are conveying your sadness when they should be echoing your strength." It seemed like both Ray and Vincent had different approaches when talking to Quinn, and he much preferred Vincent's. "I can hear your thoughts, and it's not like Vincent is dead. If you really want to talk to him, then be my guest. But just because I'm old and from a different time doesn't mean I can't put forth my thoughts. Do you know how long I lived for? Thousands of years, you've bragged quite a few times." Quinn replied, "I know, but I don't think you truly know how long that is. It wasn't just that I was alive thousands of years ago, Quinn. I lived for thousands of years as well. During that time, I have watched the humans, helped them in different situations from time to time, but sometimes I even sat back and watched to see what they would do and how they would act when left to their own devices. I tell you this right now, Quinn, humans think that they learn from their mistakes, but the truth is they just end up repeating them again and again. In fact, I wouldn't say just the humans. This applies to everyone, the gods, even me. Sometimes I thought the outcome might be different, but it was always the same." Quinn thought about it for a while, eventually decided it was best for him to get it off his chest after all. "As you said, things feel like they keep on repeating. I thought that when I had the strength on par with the Supreme Commander or the Vampire King, they would listen and understand, maybe even unite against the Dalki. I thought that maybe I could succeed in swaying the decisions of others using my position, but now look at what's going on. Even with all this power I possess, others can still influence the cursed faction, risking the lives of those whom I care about. It boils my blood thinking about it, and I thought I might never have to experience something like this again." Quinn sighed. "That's because strength isn't just power, Quinn," Ray explained. "I was the strongest being in the world, and even though I was undefeated, I still failed more than once to protect those I cared about. There are other things that can be seen as power. Think about it, do you think these members of the board actually have physical strength? Can any of them go head-on against you? No, they have made you submit with their resources and intellect. That in itself is a strength as well. Still, I'm not telling you to do the same. You should use what you have to your advantage." After his little talk, Quinn felt a little better. It was sometimes nice to express one's thoughts and concerns, but Quinn didn't want to do it to the others. He felt like he needed to show that he had a clear head with the position that he was in. Eventually, he went to the source of the sound of constant fighting, and Quinn had arrived in one of the training rooms. Although it looked nothing like a training room Quinn had seen before, it had greatly been modified. A large square inside the training room had been created with several cameras, motion-sensing scanners, and all sorts of other equipment. At the same time, Logan was monitoring all the information while Vincent was by his side learning. The two of them seemed to be with each other a lot these days. Quinn was just happy to see that Vincent at least had someone else to talk to. In the center of the strange chamber they had built was vampire leader Jean. Standing around the edges as well, seemingly waiting for their turn, were the other vampires and cursed faction leaders. "Is that enough?" Jean asked, seemingly a little tired and de-energized because of the battle. "Yep, that's fine," Logan said aloud as the next leader stepped into the chamber. The leaders and cursed faction members were showing their skills more than ever. It seemed like this was a continuation of their earlier fight to show their power. Still, there was one request that Quinn had made, and it was that the leaders didn't show their blood weapons. He had strictly prohibited them from using the blood weapons unless they were in a life-or-death situation. While Logan was still recording all of the leaders for the VR game, Quinn decided to step next to Sam, as he too looked like he had something on his mind. "What's wrong?" Quinn broke the ice. Since Ray was able to somewhat clear his mind through conversation, he thought that maybe he could do the same for Sam. "It's just this whole situation," Sam said. "It doesn't make any sense. Why now of all times? Why were they so desperate to use that threat? It was a card that I have never seen them pull, and I can only imagine it would work if all of the members of the board somewhat agreed upon it. But one of them should have some sense, right? I understand that they don't like the vampires, but I also don't understand what they want to achieve by inviting them all. They could have requested for you not to come or prohibited the members of the cursed faction because they definitely saw the video like everyone else, Quinn. So why would they invite everyone there?" "You think it's a trap?" Quinn asked. "I think it's definitely a trap." "And why did you tell the vampires to go all out?" Sam asked. "Because I also think it's a trap, but I want our enemies to think twice about whatever it is they were planning to do," Quinn replied. "What about you, Leo? Will you be taking part?" Leo was staring at the current fights with interest, and ever since he had returned, he hadn't said much. He had agreed to help Quinn with whatever he needed his help with and would later try to deal with it. But there was something on his mind constantly, and it was Aaron. In a way, he actually felt like looking after the girl was far more important than his own answers. He was at a crossroads, unsure of what to do. Still, it was clear that helping fight the Dalki was the most important thing. "I believe they think I am still human," Leo replied. "They know I am part of the cursed faction, but I wouldn't be so surprised if they pitted me up against one of the other leaders, which would be an interesting match." "I don't know what their true intentions are either," Leo said, clearly having overheard them two talking from before. "But I do think that this is something we can all improve from." Soon all of the leaders' information, how their abilities worked, were all recorded into the VR machine. Also, their strength and speed, and now Logan just had to input this into the machine. At the same time, another worker was doing the same thing for the other side, where all the others who had been invited were to meet and wait. Then when Logan would arrive, he could input the information into the game. This was Logan Green's part of the deal, and he would also be there to make sure things were fair in the VR game. Just then, Sam got a ping on his watch. "Looks like I got the location where we are meant to meet." Sam smiled. "It's on the Earth." The special event was a secret event. In the invitation itself there were certain conditions that had to be met, and if the one invited failed to meet any of them, then they would be punished. Of course, there were those that thought it was a bluff by the board, yet the listed repercussions were simply too severe to risk not turning up. One of these conditions was that the public was forbidden from learning that something like this would actually be happening. This included all groups in the Cursed faction, the Greylash faction, and even those in the military in the Earthborn group. The only ones that would be privy to know about the event's existence were the ones supposed to attend. Still, there were a couple of people that had an inkling that something was going on. The two reporters that would be on top of everything, who were currently on one of the Cursed faction planets, Planet Simel. They were currently strolling the streets, and for once they didn't have their cameras with them. "Something is happening. I'm telling you. There's no way all leaders of the Cursed faction would simultaneously decide to go out and leave everything to Ivy and Peach," Bonnie reasoned. "You are overthinking it," Void insisted. Many of those in the shelter are part of the Daisy faction, so why shouldn't Ivy and Peach be in charge? Besides, now that Quinn has brought over those vampire leaders, it just makes sense for the cursed faction leaders to try and get along with them, no? Also, don't you think there is a lot for them to do in the vampire settlement? The two of them stopped at a stall where Void had noticed a nice pair of earrings. He glanced at Bonnie's ears for a few seconds and imagined them on her, and more importantly was wondering if she liked them. It was rare for the two of them to not be out somewhere that might easily get them killed. Even rarer to be together without cameras present, so this was one of his chances. All she thinks about is work, work, work. When's the last time I even got a thank you for keeping up with her and also risking my life? No matter where we go, I always come with her. Bonnie, why can't you notice me? Void thought as he went to pick up the triangle-shaped earrings. They appeared to have been made from some type of special crystal, granting them a certain shine in the sunlight. Fine, but then you explain to me why every single planet so far has refused to meet with us. Not a single one, Bonnie shouted. I know something is up and something big. Oh, those look nice. Bonnie thought about going over to them. It was time for Void to act. Bonnie, I want you to have these. Let's just enjoy today together. We can't exactly force them to give us an interview, and we can't just charge into those places. We've been working non-stop. It won't kill us to take one day off for once. This shelter is a nice impromptu vacation, wouldn't you say? And there's also something I've been meaning to tell. Void's face went bright red after that. The cursed faction, along with the vampire leaders, were already on the move. All the preparations had been made, but there was a slight issue. The cursed faction had no teleporters that led to the Greylash planets or the Earthborn planets either. It was clearly an issue that they needed to fix, especially since they would now be working closely together. But Quinn wondered now that they were practically in charge of a delegation of vampires, whether they would let him do or make it extra hard. Left with no other choice, their group was traveling by ship, heading towards one of the Earthborn planets, and now the two groups were stuck in even closer quarters together. Sam was standing at the dining table ready to make some sort of speech to them all, but they still seemed to be bickering. Enough! Sam shouted, clearly frustrated at being the one to have to settle these disputes. Do I really have to call Quinn each and every time I want to talk to both of our groups? We can't act like this in front of others. If anything, the cursed faction has to display that vampires and humans can happily coexist together. In case you've forgotten, because of those traitorous vampires, everyone is still wary of you. Ratton placed his blades away, whereas Nikyu sheathed his bladed cane as well, and everyone went to their position on the ship. Sitting on the side, leaning against the wall or at the small dining table in front of them. Let's go over this one last time, since we can't have anything go wrong, Sam stated, leading to frustrated sighs on both sides. The cursed faction's vice leader looked up, annoyed that the one thing both had in common was their unwillingness to listen. He cleared his throat before continuing. Remember, only Syl and Leo were invited out of those from the cursed faction. Firstly, it doesn't mean that you guys are weaker than the leaders. I know you are all strong. Nate, they haven't seen you with the demon tier shield. And Layla, you have improved beyond everyone. Of course, the others, you are our secret weapons. Demon tier beasts and more, but you have an important task in all of this as well. Now, Quinn will be leading the leaders and you two with him, while the rest of us will remain on standby and investigate. We'll do our best to try and find out just what exactly their intentions are behind these invitations. Understand. Understood. The others replied in unison. That one, is he strong? Nikyu asked, looking at Sam. The others seemed to listen to him, so he must be strong. Jake replied, standing next to Nikyu. Sam's strength isn't in combat, Quinn said, appearing behind the two of them. Although nearly everyone on this ship might be stronger than him, he is a genius when it comes to coordinating things. Is it so strange to see them listen to someone weaker than them? To the vampires it was strange, since the leaders were always the strongest in their family. They were the ones who had received the most training and also the blood of the past leaders. There were those that would challenge them at times for their positions, so they had to be strong to defend it. Also who would listen to them if they were weak that just didn't make any sense, and Quinn could tell by the look on their faces it didn't. The vampires valued raw strength a lot, and Quinn could tell. It was the reason why many of them accepted his position, but after listening to Ray a bit, he noticed that there were natural leaders who people followed without being strong around him, and Sam was one of them. He is a respected person in our group, and although we are stronger than him, I'm sure there are many of us who not only would listen to what he told us to do, but would risk our lives for him. Risk your lives for someone weaker than you? You humans are certainly foolish. Niku smiled. Oh, well, I guess I am a fool, because I am one of them that would risk his life. Quinn pointed out. Do you really think it's a good idea to be calling your king foolish? With that he walked away, leaving Niku a little red-faced, as red as a pale vampire could get anyway. Finally the ship had arrived, and landed. Nathan was there to greet them all. He was surprised to see that many of those from the cursed faction were present as well, and was a little worried about how this was going to go. In the first place, he shouldn't have told the others, but for them he could keep his mouth shut. But that was it. I'm sorry, Quinn. I know you probably want to bring them with you and they're leaders of the cursed faction, but if they don't have an invitation then they can't come along. Nathan explained. The cursed faction members looked at each other. They thought they could have at least returned to Earth and explored for a bit. Some were even looking forward to it. It's okay. Just let us know what it's like on the other side, Sam said with a smile. Some of the vampires seemed pleased about this and had a smug look on their faces as they walked past and headed to the teleporter. The teleporter they were using was an upgraded compared to the standard. It was similar to the ones the vampires used, where a code was imputed unto them that would redirect them to another teleporter, rather than have it lead to the other side directly. Those vampires sure act smug for a bunch of old grandpas and grannies, Nate purposely stated out loud. Nathan was a bit nervous seeing them in person. The overwhelming pressure he imagined from them when seeing them on camera, he could now feel in front of him. Please. The people are waiting on the other side, Nathan said, and with that they all went through, and the portal was closed behind them. Well, what are we going to do now? Linda asked. You think me and Logan didn't plan for this? Sam replied, holding up a strange device. Stepping through the teleporter, the cursed faction and the vampire leaders found themselves back on Earth. The sky was crystal blue as it was only a little past morning. Clouds could be seen up in the air, and even the vampires seemed to have their heads glued to the sky, taking everything in around them. The air always just felt fresher here compared to the other places as the scent of the ocean wafted into their nostrils. The group looked around and found themselves in a military base. They were out in the open rather than placed in a room, unlike where the usual teleporters would be based. It was certainly strange, as if someone had just moved it into a middle of an open area. What was surprising more than anything, or unsurprising, was the lack of personnel. Right now they were on one large strip of black ground. In the distance they could see soldiers doing routines. However, there was no one here to guide them. No one to greet them or anything. Just a large travel ship placed about hundreds of meters away on the strip. In a way, Quinn expected this to half be the trap, and there would just be countless of travelers or Earthborn group members having surrounded them. If not, then at least those that would be there to keep an eye on the vampires from causing a scare. But there was nothing. It looks like we are at a military base, and there isn't anyone around this place. Is there a reason for this? Quinn spoke out loud. Usually, Quinn wouldn't comment so much on the area around him, but there was a specific reason why he was doing so. It was so that a certain group that was left behind could know what was going on here. That's because I'm your guide, Nathan replied. Any question you have, what you will be doing, where you will be going, I have all the information. The board seems to have taken extra care into making sure that no one knows about this. Although I won't be participating in the event, I will be there. They chose me due to my relationship with the Cursed faction and the Earthborn group. With that said, Nathan started to walk up ahead, and they all started to board the ship to head to their next destination. Quinn wanted to ask Nathan many questions, and he continued to comment on all the things around him. Only a little quieter so Nathan wouldn't overhear. Although Nathan had helped him out in the past, he remembered Sam's warning to not trust him for now. They weren't sure about who was on whose side. so it would be easy to treat anyone working under the board as an enemy for now, which meant those in the Earthborn group. So this is where we came from. It's quite beautiful, Sunny stated, looking outside. Have you guys never been to Earth? Nathan asked. No, we tried to cut ties with humans as much as possible after our move, Sunny replied. However, we would hear stories of this place, and it is just as beautiful as they described it. It's a shame that not all vampires can experience this. While speaking, Sunny was constantly playing with the ring on her finger. All of the leaders had a ring that allowed them to stay in the sunlight as long as possible, so Quinn didn't worry about this issue. After traveling over a large sea, they saw land again, and in the distance, Quinn could see something he hadn't seen for a long time. There was a gigantic building that looked like a stadium, but from the top down, it looked like a flower sprouting. He had visited this place before during the school tournament, and now they were back here again. Only there was a huge difference. The whole city, including the military base, was empty. Trains, the mechs, and other things they had seen before, none of them were in operation. Is this the board's doing? Quinn asked. Kind of, Nathan replied. They did ask to clear off this area, but remember that most of the Earthborn group are actually out fighting. The board families have their production set up elsewhere and don't actually rely on military help too much. They rely on independent travelers or small guilds. This is why before we arrive there, I have a message from Supreme Commander Satch. I'm sorry, Quinn, that I could not stop something like this. When together, remember to keep up appearances. Quinn could somewhat guess what he meant by the message. He was directing him to pretend that they didn't know each other or were friends, and this wasn't the Satch that could pull strings. And I have a message from myself as well. Over the last few days, I have struggled to decide whether I am a member of the Cursed Faction or the Earthborn group, but I think it doesn't matter. I work for the Supreme Commander who listens to you, Quinn. For now, I think it's best if you treat the board as a separate group that just has the power to make not just the Earthborn group but the others too to do its bidding as well. This had made Quinn happy a bit. He never had any disliking for Nathan, even when they were at school. Still, he would keep Sam's warning in mind. The ship had gone to the large flower-like stadium, which looked slightly remodeled. Instead of seats where everyone would view a large grand event, they just had converted them into large glass boxes that one could see through. For now, though, they were all vacant. Where is everyone? Syl asked. All participants of this event are in the canteen, which for the time being, has been converted into a dining hall. It will be a chance for everyone to introduce themselves, including members of the board, before the event starts. Nathan explained. They don't want you to think of this event as just a fight, but a true introduction of both sides, behind the eyes of the public. The ship eventually landed around the edge of a base, and all of the leaders, including Quinn himself, were on guard. In all honesty, it was the same for Nathan. After a few moments, they were walking through a long tunnel heading to the canteen area. There was one person that Quinn could rely on, Leo. He could see anything that was coming. They walked for a long time, and eventually the leaders, Quinn, and everyone else noticed something. They stopped in their tracks before they had even reached the end of the tunnel that would take them to the main building area. The only ones who were still moving were Syl and Nathan until they too noticed the others. What's wrong? Nathan asked and was slightly worried because the look on Quinn's face wasn't relaxed. We can smell blood, Quinn replied. After a few moments, Quinn decided to keep walking forward, and this time he stayed in front instead of Nathan and the others with Leo and Syl by his side. They soon entered the main building and had gone down a flight of stairs. How do you know where the canteen is? Nathan asked. I don't. I'm just following the smell. They had finally reached two large double doors, and they could hear the sound of several people talking. They were sure that the smell was coming from there. This is where everyone has gathered. They are waiting for you inside, Nathan said. Leo nodded his head, confirming Nathan's words. He could sense some familiar energies inside and some unfamiliar ones simultaneously. But before letting Quinn go inside, he grabbed the latter's arm. Quinn, we have to be cautious. No one seems to be dead inside. But I sense a white energy from one of them, Leo explained. A white energy? Do you mean chi? Quinn asked. Leo shook his head. I do sense chi, but this white energy that I sense, it was the same energy that was present in Laxmus. After fighting with Laxmus, Quinn talked about it a lot with Vincent and his newly found ancestor Ray. If what Leo was saying was true, perhaps this white energy meant that it belonged to a god. Could it be bliss? Quinn thought. I see your friend has the dragon eyes power if he says he can see energies. Although white is the color of the energy emitted from the gods, it does not necessarily mean it is a god. Ray explained. In the first place, it could be a dormant being that the person is unaware of. It could be a god like you think, or perhaps like this Laxmus person you talked about. It just means they have a closer connection to the god. This would mean that they are able to allow others to borrow their power more freely. Ray explained. Now there was more than one thing for Quinn to worry about. He was already concerned about the smell of blood coming from this room. But now there was possibly a threat as significant as Laxmus. Quinn, are you okay? Nathan called out to him. The others probably know about your arrival, so it's best if we go in. Nathan was right. Whatever the case was, Quinn had to enter that room eventually, and standing outside would do nothing. At least he knew a little about what to expect. Standing in front, Quinn pushed the door open, and the grand room was revealed. It was hard to imagine that the room they were looking at used to be a canteen because they had done an excellent job making it look like a grand ballroom. The place reminded Quinn of when he went to meet the other generals when he was a teacher for a short time. There was red carpet covering the whole floor, tables filled with expensive appetizers and real food, while a golden rug led from the door they had entered, leading up to a stage ahead. Currently, there was no one present on the stage. However, the room was filled with familiar faces. Many familiar faces that Quinn had seen before were spread around the room. Well, I accepted that this might be the whole point of the event, and the main star has arrived, Owen said, the first person who was there to greet Quinn. He looked the same as always with the fan covering his face, in his white robes and long hair. He walked over quickly to Quinn and gave a respectful bow, and next to him were two others from the Greylash family. One was Grim Greylash Owen's grandfather, while the other was Hermes, who Quinn had seen a few times but had never witnessed his strength. Based on those in the room and those invited from the cursed faction, Quinn had assumed that the ones invited were considered the strongest, which was why Syl and Leo had been selected. So Hermes had to have great strength that Quinn hadn't witnessed before. It has been a while, Owen. You have grown a lot since the last time I saw you. In strength, Quinn praised him. It's good to see that the rest of you are alive in this tough fight as well. Hearing this, Owen couldn't help but laugh. I have grown, Quinn. In comparison to you, I feel like I have done nothing. And looking at these fine people behind you, you never cease to amaze me. I welcome you all, and I hope that we will all treat each other as friends. A friend of Quinn's is a friend of mine. While Owen was quite respectful, some of the leaders had already locked eyes with Grim and Hermes. It was almost as if they were having a battle with just their eyes. Cool it, Quinn snapped at those behind him. Quinn, I see you have made it, another said, walking over. This time it was the Supreme Commander Satch, and by his side was Samantha. His greeting was a little more formal, and they had chosen to stay quite a distance away from the others. Satch didn't want to appear too close to Quinn, but he could still greet him. After all, Satch, Owen and Quinn were the superpowers of the world. It wouldn't look out of place to see these three together. He's a... Nikki was about to say something, but Quinn quickly turned around, looking at all the leaders. It was a clear sign for none of them to say anything, but they were right. Satch was a vampire. I see, so Quinn has his inside people in all of this, and it seems he is well respected among the others. Sunny noticed as she looked around. Satch, do you smell it? Quinn asked. I do, but honestly, just like you and the others, we don't know much about this. Everything has been organized by them. I assume Logan is on standby? Satch asked. Logan was meant to be looking after the game system, and for him, they would give him the direct coordinates when the fight was to start. Then he could input all the information into the teleporter and travel in when needed. Why didn't they do this with everyone? Quinn had no idea, but perhaps they still had a level of trust in Logan due to him being on the board. Others didn't come and greet Quinn, maybe there would have been others, but none of the other generals that would be participating in this event had chosen to. They stayed their distance away, and the vampires were following Quinn around like he was their royal guard. After talking a bit to Satch and Owen, Quinn headed over to another place because he could see Mona there. She was busy stuffing her face full of all the different food, so much that it didn't seem like she had even noticed Quinn and the others arriving. Still, there was something quite noticeable about her, and it was something quite large standing by her side. Eventually, she turned around and gave a smile while heading to her table with the large figure. Mona, you. Quinn didn't know what to say. By her side was Oscar. The only thing was he was suited up in full armor, and he held a box by his side, which Quinn assumed was his head, which was why no one recognized him. I told everyone that this is a beast under my control, Mona whispered, leaning forward. Once again, though, the other vampires could tell that it wasn't human or a beast, but since Quinn made it clear the first time, the others didn't react, although they were left guessing trying to figure out exactly what it was. It was a smell that they did not recognize but smelt somewhat familiar, like that of an undead. Looking around the room, Quinn could also see others that were standing separate from the rest. One had no weapons on his body but was in a sleeveless hoodie with his head covered. Then one wore a strange mask with thin red splits for its eyes. The body looked quite thin and short. Looking around more, there were people Quinn hadn't seen, but he could tell they were all strong. Those are the unranked as they are known. Top travelers that never joined any faction, Nathan said. At that moment, Leo came up to Quinn and whispered in his ear that it was one of them that had the strange white energy that he could sense. Because of this, Quinn thought it might be best to go over and talk to them. He would leave the vampires on their own temporarily for a while. It didn't look like anyone was willing to approach the leaders in the first place. Just as Quinn was about to move, he stopped, as certain members started to walk onto the stage. Each one of them, different ages, all of them men and all wearing black suits. By their side, each of them had 2 guards each. These men were those that were known as the Board. You know, if you wanted to, you could just force them all to do your bidding now. Ray commented. You're strong, right? Stronger than any in the room and those protecting them. If it was me, I would go right up to their faces and ask them what game they think they are playing. Although Quinn actually felt like doing that and had Ray said he had learnt from Logan that it would be mostly useless to treat them in such a way. The 10 stood there proud. In the center was an old man with a long beard. He used a walking stick to help him stand up. It was a strange sight because he knew another old man who would use a walking stick. Yet, he was one of the strongest people he had ever met. Yet here, a human who was old was so weak. I welcome all of you to come today. We thank all of you deeply for caring enough to come here. The contents of the letters are true. We have arranged this event because we believe this is important for our future. Just like in the past when they would hold the Olympics between different countries, we wish to hold an event that will bring these 2 new races together. The old man said. Even in the past, during times of war, they would unite together for this event, which is why I wish to do the same. I hope after this we will learn more from each other. As a welcome to our new guest, we have a treat. To Quinn and his followers. Hearing the word followers had greatly angered the leaders. They weren't just the king's followers. We have a gift for you, the old man said. The curtain was then drawn, and several young women could be seen standing there in view. There were 14 of them in total. There were servants by their side, who carried out wine glasses and held them just beneath the girls. It was a strange sight, to say the least. We hope that you accept our gift, the man said, and at the same time, each of them pulled out a knife and slit the palm of their hands, allowing the blood to fall into the glasses. The girls looked frightened and in pain. Some of the women had failed to cut deep enough to fill the glass, and had picked up the knife again to cut their hands a second time, even cutting their other hands. And the generals and the others, seeing this scene, looked at it in discomfort. They felt disgusted that they had to do such things, and looked towards the vampires. Standing in front of them, though, was Quinn with his hands clenched. Stop! Quinn shouted from down below. Just what do you think you are doing? Before they or anyone could react, Quinn had onto the stage and went right past all of the members of the board to the women at the very back. "I order you all to stop," Quinn shouted with his eyes glowing red, and in an instant, they all listened and dropped the knives. "You better have a good explanation for this," Quinn asked. Seeing Quinn standing there on stage, everyone still on the floor was quite shocked. The women were frozen in place, not moving at all, and blood was still dripping down from their cuts. Some hadn't even seen Quinn move, while the few who were able to follow his movements could tell he was incredibly fast. The table of the unranked had the most interesting expression. There were 5 of them sitting at the table in total. "The cursed faction's leader is certainly brave," one said. "Or stupid is another way to look at it. The guards have now surrounded him, and I know some of those travelers. They are no simple fighters." Another person added. The sleeveless hooded man, who had his arms crossed, chuckled. "For some reason, I think he isn't too afraid of them." Since an intruder had reached the stage, the guards there to protect their board members wasted no time going in for the attack. Once again, the fastest one was a traveler who had 2 daggers, and his power focused on speed. He pulled out his daggers, lighting up slightly green. "Last time that invisible force hit me, I don't know what it was, but that man was different and special, but I have to prove my worth. Otherwise, they will never trust me again." This man was perhaps just as fast as Quinn if Quinn didn't use his beast gear, which was an impressive feat, but that didn't matter. Turning towards the man, Quinn's eyes continued to glow red. This often happened when he was filled with rage, and it was clear at this moment he was down. Quinn commanded. The traveler went to his knees instantly, falling to the floor. "Stay," Quinn ordered again, and no matter what the traveler tried to do, he could no longer move. He tried his best to control his body, but it was as if the words said seconds ago were ringing through his head, and his brain was no longer in charge. "What is going on? Last time, I was hit with some strange energy, but this is humiliating." The traveler gritted his teeth. But what was even worse was when he was looking at Quinn's eyes. He was afraid of what he would say next. So far, his body had listened to every word the young man said, and if Quinn ordered him to kill himself, he felt like his body would listen. This sent shivers down his entire body, and now he knew he wanted nothing to do with this person. No amount of money was worth his life. At the tables, the generals had experienced a familiar scene before with Head General Inu. Although he was strong, he wasn't the best, and some were better than him, which was why they were surprised to see the same scene happening to someone with such regard. The women, the traveler, and the servants by their side were all suffering from Quinn's influence skill. Everyone was stunned by Quinn's display of strength, especially those witnessing it for the first time. "I told you he would have no trouble, but this is beyond what I expected," the sleeveless man said. "He has great strength. Also, this mysterious power is quite incomprehensible." They weren't the only ones shocked by this either. Based on the human speed they witnessed for the half of second they could, they assumed that he would have been quite strong. They had even seen many of those in the cursed faction perform well. Yet, Quinn was able to have so many under his control. His influence ability, I think it's on par with the originals. "No, it might be beyond that," Jean commented. It had been so long since Quinn had used his influence skill. He practically found it useless against those that were strong, since they also tended to have a strong mind, and it didn't work against beasts or the Dalki. However, his charm stat had been fully unlocked since then, bringing it up to a 100. "Are you going to explain what you are doing right now? Creating this type of scene? Or do I have to force an answer out of you?" Quinn asked, clearly still irritated. Some board members had gritted their teeth and looked like they were about to say something until the old man stepped out front. "Quinn, we mean no disrespect. We know vampires consume blood, so we thought to bring the freshest blood right to your doorsteps." The old man replied. "I hate people like this," Ray said in Quinn's mind, and Quinn was inclined to agree. The way he was speaking made it sound like it was meant to be a nice gesture, but clearly it was only meant to look that way for now. Later on, this would create trouble for the vampires. Quinn didn't need to think more to understand that all this was a setup to make it vilify the vampire's image. You really think like that? Quinn smiled. I have claimed to be a vampire for a long time, and unlike Oscar, who wished to learn more about us, not once did you ask me about the vampires. This room smells of blood. I bet you were hoping to catch some type of reaction. It might not be visible to the others, but you know our noses are sensitive. I can smell it all over the walls. Then if that didn't work, you had this little act prepared, hoping that direct blood might work as well. I wouldn't be surprised if you have this whole room recorded to see if one of the leaders reacts to it. Am disappointed in you. You, who are meant to be at the top, act like this. But worst of all, the reason why I'm so annoyed is that you are even hurting your own kind, forcing them against their will just to do this. Quinn yelled. The other travelers had yet to move. They were waiting for orders from the respective board members. At the same time, those below were enjoying the spectacle, for right now, there weren't actually many on the board's side. Some disliked the idea of working with the vampires, but simply put, the board had blackmailed nearly everyone in the room in some way to get here, which was why they weren't coming out to defend the board. Let's say you are right, the old man said. However, look at it from our point of view. We have no clue what your plan is, Quinn, and at the same time, did you ask us how many of us felt when you brought the vampires to our lands? Did you even request the board, the Earthborn group, or ask the military if we agreed to bring them? We have tried to be respectful and are learning about them, and there is one more thing you are wrong about. We didn't force any of these women to take part, and they are being paid a large sum for this. For something as small as this, they will never have to worry about their expenses or their families again for as long as they live. We didn't force anyone, and hundreds of others would be willing to jump at an opportunity like that. So go on. Stop them. Stop them and carry on doing what you wish and forcing everyone to follow your decisions. The old man said. Hearing this, Quinn turned over to the woman. I will cancel my control over you, but your blood will be wasted on these. We don't need blood and whatever they are offering you. I promise that I will do the same. A home, a place to live and protection, and no worries for the rest of your lives like the rest of the cursed faction. Within a blink, Quinn's eyes no longer glowed red, and everyone under the influence skill could move again. However, it didn't take long for the women to decide and continued to cut the palm of their hands, drawing it into the cup until it was full. Why are they still cutting their hands? Did they not believe what I said? Why are they following his word over mine? Quinn couldn't understand. Is it because they don't see me as one of them? When one of the women's cups was filled, she walked over to where Quinn was, her legs shaking, and handed over the cup to him. A forced smile was on her face. It looked like the plan was to fill each of the cups and hand it to the leaders. Why? Quinn said out loud and raised his hand. Simultaneously, all of the blood started to move out from the cups and went towards him, forming a large ball of blood. He was using his absolute blood control powers in front of them all. You want to make these vampires into villains in the time of war, but I won't let you, Quinn said. I won't let your blood go to waste. Yes, I made all those decisions without asking you. If you want the world to hate someone, then hate me. I'll be your villain. At that moment, Quinn opened his mouth wide, and all the blood flowed into his body. To put it simply, Quinn was tired. He was tired of having to do so much to please these people when it seemed like there were just some people who wouldn't change their minds. The board had a clear aim. They didn't wish for the humans and vampires to unite. They wanted them to be split apart, but there was one person the others didn't treat like a vampire. Seeing Quinn consume the blood, the generals on the ground and some of the others looked at him with fear. Still, there were a few who didn't look at Quinn differently for a second, like Owen, his grandfather Grim, and Syl. These people were also human, but they knew what Quinn had achieved. I accept your gift, Quinn said. It seems like sometimes people forget, although I was a human, I am a vampire as well. The vampire that took back the Daisy faction back from the Dalki, the vampire who saved all of the students on planet Kaladi, and the vampire who has slaughtered countless Dalki. That is the reality of the situation. Quinn no longer wanted to say anything else to them. Thus, he slowly started to walk down from the stage. As he walked past the board members, the travelers wondered if they needed to fight such a person. But after seeing his display of blood powers, many of them were reminded of the video they had watched, in which countless Dalki were killed in an instant. When Quinn reached the board members, they took a few steps back, partially worried that their guards wouldn't be able to defend them in time. "The only reason why I haven't attacked you or left this place is that I don't want to start a war," Quinn said. "I'll play along with this stupid game of yours, but you better keep up with your promises after this. Otherwise, I promise that I will personally hunt each one of you down, and this is a threat. I will get rid of whoever I see as a risk to the humans or the vampires." Since it was quite the unexpected interruption, and things didn't seem to be going to plan, everyone was partially at a loss for words. They didn't know what to do next or what to say. Those on the board just stood there dumbfounded, looking at each other. There was one that was still having a good time, though, and that was Mona, who continued to stuff her face through the whole thing. She had somewhat predicted that something like this would happen. "Maybe you could have said something if you were still around," Mona said to her big friend. "A lot of people listened to you. I wonder how much trouble this board had caused during your reign. Or perhaps that's where all the bad had come from." The old man who had done most of the talking up till this point looked like he would fall over at any second, and so a seat was brought out, and the girls and servants were told to go away. He looked defeated and was no longer in a state of arguing anymore. Instead, another person went to the center, this one looking far younger, a well-kept man in his 50s with parted hair down the middle. He decided to speak because of some news that he had just received. "I know everyone here is extremely busy, and that includes us," the man said. "So I'm sure you are all waiting just to start this event and get it over and done with. As one of us said earlier, we are true to what we said before. We wish to unify everyone who is against the Dalki with this event, and that's why we called the strongest people from far and wide to this place. This is why for our next set of guests, please do not be so surprised," the man finished saying. It didn't take long for the set of double doors to open, and two figures stepped inside the room. One was a large macular man who had his body out on display, and there were scars all over his body. One could tell straight away he had been through several battles. As for the one next to him, he, too, had a scar on his face that went across diagonally. It was so large that one couldn't imagine how a person could survive from such an attack. The two of them walked towards one of the tables near the front that had been left empty. That's when the others in the room noticed something interesting. One of them had a large number visible on the back of their white overcoat, the number 3. "You invited agents of Pure to this?" Satch asked, who seemed to be quite annoyed. If any group had affected the military the most, even throughout the war, it was Pure. "As I said earlier, we have gathered all the people here with one goal in our mind: to unite against the Dalki. And this includes inviting those from Pure. You may not see eye to eye in the future, but we all have the same goal," the board member said. "Then where have they been while Dalki attacked all of the planets?" Samantha asked. "Where were they when Oscar risked his life fighting on the front lines? I haven't even seen these two before." For Quinn and Leo, though, it was different. They knew the muscular man very well, and it was the one known as Chris. In fact, Chris and Leo had thought of one of the 4 spiked Dalki together. So he really was working for Pure. Although Quinn already knew about this, seeing it, he felt a little saddened. Chris had helped him a lot back then, and he didn't seem like a bad person. Still, eventually, due to them thinking differently, there was a chance the two of them could clash, and Quinn was worried for another. Leo also looked at Chris intensely, or more so, turned his head in their direction. Since the last time they had met, he could tell that Chris's chi seemed to have improved even more. Not just what was inside his central area, but it was also burning through his strong body on the outside. What he was witnessing right now greatly reminded him of Hilston's capabilities. There were times when Leo thought how strong Hilston would have been if he knew more about chi and its uses, and there was possibly a person in front of him right now whose state was telling him the answer. At least Chris didn't have an ability they needed to worry about. "We have always been there. Our agents have infiltrated all your groups, and you surely know that. Do you think they just ran away? They stayed and fought," Chris replied. "And what about you two, though? If you were so strong, Then why haven't you fought with them directly? Samantha asked again. Well, I haven't seen the Earthborn group making large feats either. Only the Greylash and Cursed faction have done something. Does that mean the rest of us in this room have been lazy about the war? Chris replied. After talking to Samantha, Chris decided to give Quinn a wave. It was clear it was directed at Quinn, but the latter was unsure how to reply. At that moment, the simple gesture done by one of the Pure sent questions ringing through all of their heads. Just what was the relationship between Pure and the Cursed faction? A loud clap came from the board member on the stage. Right, now that everyone is present, it is time that we get into our position. We shall head to the stadium, and we will commence the event. The man said. A pair of servants opened up the doors, and there looked to be what looked like a butler leading the way. While the board members remained seated, everyone else left the room. Once everyone had left and some time had passed, the old man who had had his head down stood up. That brat. I've never seen someone talk down to us so much before. Even Pure showed us some respect. The old man was practically yelling. He then went to another traveler who was by his side, wielding a giant scythe. Don't forget, no one is allowed to know about this event, the old man said. A few seconds later, the traveler went behind the stage where the women were present and waiting. Everyone was escorted through the large stadium they were currently inside. They followed the butler-like looking person, slowly making their way where they needed to be. After meeting the members of the board, Quinn was still trying to think of ways to prevent the former from using its power to influence all these people again, like how they had done so now. The best thing to do is probably to get Logan to gather as much information on them. He will eventually find out where all their bases are located. Or maybe they hid all this stuff when they invited the Green family to be part of the board. It's pretty impressive that even these 10 have somewhat decided to work together. With how the board members are, I will be surprised if there is no infighting between them and one trying to topple the other. Quinn thought. It's due to them feeling like they are above the rest of you. Ray replied. It's actually similar to why many vampires didn't bother with the humans. Even during my time, the ruling empire had a similar situation to the current scenario. They are happy with their position, and they know only together they can do something like this. If you really want to stop the board, you would have to either break them down one by one without alerting the other or do everything at once. Thinking about this was giving Quinn a headache. He never thought he would have to dabble in politics or a game of chess. Lately, he had just been using his fists to solve everything because he thought that was the type of world he was in, where power ruled all, and now he was finding out that this wasn't quite the case. The group soon reached the winding tunnels that would stretch all around the stadium, and here they met up with more butlers that looked different to the man leading them so far, but all wore the same uniform. There weren't many people here in the first place, so they were easy to spot. From here, you will split up into 2 different groups, a butler stated. Although this is not a team competition, we have decided to split you all into 2 groups. After witnessing the strength of the vampires, we wish for them to witness the human strength as well. I hope that is okay with you. Again, Sam had also predicted that something like this would happen, which was why they had invited Leo and Syl. It was quite comical to Quinn that others couldn't even tell that Leo was a vampire, but he guessed the main trait, the red eyes that vampires had. One couldn't see on Leo, so it partially made sense. As expected, the 2 from the Cursed faction whom the board wanted to follow the other half of the group were Syl and Leo. I trust that you will look after them, Quinn said. At that moment, 2 people there gave Quinn a look as if they agreed to his request. They were Owen and Satch. These 2 were strong people who Quinn could trust, but he was worried for Leo because the latter would be next to those from Pure, and knowing their apparent history, things might get messy. Secondly, the unranked with the white aura was among the others as well. Since Leo had to depart from the group, he had something important to mention to Quinn before he left. He leaned in, whispering in his ear. It was so quiet that only the vampires could pick it up. With that, Leo left a piece of critical information in the hands of Quinn. After following the butlers, they went down different ways in the tunnels, and after a long walk, they exited and found themselves in the stands, inside the large glass see-through containers. Peering out, one could see the stadium ground distinctly, which was a generated map. It would display what was currently transpiring inside the VR game for the others to see, and inside the giant glass containers was a VR pod. In total, there were 4 of these glass containers. Quinn and his 12 vampire leaders were in the East Block. This was because Quinn still hadn't brought back the 8th family fully yet, so he could not summon a leader, and one hadn't replaced Mukka. Of course, the 14th castle, in a way, also belonged to Quinn now as leader of the Punishers. In the North container, it looked like the board members had arrived. There were special seats for them but none for the others, but what each container did have was servants that would get them what they wished if need be. The South container was empty, and then there was the West container. It was meant to contain the strongest humans, even though a couple of vampires were mixed in there. "Wait a second," Jake said as he looked at the other side across from them. "They have more people than us. There are a total of 18 on their side while we have 13, and that includes Quinn. Wow. I'm glad that the 6th family still seems to teach basic mathematics." Sonny chuckled. As an older leader, and Jake being considered quite young for one, the older leaders could get away with things like this without sparking a fight. "About the question you mentioned." One of the butlers guiding them so far started to speak while standing next to the VR capsule. "We do wish for Quinn to take part in this as well. There also might be some of you who will be required to fight more than once. Since we will be using the game for combat, you wouldn't suffer from fatigue or injuries like that in a normal fight." Hearing this, Quinn wondered how he would fare. According to Logan, the machine could not copy blood weapons, so using Arthur's weapon was out of the question, and the same for the armor. Also, although Quinn could use the shadow powers, he wouldn't be able to access his dimensional space for quick equip as he could do in real life. So the only thing that would work would be his beast armor set, his right gauntlet, and whatever beast weapon he registered. Whether he would fight or not was a different story as Quinn thought back to what Leo mentioned before he left. When Leo leaned in, he had some surprising news to pass. "I couldn't tell you before because I couldn't sense it until they came in. But the man next to Chris with the large number 3 on his back, his aura is slightly different as well. Inside, I see a hint of red, a color I have only observed on beasts." Quinn had learned that the Pure was trying to make some type of hybrid similar to the Dalki. The thing was, the Dalki were more beasts than humans, which was perhaps why they had this initial instinct to hunt and kill humans. Did this mean that Pure was actually successful? Or was it something else to do with the said person's powers? Either way, Quinn didn't like it, and he didn't fancy the fact that Pure was here either. Still, Leo had even more to tell. On another note, there seemed to be traces of chi surrounding each of the board members' heads. It doesn't feel like any of the board members practice chi because the presence inside them feels foreign. This might be an advanced usage of the 3rd stage of chi. Some way to transfer it over to another while not harming the person, then using it like the 2nd stage for protection. It didn't take long for Quinn to figure out what Leo was hinting at. Only one group could use chi and understood it better than Leo himself, and that was the Pure. With their arrival, perhaps this wasn't a trap set up by the board, but all of Pure, and they had just caught the strongest ability users all in one place. "Maybe it's best if I do some investigating, but how do I get out of this place without them knowing I've left?" It was then that Quinn looked over to Vincent, who still used the mask to cover his face, and an idea dawned upon him. "The event will now begin. Please look at the screen above. It will randomly present 2 opponents from each side." A board member said. The pictures of the contestants shuffled through at an amazing speed. This was all information that Logan had provided them, and Logan would soon be called himself as well. Finally, the pictures had stopped. "We have Jean Talone from the 4th family, going up against Owen Greylash from the Greylash family." It seemed like the event was kicking off with a bang. Now that the participants for the first match had been selected, they still needed to get everything ready. Another butler entered the scene and pushed a teleporter towards the center of the stadium. After that, he input some codes before a message was sent out to none other than Logan. "I wonder how the others are doing?" Quinn thought as they all waited for something to happen. "Depending on whether Pure is actually the one behind all of this, I might need to call them all in. I just don't get what they could possibly gain. Do they plan to take us all out at once? Surely, they can't believe that they alone could stand a chance against the Dalki." A few seconds later, and one of Quinn's closest and shortest friends came out from the teleporter. The butler proceeded to inform Logan of what the board wanted him to do and handed him what looked like a nano chip. Normally one would need a computer of some sort to read the files on the portable storage device, or they could just send the information required for the game to where it was needed, but this was an important event. However, with Logan around, there was no need for a computer either. They really seem to have put a lot of money into all of this. With how soundproof the containers are, I can't hear a word of what they're saying. Looking up though, Quinn could see that there were speakers prepared, which most likely would be used to emit the game noise, so the experience would be more real than simply watching the fight. Quinn was partially worried about what would happen if he tried to leave the place. It would mean the Vampire Council would remain stuck in one room together. Still, since they would be using the gaming pod, technically they shouldn't have to leave the room, meaning they could help each other if a problem was to occur. He couldn't imagine anyone strong enough to take on the whole Vampire Council, unless Laxmus or Graham themselves were to suddenly appear. After touching the nano chip, Logan placed his hands on the ground. He himself was able to pass on the information that had been gathered by the others. He was checking it thoroughly to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. Going one step beyond, he also checked the arena to verify that there were no problems there either, and since the arena was connected to the VR pods in each of the rooms, he could also check if they had done anything funny to any of them. Given his ability, the entire process had barely taken any time. However, just in case he might have overlooked something, Logan also accessed any other services and devices in the vicinity that the VR pods had been connected to. Nevertheless, after all of that, he had been unable to find anything, so he imported the information from the two sides. Have they really just invited all these powerhouses to set up a VR game tournament? Well, I made the updates, and everyone's information was recorded up to a week ago. It should be 99% as accurate as a real fight without the pain, Logan thought. Looking at the glass containers, he gave a thumbs up to all three sides, telling them it was all okay for them to continue. This came as a relief to Quinn, and he decided that now was the time for him to put his plan in motion. The butler looked a bit helplessly at the vampires since he was unaware who exactly Jim Talone was. It hadn't been too long that humanity had been informed about the vampires' existence, and it had been much shorter that the vampire leaders had appeared. As such, the only one he recognized was Quinn. Noticing the older man's problem, Jean came forward and proceeded to get in the VR machine. "Are you familiar with how it works?" the butler asked politely. "Yes, we have them where we come from as well," Jean answered and quickly got into the capsule, closing the lid. The same thing appeared to be happening on the other side as well. The current technology they were using now was a mixture of the game power fighters and what they had seen at the military base when Fex had fought in a mech. With Owen and Jean in the VR pod, a random map was being selected, filling up the stadium and giving them the two-in arena to fight. The stage, a small deserted village, was being formed in front of everyone. The ground was a dry yellow with several houses out, and then across the center was a wooden bridge that had been placed over a flowing river. If the bridge was to be cut, it didn't look like it would do any damage, nor did the river flowing beneath it look too deep. The place looked kind of peaceful and strange for a fighting arena. Still, on either side of the bridge, at the end of the village, the two figures materialized. While everyone's attention seemed to be on the virtual arena ahead of them, Quinn decided to enter his shadow space quickly using the shadow lock skill on himself. However, he had also brought someone along with him. If the board had placed any hidden cameras in their room, he would just have to hope his little trick would deal with the situation anyway. "Vincent, I don't trust this whole situation. There seems to be more going on behind the scenes than we first thought, but I'm sure you felt it anyway," Quinn said. Hearing this, Vincent nodded along. He was naturally curious and paid close attention to any new situation, a characteristic he had taught his descendant. "First, I need you to take off all your clothes, the armor, the mask, everything. We don't have much time. And make sure you break your hair up so it's like mine again," Quinn ordered. There wasn't much time to explain, and the longer they were away, the more suspicion and attention they would attract. Next, it was time for Quinn to use the summon skill. Summon. His target was the only person who hadn't accompanied them. As soon as he used the skill, A figure appeared before him with his trousers down, and a golden yellow stream could be seen coming out of his other end. What the fuck? Where the hell am I? Fex cursed, seriously annoyed, quickly pulling up his trousers and turning red-faced as he looked at Vincent and Quinn. Come on, Quinn. You gotta warn your brother before pulling such a stunt. What if I had been in the middle of doing something else? Quinn had tested the summon skill a few times before, so he knew it would work. But he had no time to inform Fex of this impromptu plan. What happened? Did that whole meeting go wrong? Fex asked. In his rush, Quinn could see that his trousers had been a little stained, but it would have to do. I need you to put these clothes on, Quinn told him without any further explanation. Casting a shadow over himself, Quinn changed his outfit into the blood armor set, while temporarily giving the blue fong set to Vincent. A shadow was cast over the two, and his ancestor now looked identical to him. Hey, couldn't you have done the same for me? Why am I the one that had to get undressed and dressed? Fex complained, as he was in the middle of putting on Vincent's discarded clothes. I'll look after your clothes, Quinn assured him, placing them in his dimensional space. For now, we need you to pretend to be Vincent while he will pretend to be me. When Vincent enters the capsule, the game should recognize him as me, since we both share the same body. But for you, Fex, you'll have to get Logan's attention first. He should be able to help you pass as Vincent. I'm sure of it. Anyway, we've spent too long in here. Good luck, Quinn said, kicking all three of them out of the shadow lock, while Quinn immediately used his shadow travel to get out of the room, leaving the rest up to the others. Now, let's see what they are hiding, Quinn thought, heading towards the canteen as his first destination. While using the shadow travel, Quinn made his way to the room they were in before to see if cameras were set up in there or perhaps someone else watching them from another room. I thought you would have stayed a while at least before going off and investigating, Ray said. Aren't you worried about the one that might have a god lingering in his body? Of course, I am, Quinn replied straight away. But in a time like this, I have to think about what is more important. If I were to gamble, I would say that the unranked aren't involved in this. Most likely, he has nothing to do with Pure, and even now, there's a chance Pure isn't behind this, and the board members just had some protection placed on them by someone else. But I decided to bring the vampires here, so they are my responsibility, and I have to make sure that they will all be safe. The scene in front of everyone was quite astonishing. They couldn't imagine how many materials and the cost to make something so advanced like this would be. Still, if one group of people had the money and the items, it would be the board members. Looking down at the fighting field below them, they could see every detail, including those in the game itself, and it seemed so real to them all. We have the technology to create something like this. How come we never did? Katori, the second leader, asked. Because it is a waste and it's not how we do things, Nikyu replied. In the first place, people can dive into the game, so why waste a large space like this? And if you want to find out who is stronger instead of a game, why not use the real thing? Some of the leaders actually agreed with Nikyu for once, as they were used to the real-life battles. And if you were to kill one of the humans by accident, or worse yet, what would happen if they were to kill one of us? That would definitely cause a rift between the two sides, which is not what I want, Vincent said as he took over his new role as Quinn. He didn't tell everyone about Quinn's plan, and the only ones aware of it were Vincent and Fex. Although they couldn't tell the difference between Vincent and Quinn, the leaders knew that something was up. Still, this was more because they felt that Vincent was not being himself. This was because it was Fex. They could smell he was different because Fex was still at the rank of vampire noble. Yet, he held a higher position than them, which made the leaders shake their heads significantly. So, does anyone want to bet how long it takes Jean to beat the human? Jake asked. How do you know that he will win? Muka inquired. Hearing his words, a few of the leaders couldn't help but chuckle a bit. They had met humans before, and those humans couldn't even deal with the threat of the Dalki. On top of that, Jean was actually a strong fighter. You all might be surprised today, Vincent said, looking out. Humans aren't that weak. The match had begun, and the two participants stood opposite each other around 200 meters away. It was twice as large as a football field. Since it's a game, I'm sure Quinn won't mind me showing off my skills a little too much. Owen chuckled to himself, closing his fan and realigning his face. He then held the fan outwards and pointed towards Jean. He's pointing at me from that far? Well, first I needed to figure out what his ability is and then go from there. If I remember the reports correctly, the Greylash family had the power of... Before Jean could finish his thought out loud, a blue lightning bolt came straight his way, directly at his head. Seeing this, Jean lifted his hands, swiping out a red blood aura strike. Since they were so far away, Jean never thought his opponent would be able to strike from so far away, never mind so fast. When the lightning strike hit the red aura, it smashed directly through it and continued advancing. The lightning attack is stronger than my blood aura? Jean was stunned and immediately rolled out of the way, trying to avoid the strike. That won't work. Owen smiled and flicked his fan to the left. At that moment, the lightning bolt stopped for a second, levitating in place. Then, as if it was striking again from its position, it went straight out in a line, right towards Jean again. Damn it! Jean shouted and quickly bit the tip of his fingers. If his blood aura weren't enough, he would just have to use his main ability. Flicking his hand, blood left his fingertips. The blood hit the strike and explosions proceeded in one big bang. Jean had covered the front of his body with blood hardening, just in case of two things: the lightning bolt was still strong, and secondly, to protect himself from the explosion since it was so close. When the dust settled, the lightning bolt was no longer there. His attack had worked. So just like on the video, vampires seem to have abilities as well, and it's quite the strong one if it was able to cancel out my lightning strike. Owen thought as he started to run forward. His abilities are strong. These are meant to be the strongest humans, so I shouldn't have underestimated them. Still, his movements look to be slow, so I'll just have to attack him head-on. Jean thought, running ahead as well. It looked like both of them were heading towards the bridge that was placed in the center, but Jean was moving at a much faster speed. Owen did have trails of lightning coming out from his foot that allowed him to run fast, but not as fast as his opponent. It's a shame that I can't use my soul weapon in a place like this. I guess it means I can't go all out, but from the look on his face, it's possible that the vampires know nothing about us, and maybe I can use that to my advantage. Owen thought. It was true that they couldn't use soul weapons in this battle, and it was still something that Logan could not replicate in the game quite well. He could create something similar, but the way it worked and how unique a soul weapon was to the user, it was an incredibly hard task. Still, the vampire couldn't use blood weapons or their inner blood weapons either. Jim's blood weapon, the shield he would rely on, had been destroyed in the fight against Laxmus. Jean had reached the bridge first, and his fingertips were still dripping with blood, ready to use his ability. At the same time, he wanted to get close to using more of his blood powers and had one of his hands encased and hardened with blood, just in case the human had anything else up his sleeve. Jean was about halfway across the bridge when Owen had taken his first step. A straight path with nowhere to run. Now you are just making this too easy for me, Owen thought as he took one step on the ground, then lifted both of his legs, and lightning shot out from the bottom of his feet. At the same time, he spun his body as fast as he could, and lightning started to emit from all over his body. This motion turned his body to practically a human-sized lightning bolt, and it was just as fast. The sudden burst of speed whacked right into Jean. He placed his hand in front of his body, but it was useless, as he was struck right in his center. The next second, Jin's body was sent flying back through the air, back to where he had come from, making all the vampires watching from above speechless. Yes, the board members shouted. Show them the power of the humans. This was not what they had expected the fight to go like so far. Meanwhile, Quinn had decided to come out from his shadow travel and began walking around the place. At the same time, he used his shadow cloak, which would make him practically invisible and hard for the cameras to pick him up if there were any in the first place. Eventually, Quinn had arrived at the canteen where the meeting had taken place. It looked the same as before, but there was a large smell of blood, more so than before. No, Quinn thought. Jean had received an enormous blow, and the others in the audience thought that perhaps this was the match's conclusion. After all, the Greylash family was known as the family with the strongest ability in existence. Yet, Owen had a strong intuition that the fight wouldn't be this easy. He was already charging forward, seeming to go off from the bridge. A few seconds later, before he could reach the end, several explosions went off, collapsing the whole area around him. It wasn't just one set of explosions where Owen was, but ahead and behind him as well. There was clearly nowhere for him to run, and smoke from the explosions covered the whole area. "I'm surprised that Gene felt that he needed to be this cautious," Sonny commented. "When running across the bridge, he must have let his blood drop on certain parts on purpose. This also means that Gene is perfectly fine. He must have made use of the time when his opponent was moving towards his half of the bridge." Gene was one of the leaders who fought more using his head rather than relying on just strength. Sonny was surprised that he had decided there was a need to fight like this. Most likely, after witnessing the lightning go through his blood aura, Gene knew this fight would be harder than he imagined. In the water, Owen was standing, submerged in it up to his waist, but the current wasn't strong enough to take him downstream. Still, his body didn't look in the best shape, with scorch marks everywhere. "I guess this time I was the fool," Owen said to himself. "I forgot that this was a game, which means recovery from attacks is quicker than it would be, and I didn't expect that." Jumping up, Owen struck out lightning from his feet a few times. He wanted to use it to give him an extra boost, and if he kept the stream constant, it could also give off the appearance as if he was levitating in the air. Eventually, he had arrived back at the village, at the half where Gene had started initially, but what was worrying him more than anything was the fact that he couldn't see his opponent anywhere. Oh, has he chosen to hide? Didn't think the vampire's pride would allow them to do such things, Owen thought. Seeing this, he decided that it wasn't best for him to stay out in the open and headed back to one of the huts. He stayed there for a few seconds, planning his next move until explosions went off once again, and this time it was in the hut itself. Not letting the explosion damage his body once again, Owen jumped up in the air and spun his body, turning himself into a large lightning bolt. It shot him quickly away from the hut and back in the open. He couldn't stay in such a form for long, but it was a good skill to use for a burst of movement. Originally meant to be an attack move, he had no choice but to use it defensively. Are all of the huts booby-trapped with explosives? But then how did he know where I was? Owen started to think. It was then that he noticed something. Despite everything around him being virtual reality, he could smell the burning of hut. Sense of smell, don't tell me. Logan had upgraded the game to be more impressive once again. He was emulating the sense of smell into the VR machines and their brains, even though he didn't know how humans smelt to the vampires. But Logan could make humans give off a smell that wouldn't be smelt or detected by the humans but would greatly help the other side. Logan wanted to make it so the vampires were as close as possible to their original selves in this fight. I never thought that a vampire would resort to tactics like this. Where is your pride? Fight me one-on-one and prove your strength. Owen tried to taunt his opponent. He wasn't sure that it would work, but he was a little annoyed himself. However, what was most surprising, he could soon see a vampire in front of him, throwing out droplets of blood. You vampires are fast. I may not be as fast as you, but my ability is a different story. A lightning strike rose, and Owen was no longer in front of Gene. He suddenly appeared behind Gene and launched another strike, hitting him on his back. It forced Gene down to one knee as he felt the shock throughout his body. This power is annoying, but I can stop it. As he focused his blood aura, Gene thought to harden the spots where the lightning strike was attacking him. It allowed him to turn around, and he charged forward once again. Owen stopped his attack and was ready to move away again, but this time his arm was grabbed before he could. He pulled away only to witness a line of blood cover his white robes and a smile on Jin's face. If you explode this close, you will get hurt as well, Owen muttered in a low voice. It wouldn't be my first time. Jin smiled back, and a large explosion went off, knocking them both away and throwing the pair in opposite directions. The first one that looked to recover, though, was Jin. After that fight with Laxmus, I realized how weak I was and saw how Arthur used the ability. He hurt himself too much, so I focused on controlling my blood hardening too to give myself some extra protection while also allowing myself to use my explosive powers in close combat. Still going through the air, Owen lifted his head and could see the vampire leader coming towards him. Once again, he decided to spin his body and shot himself backwards to help him get further away. Eventually, he had reached the collapsed bridge, and the last thing that Jean saw was his body falling. Let's end this fight. If I block his lightning, I can get close. One more explosion should do, Jean thought, jumping down and landing in the water. He could see Owen standing there in the river, and now Jean was in the river as well. This game is quite impressive and realistic, don't you think? Owen smiled. Usually, I wouldn't fight like this, but you also use the environment to your advantage, and I don't exactly have my soul weapon on me either, so I thought why not. It was at this moment that Jean could feel something amiss. Huge energy suddenly blasted across the water as Owen's whole body began to light up. Since the water was conducting his lightning-like powers, Owen had many ways to use his power, and the one he planned was the most effective. At the same time, he coated his body so the lightning wouldn't affect him and would redirect off him. Dipping his hands in the water, the lightning spread across the water instantly. Jean could feel his whole body being struck, and the shock was so great that he was unable to move. Even his blood hardening couldn't stop this because it was through his entire body. Fighting through it, though, he could move his body until he saw a metal fan head his way, and following it was a lightning bolt hitting him right in the head. When Jean regained his composure, he found himself in a white room. The match was over. Winner, Owen Greylash. The board members stood up from their seats and immediately started clapping as the first match had ended. Both of them were impressive, but in the end, Owen had prevailed by taking better advantage of the terrain. Getting out of the pod, Jean felt strange. His body and everything was fine. As a leader, he hardly touched the game, so it was an experience he hadn't felt in a long time. "Don't look so disheartened," Sunny said with a smile. "We never know how it would have gone if you had your shield or how it would go in real life. This is just a simulation after all." Jean knew she was trying to cheer him up, but he wasn't feeling down at all because of the outcome. Instead, he was actually happy that the humans were strong. If the humans' power has reached this level, then maybe we can stand side by side. For many vampires, the reason for wanting to control them is because they feel like they are beings above them, but maybe this whole event will show that the difference between the two isn't that large. Jean thought, walking off. On the other side, Owen had left the pod with a smile on his face. He had a pleasant expression. "What's with that smile on your face?" Grimm asked. "Not to be arrogant, but I'm probably the strongest one here, out of everyone they have gathered. Perhaps there is one better than me." Owen corrected himself. "However, if Quinn has 12 leaders that are strongly protecting him, then although I have won this one, the humans have already lost. And besides, they aren't even wearing any beast gear. It would be a frightening thought to battle them in such things." Owen thought. The ones who had the biggest smiles on their faces, though, were the members of the board. It was as if they had seen their own family members compete and win, even though they had done no such thing. "We will now announce the next match," one of the board members claimed. The screen started to shuffle all the contestants' names, but the names of those who had already fought were omitted. Although the vampires might have had to fight multiple times, they wanted to see them all fight before that happened. Eventually, it had stopped, and on one screen, the name of Samantha appeared from the Earthborn group, and then on the other side, the 10th family leader. 10th family leader, wait a sec. That's me, Fex thought, pointing to himself. Reaching the room that Quinn had been in not too long ago, the smell of blood hit his nose. Yet this time it was different. This time it was far stronger, and it took him just a moment to realize where it originated from. The smell seemed to be coming from behind the stage. Quinn still had his shadow cloak on, but the moment he started fighting, the shadow cloak would disappear, revealing himself. "Please just let me be wrong this time, and this is actually only the lingering blood smell from earlier," Quinn prayed as he headed to the back of the stage. Before that, though, he was carefully inspecting the room for any hidden cameras. He mostly focused on certain spots that were the most likely ones to have those. In the end, he found nothing suspicious, But Quinn looked a little longer than he usually would have, being thorough. Are you just delaying checking it out? Because you're afraid to find something you don't want to see? Ray asked. Yeah, I'm sure of it now. I definitely prefer the silent Vincent. Quinn answered sarcastically. Please don't forget that I never asked for my consciousness to be transferred over to you. Oh, cocky descendant of mine. That decision was yours alone. That aside, you haven't answered my question. Just because you smell blood doesn't mean that they're dead. However, by not hurrying you might have just let them bleed out to death. Did you ever consider that? Hearing this, Quinn did think he was being stupid and decided to head to the stage. He was delaying going back there, but there was a reason for it. He was pretty sure they were already dead. The vampire lord didn't just rely on his sense of smell. No. His hearing had been unable to pick up even a single heartbeat from behind those walls. Lately he had been seeing enough death. Too many people around him were dying. But in this case, he could have saved them. Eventually, Quinn turned the curtains, though there were no cameras he could find here either. The cursed faction leader canceled his shadow cloak. If there really was someone watching him, potentially alarming the board, he would have loved to demand an explanation for the sight in front of him. Behind the stage, all of the women that had been gathered to make a blood sacrifice for the vampires were dead. On top of that, the way they had been killed indicated that it had been done by one person. Some of them had their heads lobbed off, while others had a deep cut around their throat. Why is the board doing this? Why didn't I just place them in my shadow? Quinn thought to himself. At the time, the thought had crossed his mind that perhaps he could have placed them in his shadow space, using the skill Shadow Lock. That way he could have ensured their safety until they got it. The reason why he had not done so was because he would have acted against their will. It had been clear that all those gathered women had greatly feared him, and that they had considered it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get chosen to be there. Although he had offered them protection and even payment, all of them had chosen to trust in the board, rather than him, so he had chosen to respect their decision. Now he realized that once again he had made the wrong choice. What are you going to do? And please don't tell me you plan to go to war with them for a dozen strangers you didn't even know up until today. I'm just a consciousness, so it's not like I can stop you, but I feel the need to point out that doing that would put the whole human race at risk. Ray gave his 2 cents. It was true Quinn was angry, but Ray putting it that way was right. No, I'm going to find out why they consider it so important that nobody finds out about this event, that they don't even hesitate to silence a dozen women this way. And at least these women can help out in some way. Quinn thought as he went to touch their bodies with his gauntlet one by one. The vampire lord was naturally using his blood gauntlet for that. After all, the other was currently with Vincent to make his ancestor look more like him. Since Quinn mostly had it equipped at all times and he would need it to register in the VR game anyway. Still, after draining their blood, Quinn could see the numbers go up. October 15th, 000. I still didn't have time to gather all the blood before we left, but at least they won't be wasted this way. Quinn then placed all of them in his shadow space. He would ask Logan to figure out their identities so he could at least return their bodies to their friends and families. That was the least they could do. After that, before exploring the place further, Quinn wanted to get in touch with another group to see how they were doing, or more accurately to learn what exactly they were doing right now. Eventually, the call connected through to Sam, and the vampire lord had explained to him everything that had happened so far. I guess when they said nobody but those on the invitations should know about this event, they really meant it. I wouldn't be surprised if all those butlers and servants will get killed after all of this. Sam commented. Well, after Logan was summoned, we decided to make our move as well. We used the device Logan left us to trace the teleporter's last location. After inputting it, we found ourselves at the military base. It looks like they left the teleporter in the middle of that strip that you described. There is one problem though, Sam reported. Currently his group was in one of the hangars nearby that looked to be empty. It seemed like it had been in use before, but due to the board clearing the nearby area, it was empty of personnel and just filled with crates. To get to where you are, we're going to need a ship, and the only ships nearby belong to the military and those in the Earthborn group. We might have to steal one if you want us to make our way over to you, and doing that without hurting any of them could be a struggle. Quinn thought about what to do for a while, Other than what he had found out, there wasn't enough suspicion to act, not just yet. Now that the bodies were gone though, a scent started to waft into Quinn's nose. It was the smell of blood once again, but all the bodies had been cleaned up and it wasn't coming from the traces of blood on the stage or walls. Looking around, he could see there was a door left open, possibly leading to the other places. For now, I'll continue searching for this place. Everything feels like a trap, and we need to find it before they spring it on us. If you don't hear from me in an hour, then make your way here, and Sam, do your best to not to kill anyone if you make your way over here, but prioritize not doing over that. The call ended there, and Sam was scratching his head a bit, but he had a smile on his face. The request to not kill anyone but not die while fighting was a hard thing to do, unless one was far stronger than the other. However, only someone like Quinn would request that, and Sam was happy that he still hadn't changed. The reason why Quinn had made the request was because of something that Nathan had said before they had arrived at the place, that they should treat the Earthborn group and the board as two separate groups. He shouldn't punish those just for following orders, not when they were likely being blackmailed like the women had been, and especially not when there was a good chance that Pure might somehow be behind all of this. Walking through the door, Quinn continued to follow the scent. He used his shadow cloak again, which would not only make him invisible, his footsteps would be silenced as they were encased in the shadow. Looking on the ground, Quinn could see drops of blood, and it had come from the women. He was sure that following this track would lead him to the killer. Eventually he found some stairs, and after climbing them to the top there was another door, leading him into a large reception room. There was a bar, sofas, and relaxing tables all over the place. Quinn didn't know which section of the stadium he was in, but he could see someone. A person holding a scythe in his hand who was whistling as he made his way back to where had come from. Oh, I can feel the presence of someone who's not supposed to be here. Is someone here who is not meant to be here? The traveler spoke, licking some blood off his scythe. Without a doubt this was the killer. Quinn got rid of his shadow cloak, showing himself. Even then the man didn't look frightened, and instead seemed more excited. Haha, so it's you. I wonder how you got out without the others noticing. But it doesn't matter. You know, I've never tasted a V's blood before. I'm excited to experience how it differs from a human's. The man shouted as his eyes lit up as if they were in ecstasy. He started swinging his scythe around skillfully and held it out in front of him. Drinking blood. And using a scythe to cut up those women from earlier? What are you? Quinn asked. The man started to run forward with his scythe out, and at the same time Quinn formed something in his hand. Using his aura and blood control, he was able to create a solid curved red blade with no handle. Then shadow started to appear from his hands. Seeing that scythe like that reminds me of something I haven't used in a long time, Quinn thought, as the shadow grew until he held a much larger scythe than his opponent in his hands, only that the hilt was made of shadows, and the blade made of blood aura. Quinn swung it out wide, and the second it touched the other's beast weapon, the attack was so strong and the blood so sharp and powerful that it cut the beast weapon in half. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions, Quinn said with his eyes glowing red. Although Sonny was fine with Jim's loss, the same couldn't be said for the other vampire leaders. They all gave Jean a glance. At first, none of them cared for this little competition, but after suffering a loss, they couldn't help but feel a bit hurt from it. Do you think any of you would have fared better in that match? Jean said with a frown on his face as he had received one too many scorns. I'm pretty sure many of you would have suffered the same fate. Let me give you all a small obvious warning. Don't underestimate your opponent. The others couldn't really say much to Jean. The leaders did have an idea about each other's strength, but truthfully they didn't know who was stronger than the other. It wasn't like they held yearly tournaments to test everyone's strength. However, once in a while, leaders would display their strength to others, and they could feel how strong another's blood aura was, which allowed them to have a rough estimate. In Jin's case, he was a bit different from other vampires. Although his blood aura perhaps wasn't as strong as other leaders, he did have a strong ability that most of the other leaders would have struggled to face. They knew he was strong, and he was a little older than them as well. Knowing that they could say no more, They decided to focus their attention on the next battle that was about to begin as the 10th leader had been called on to the stage. Fex could feel all of the eyes staring at the back of his head as he stepped forward. He was wearing Vincent's attire with the mask covering his face, but he was still afraid that he might get caught somehow, and the other leaders weren't making it any better. Are they staring at me? I don't want to look back, but at the same time I want to, Fex thought. In the end, he had given in to his urge and twisted his head. And he was right. All of them were peering at him intensely. Listen, Jake said, stepping forward. You are one of our leaders. We have already lost once, and it will be a huge humiliation if we lose another fight. We know you might not be the best fighter among us, but don't disappoint us. Right now, he didn't know if Jake's words were meant to inspire him or were they a threat, but it just made him more nervous. Please, step into the VR pod. Your opponent has already entered, the butler said while gesturing at the pod with his hand. When Fex walked up to the pod, he decided to head out and look through the glass instead of getting in. The field had changed back to the digital panels before and no longer showed the village where Owen and Jean had fought, and he could see Logan at the very end. What seems to be the problem? The butler asked. I'm just trying to look at the stage. Please don't distract me. It's part of my tactic. Fex lied back. What kind of crap did I just come up with as part of my tactic? I'm just trying to get Logan's attention, Fex thought. He was unsure how much longer he could stare out of the window. Still, eventually, since Logan was keen on paying attention to where Quinn was, he had looked up, and when Fex saw this, he gave a quick thumbs up before placing it back down. I wonder what the delay is, the butler by Logan's side said. Seeing this and how the vampire's side hadn't started immediately, Logan had a bad feeling. Perhaps I should check if everything is running okay again. There might have been a problem or an incident in one of the glass containers. Logan replied as he walked out to the field. Seeing that Logan was on the move, Fex regained his composure and decided to hop into the VR pod. Logan placed his hand on the ground, immediately perceived what had happened. It was easy for him to interpret and make it so the system would recognize him. It might be a little harder for you to fight. You will be using a body you are not used to, and you won't have your strong powers, Logan thought. The field started to change once more as the machine had selected a random map. This time, the panels began to turn into an endless grass field. The grass went on and on until the very edge of the map, till there was nothing else. It was a simple map where there was nowhere to hide, no barrier for them to use, and this meant the two of them could display their skills. When Fex arrived, though, he could see a saddened maiden standing opposite him. Samantha had her head held down and wasn't even looking at him. She stared at nothing but the grass. Seeing her look this way, standing on her own in the field, Fex's heart thumped louder than it usually would in a battle. Ah, shit, Fex thought. Inside the stadium, in one of the many rooms scattered throughout the gigantic building, Quinn had found himself against one of the travelers. The guards that should be by the board side at all times, but this one wasn't. And right now, Quinn currently had him pressed down with his hand, and not only that, but he also had broken both arms and legs of the traveler. The man would have been screaming in pain, but just so they wouldn't alert anyone, Quinn had placed him inside his shadow space. Around them were the dead bodies that Quinn had stored in there as well. He wanted to remind the traveler of what he had done, of his crimes as he stared into the women's eyes, but it didn't look like they were getting anywhere. At the same time, Quinn had found out that there was another problem in front of him. What is going on? My influence skill didn't work on him. Quinn frowned. This was the reason why Quinn had no choice but to break the man's arms and legs to prevent him from escaping. He was sure that his influence skill had worked on the last traveler, but why hadn't it worked on this one? Unlike Leo, Quinn didn't have the power to see Chi directly, but he had a suspicion that this would be the case. Let's see what's the issue here, Quinn thought. He pressed his hand on his head and closed his eyes so he could picture what he was feeling more vividly. One could instantly tell the difference between a Chi user and those who were not. For the higher-ranking travelers and those naturally strong in society, they could unlock a little bit of Chi in their body without realizing it. Similar to Hilston, but he was on another level compared to people like this. However, if someone were a frequent user, there would be traces in their body, and most of it would be stored towards the center to be used as wished. Quinn knew this person was not a chi user, so why did he have chi covering his head? It's just like Leo said. These were what the board members had as well. Is this what is blocking out my influence skill? This means I can't really ask him any questions. But what if I try to remove it? It was the only thing Quinn could think of. Soon he inscribed his chi into the man's body. He planned that once he touched the foreign chi, Quinn thought he could use his knowledge of the second and third stages to remove it. In a way, Quinn thought this was also a good test for something else he wanted to try in the future. His chi was moving slowly, and the man started to panic. No, no. What are you doing? Don't touch it. Don't. Quinn stopped for a second. Are you going to tell me the truth? You are working with Pure, aren't you? Quinn asked. The man said nothing, but he still had a frightened look in his eyes. Quinn couldn't believe that someone who could take lives so easily as he had done could have this look in their eyes like this or deserve to have a look like this. In the end, Quinn continued with what he was doing, but when his chi got a few inches close to the other, something unexpected happened. It immediately moved and went straight into the traveler's brain. Rather than coating and forming a barrier around it, it went directly into it, and the next second the man fell on the floor, dead. What was that? Did that chi just act on its own? And with no one around? Quinn thought, turning his head, but there was clearly no one. The situation was getting more dangerous by the second. Fex Sanguinis was a young handsome vampire who was well known within the pooling area, as well as the inner castle area of his family. He was also one of the most talented vampires in his generation, even when one compared him to the direct descendants. His good looks, paired with his personality, should have been the perfect recipe to make him into an outstanding leader for the 13th family. Alas, there was one thing that Lee Sanguines just didn't know where his son had got it from. Although he himself used to be quite the troublemaker in his youth, for some reason Fex had become fascinated with the human world. He talked about that other world so much that people believed that he had fallen in love with that fantasy place more so than the vampire settlement. Still, all of these things hadn't diminished his popularity, merely increased it. Due to it, he had been able to have his fun and pick up girls in the vampire settlement without any trouble. The only thing was he had never really been interested in any of them aside from the physical aspect. As such, he wasn't used to the feeling he held in heart whenever he saw her. A woman who was a couple years older than him. Not that he minded that in any way, since where he had grown up, couples could easily have age differences of decades or even a century. Think about it, Fex, it just isn't meant to work out between a vampire and a human. By the time she'll look like a grandma, you'll have the appearance of a middle-aged man at worst. When she dies, you'll still have centuries to live, and when girls will still come after you, are you just meant to stay with her? Fex talked to himself. Unless I turn her. These were the words he was using to try to convince himself. He was trying to make his brain take over the irrational decision that his heart was making. You! A voice called out, and Fex looked up to see Samantha. I may not be as strong as some of the others on our side, but I ask of you to fight properly against me and use all your strength. Please do not hold back. Right now, Fex was cursing the computer system for setting up such a fight. Why did it have to be her out of everyone? Fight properly. How am I meant to even do that? I don't exactly have my ability, and even if I did, it's not like I could have brought Agent 11 along with me. Fex thought. Unfortunately, he had no more time to linger on those thoughts. In an instant, Samantha had started to make her move. From behind her she had summoned what looked like 9 tails, spiraling around. Fex had seen this before, but the last time he had seen each one had a sharp-pointed tip. The reason why it differed now was that the vampire had seen the woman use her soul weapon, which she was unable to use in the system. Every Earth user used their powers differently, but with Samantha being the daughter of one of the greatest Earth users in existence, she had plenty of MC cells to use. Fex had yet to move from his starting position, and that's when he noticed a large pillar of earth rise from the ground. When doing so, it wasn't straight and strong like a pillar used to build structures. Instead it had several pieces of stone attached together, making it look somewhat similar to a certain game where one would catch beasts and use them to battle a rock snake-like creature named on Dash. It allowed for a flexible movement, and the next thing the vampire could see was it striking down like a gigantic tentacle towards him. Seeing it move though, Fex felt like it was incredibly slow and moved out of the way, making its attack hit nothing but the ground. However, to him it felt as if he had only moved ever so slightly. What the? Fex wondered, looking at his arms. I could have sworn I just moved faster? That's when it hit him. Right now, the vampire wasn't controlling a version of his body. He was controlling a version of Vincent in the game, which technically was Quinn's body. His avatar was just as fast, and as strong as his blood brother. While Fex had still been in the middle of sorting his thoughts, Samantha hadn't just waited around. When her first attack had failed, the woman had continued to push, allowing the tail to sweep across the ground, hitting the distracted vampire. Still, the hit didn't hurt as much as he had expected it to, and Fex still felt like he was in control. Sticking his feet onto the ground, Fex turned his body around and placed both hands on the giant snake rock, and it had come to a sudden stop. This strength. This is the body of a vampire lord. No, this is Quinn's body. Fex corrected himself, pleased with what he had done. Turning around, he could soon see several pillars of a similar size that had been raised in front of him, yet he showed no fear. It didn't take long for Fex to get used to the speed and strength. He himself was already fast in his own body. He could keep up with everything, and it was only taking him a little while to get used to the increase from his normal body. Avoiding the giant snake pillars was a good warm-up for him, and eventually when he felt like he was finally strong enough to deal with it, he readied his fist, preparing to smash through one of the pillars heading towards him. This is how Quinn did it, right? Fex thought, imitating his steps. He steadied his foot on the ground, and charged with a surge in his body the blood aura. Then at the right time he threw out his fist right towards the heads of one of the giant snake pillars. On impact the stone exploded, and a hole could be seen through, reaching about halfway of the entire pillar. Only half? And for some reason the attack seemed weaker than his. Fex wondered what the reason for what could be. The attack the vampire had just tried to imitate had been the hammer strike. Being around Quinn for a while, he had seen it many times before, and was sure he had perfectly copied it. However, what others didn't realize from only watching him was that there was so much more behind the vampire lord's attacks. His attacks used a perfect mix between chi and blood to create devastating blows. I guess there's no need to make this last any longer than I need to, Fex decided, running forward. Now that he was close to Samantha, she could use her tails, and these were faster than the pillars that she would use. Nevertheless, it didn't matter, for Fex was still able to avoid them all, and the last one he leapt towards her. Samantha thought that this was her chance, as her opponent shouldn't be able to change direction while midair, but wrapping his arm around in blood hardening, Fex pushed through the last tail, smashing it again, and eventually landing right on top of Samantha, knocking her onto the floor. His arms pinned her down, onto the grass, and he had reached her. The two of them looked into each other's eyes for a second. For Samantha, she could only see the eyes of her opponent behind the mask, and nothing else. Looking deeply, Fex didn't know what had come over him, as he eventually blurted out, "I think I'm in love with you." There was silence, and only struggle on Samantha as she tried to get up, but the strength was overwhelming. It took her a few seconds to process everything, until she eventually spoke, no longer struggling. "I give up," Samantha said, unsure how to react to this sudden confession. She was aware that she could no longer fight and her opponent was too strong for her. The next second, Fex and Samantha's bodies started to disappear. When Fex got out of the pod, the other leaders were speechless as they looked at him. "Was that some type of tactic?" Vincent asked, half curious, half teasing. "Confessing to her so she would give up?" The vampire was too embarrassed to reply, happy that the mask he currently had on at least hid his red face. He had gotten caught up in that moment, making him completely forget that they had been in the game and that anything they would say would be forwarded to all of the onlookers. Fex would have given anything for Quinn to summon him away at this moment, but he knew that wouldn't happen. He had a role to fulfill, and since he couldn't exactly leave the room, he went towards a corner and just kept staring at a wall. thankful to at least have a mask on him. Who cares? The important thing is he won and he did it with ease. Jin's loss must have been a fluke, Nikyu said with his arms folded. In the other room, Samantha wasn't in the best of moods either, so much so that no one wanted to speak with her at all. The board was also very disappointed. Not only had the 10th leader won, but he had done so without revealing an ability. From what they knew so far, all vampires had an ability, but this one had just used his blood powers, speed and strength to overwhelm her. They couldn't even blame it on being a bad matchup. The screen started to filter once again, as the next opponents were seemingly randomly selected, and it was at that point that it had landed on the first leader, Nikyu. Finally, I'll show you all how it's done, Nikyu proudly proclaimed, already walking forward without a care in the world who he would face. Then on the other screen it had stopped on a blonde-haired boy named Sil. I would like to ask you all for a favor. Sil spoke to those in the room around him. If you don't mind, I would like to touch each one of you to borrow your abilities. I would like to destroy my opponent in this fight. Upon seeing Sil's face come on screen, the vampires wondered who he was. There was a couple that recognized him as someone who had tried to help stop Fex's execution. At the time, he had used 2 blades and only had the strength to put up with a vampire knight but couldn't even defeat one. So they were wondering just how come this person was invited as one of the strongest humans. What they didn't know was at the time, the one they had seen fight was actually Vorden, nor did they know about his powers since he was unable to copy vampire MC cells. Inside the other glass container, Sil had just requested for the others to help him out. Of course, unlike the vampires, everyone in the room knew of Sil's power since they had seen him and his family defeat the 5-spiked Dalki, known as Slicer. Surprisingly, the first one out of everyone to approach Sil was Mona. She walked forward, leaving her large friend by her side and held onto Sil's hands. It doesn't matter that you can't really use my ability, right? Mona winked. Let's surprise those vampires with a big bang. I don't exactly like the way some of them were looking at us. Having an idea of how Sil's ability worked, she thought she could put her MC cells to use. Of course, the next one in line was Owen. Although I no longer follow the Blade family, you are following someone else I quite enjoy seeing, and I would like to see just how far you can go. He chuckled while also allowing Sil to touch his hands. Looking around the room, there wasn't really anyone else with whom Sil was familiar. There were the other Greylash members, but Sil could only take the strongest of the MC cells from them. Still, even with just those 2 abilities, Sil had the power of the previous Big 4 in him. There was Satch, but Sil couldn't take powers from other vampires. In the end, he thought he might have to go in there with just these 2 powers. Sil, wait! Satch thought of something. You don't need to touch the others. Sil was confused by his words. Remember, this is just a game. All you need to do is take the powers you want and contact Logan. That should be okay. It doesn't matter if you know what the abilities are. Of course. Sil nodded because he only had in mind to use one person's ability. Logan knew this would be the case when Sil was to enter the game, and based on the information he could gather, he had applied 6 of the strongest abilities gathered by the humans to Sil. However, on top of this, since Sil's power was more complex, he had to do several things. He had to code in so many variables if Sil wanted to put these powers together towards one ability or just to switch between them quickly. On the other side, Nikyu had a large smile on his face and turned around to the others. We need to show them that we are no pushovers. I know I am a young leader, but I carry the weight of the vampire settlement and the first family, and I don't want to disappoint any of them. Just before Nikyu got in, one more person wanted to say something to him. Nikyu, you won't win this fight, Vincent said. When you lose it, I don't want you to feel disheartened. As you said, you are the first family leader and a strong one at that, especially for your age, but this person is the world's strongest human at the moment. There is no way for you to win. The other vampires were quite stunned by Vincent's words. For one, they thought there was no need for him to say this, but for him to say such things without a doubt of hesitation, they wondered if he simply just underestimated Nikyu or overestimated the other person, but that wasn't the case at all. Maybe if it was Sil when he was at the cursed faction, but the Sil now was in a room with the strongest humans in the world. There wouldn't be a point in time other than now where he would be stronger. The Sill of the cursed faction had a limited pool of people to select from, and of course there weren't many that weren't vampires with super strong abilities, but this case was different. Nikyu ignored Vincent's words. After all, he felt that the latter was treating him differently because he was young. The two got into their capsules, and the terrain started to change once again. They were in a rocky place that had giant rocks as large as houses spread across the whole land. It wasn't straight either and bumpy, a difficult place to fight for the both of them. The two appeared on either end of the map, and the match was getting ready to start. They have given me a different weapon that is similar to my blood weapon, so at least I have a sword, Nikyu thought. He looked in front of him but could not see his opponent. The mountains blocking their view were all he could see, while the others watching above could see them quite clearly. It looks like this map is quite the fun one, Sunny commented. They will have to use the map to their advantage for attacking and defending. Also, they need to be aware of each other's positions other than relying on their vision. I believe Nikyu has the advantage in this one due to his nose. I agree, Jean added. Although he said those words, Nikyu has grown going through the forced rituals. It was tough on him and there was a low chance of it succeeding, but he had decided to go through them anyway. I can't imagine what he has planned through, but he has the potential to reach the level of a vampire lord just like us. He is no less than us. Vincent could hear the others talking, disagreeing with his opinion, but he knew they would soon come around. They all would. When Sill appeared, he could see the strange rocks blocking his view at that moment. I can't see him, Sill said, but that doesn't matter. I'll just destroy the whole field. The others could hear what he was saying but could not comprehend his words. A second later, though, Sill started to summon lightning from his hands, and they could see it was the same power that Owen had used against Jean. Is this why you said Nikyu would face trouble? Jean asked. It's a good thing that they are fighting on a different map than the one I fought on. Otherwise, Nikyu could suffer from direct attacks that could be quite troublesome. The lighting, though, started to grow from Sill's hands, and something strange happened. The sparks that would constantly show started to condense. It is almost a solid form of blue light. Sill was holding on to what looked like gigantic whips of lighting that stretched from the two sides of the maps with his bare hands. He then lifted them and swung them across to each other. Both of them lashed out, and the second it touched the large rocks, they fired off strong sparks, crumbling and getting destroyed instantly. The lightning whips destroyed everything they touched and extended to the point where they covered the entire map. In the end, Nikyu was unable to see anything. He hadn't even seen his opponent and only felt rumbling before he could see two lashes of bright blue go towards him. And the next second, he was in the white room. The pod opened and Nikyu came out from the game. What happened? Was there something wrong with the game? Nikyu asked. The map just loaded. Then there was this white light, and now I'm back here. The others didn't know what to say, nor did they know how to explain to him that he had simply lost the match. While Nikyu was dumbfounded, Sill exited from his pod on the other side, and everyone on his side was at a loss for words, including himself. That power I just wielded, I don't know if it was the game or not, but there was more strength in it than when I had the power of all the big four. One of the guys in this room is incredibly strong, Sill thought. After Nikyu had learned of what really happened during the fight, he couldn't believe it. He thought all of the vampires were playing a joke on him and his actions clearly stated it. Yeah. Come on. Just let me know when the machine is ready, and I'll teach that person a lesson. Nikyu laughed once more. At this point, it was getting embarrassing for the other leaders. They felt sorry for him. However, after telling him several times that it wasn't the case, none of the leaders really knew what to say anymore. Since the butler felt like this was going nowhere, he decided to intervene. We have a special video feed that will allow you to watch back what was on the match, the butler said without asking if Nikyu wanted to watch it or not. A display appeared in front of them all. It showed exactly what the others could see, as if a camera was attached to their position and showed everything to Nikyu, from when had arrived in the game, up till Sill had produced that single attack that ended it all. Once the video had ended, the others were looking at Nikyu, while trying not to make it too obvious they really were looking at him simultaneously. It Can't be real, right? How can a human have that much power? They must have boosted his powers in the game. Niku refused to believe it until eventually, Vincent stood in front of him and placed both hands firmly on his shoulders. Listen to me. Do you remember what I said? Vincent looked him in the eyes. If any of us went out there, not a single one would have survived. I wasn't joking when I said that. You drew the short straw in this one. When we were asked to help the humans, it wasn't because they were weak. It's just that the Dalki were too strong. I hope you realize why joining forces is the best for both of our races. Although Vincent hated to admit it, this whole event was making the leaders realize how serious of a threat the Dalki were and put the humans up on the ladder. Even if it wasn't intentional. It would have been nice if you could see this, Quinn. Sometimes you can drop words of wisdom on them that even I can't. I hope things are all okay on your end, young one. Vincent thought. At the moment, Quinn had left his shadow space. He had looked over the traveler's body several times to see if he could find anything, but the traces of chi seemed to disappear once the host had died. It was the strangest thing that Quinn had ever seen before. Is it even possible to control chi when it's not in sight? Quinn started to think. He knew about the third stage of chi, which was using one's own outside of your body, but this seemed more like a command. He was also pretty sure that the traveler himself knew about it as well. The fear on his face, he knew that if I tried to do something, the chi would kill him. Maybe rather than control, it's more like something as a command. A set of rules, maybe? If that's the case, it would also explain why he couldn't say anything. It's hard to guess whether or not the chi was originally there just for this reason or to block out the vampire's influence skill. How would they know it would block out the influence skill in the first place? Regardless of all this, what Quinn did realize was that all members of the board had the same thing, which potentially meant all of their lives were at risk and were in the same situation. It wasn't the board at fault, but pure. I have to find out the reason for this whole event. The stadium was gigantic, and even with Quinn's super speed, it would be hard for him to find something quickly. What would have been ideal was to use something like Leo's ability to search the place or have some sort of guide. Otherwise, he would have to check every single room. The one advantage that Quinn had was the fact that there was no room that he couldn't get into, thanks to his skill of shadow travel, which allowed him to pass through the ground and through walls. He was sure that the important information would be behind locked doors. With this in mind, Quinn continued to search the place and was ready to call the others over when need be. He had made the mistake of trying to save everyone himself before. Quinn wouldn't be shy to call on for their help if need be, and he preferred them to be closer anyway. Unless there was a threat at the same level as Laxmus, it would be okay, which was why he was holding off for now, because his gut was telling him there was something seriously wrong. At the moment, Sam and the others were on standby. They were mostly relaxing in the nearby hangar, out of sight from all the others, waiting for Quinn's orders. At the same time, he was busy watching the military's movement. There was no need for binoculars since he could see far out due to his vampire self. You think of joining them or something. You're looking at them so hard I think they can feel your eyeballs. Nate joked. No, it's not that, it's just a little strange. I was looking at them, and it was something Logan said before he left. Sam replied. He said something? Yeah, he was trying to locate our location. That way he could pinpoint where for us to go next. He didn't say anything directly to me, but it was a comment he made. I don't remember seeing this place. Nate gave a look to Sam like he was possibly overthinking things, but he couldn't blame him. They were hiding in secret right in the enemy's territory. Maybe he's just never been here before, or he meant he doesn't recognize it on the map. That guy is so clever that we can never understand him. Nate shrugged his shoulders. That's why I'm concerned. Logan is so clever that he almost never makes a mistake. But that doesn't mean he doesn't overlook things. His mind works almost like a computer itself, so if he doesn't remember this place, then it means he had never seen it before anywhere. Not in all the files he researched when hacking into the Earthborn group, not with all of the Green family's information or the information he recently obtained from Richard. So if this place wasn't marked on any of those, what type of military base is this? Or maybe it's not a military base at all. Another came in who happened to be listening to the whole conversation. When turning around, The others could see that it was Layla. I know why you've been watching them for a long time now. Something is off, and I felt the same as well, and then it finally hit me after hearing what you two were talking about. I'm not sure if they're all soldiers or if any of them are. There's been one for two faces I recognize, and if that's the case, then it means they're from Pure. The other's eyes widened listening to this information. It was exactly what Sam was looking at. The soldiers, something was off to the point where it looked like they were just pretending to be military, and that facade was slowly going away the more he watched them. If they are Pure, then how are they so openly on land like this and have a base set up here? Nate said, a little panicked. Do we know how long this whole event has been planned for? Maybe this whole place was built in a week with abilities. Layla replied, Pure don't usually have a base like this, so something is seriously up. Well then, it looks like we're just going to have to catch one of them and get some answers ourselves. Sam smiled. Still, there was something even more worrying in Sam's mind. If what Layla was saying was true, then there was one person who should have noticed and alarmed the others, so why didn't they? With the NICU situation over, it was time for them to proceed to the next fight. And now the vampire leaders looked to be more focused than before. They were no longer chilled or laid back about the event as their pride made it so they couldn't afford to lose anymore. While on the other side, morale was quite high. Vampires were seen as these unknown beings with strange powers. The few times people had made reports on them or the times when they appeared on camera, they looked beyond strong. Super strength, super speed, enhanced senses, a lust for blood powers, the ability to take over minds, and lastly, they could turn others. All of these things made them frightening beings, and it didn't help that the last time there was an introduction of a new species, they had gone to war with them. However, since the humans were able to defeat some of the leaders, the strongest vampires, it gave them confidence and pride for the competition. The next set of people to appear on the screen was one of the head generals, and they were to go up against one of the vampire leaders. They went in with great confidence thinking it would be easy. Yet this was not the result at all. The vampire leaders weren't even giving them a chance, using their abilities as quickly as possible and using more variations in their blood powers. No matter what map they were on, they had an advantage due to their smell and speed, and they had overwhelmed the generals. This hadn't just happened once, but in the next set of fights, the leaders won again and again. Even the new leaders had found success, the 12th family, the 2nd family, and many others. Watching the sight, as the humans suffered loss after loss, was more than just demotivating. They were being broken down. When they saw Hermes from the Greylash family being selected, they thought he would perhaps have a chance. Twice those with lighting powers had won, so they thought it would be the same again, but Hermes suffered a defeat from the 5th leader Sunny, who didn't even use any ability while fighting. There was no more hope for them. They felt like only Owen and Syl could win, but that was the strength of two people, not those of the human race. Inside the boardroom, the members were furious about the results so far. It's a good thing we didn't broadcast this event. Otherwise, we would have been humiliated, and it would have only struck fear into us all. One of them said, Calm down. There are still fights left to go. Do not think it is the end. Remember, they still haven't made their move yet either. The old man said. As for the fights from the humans who hadn't fought, there were Leo, Satch, Chris, Agent 3, Grim Greylash, two of the unranked who stayed close to each other, unlike the rest of the unranked, and finally Mona Bree. Most of the vampires had already fought, which meant soon the cycle would repeat because even though they had fought before, they would need to again. As for the next fight that was to take place, the screen eventually stopped at none other than the Supreme Commander Satch. Stepping forward, he felt confident, but as for all the generals in the Earthborn group who had been defeated, they felt like it would be the same for him. Perhaps things would have been different if he had a piece of demon tier equipment like Oscar or was as strong as Oscar, but they all knew that Satch was a few steps behind if the two of them were to be compared. Satch looked across the room before getting into the pod, waiting for his opponent to be selected. Quinn, I want to show you that I haven't just been sitting around doing nothing after you gave me a second chance, when you visited me in that hospital. Not only that, but my body was stronger, and the ability allowed me to improve my body even more. I won't let one horn get his way the next time I meet him the next time. So whoever I have to face right now, he will be my stepping stone. Eventually, the screen stopped and landed on the 6th leader. He was one of the new leaders but not as fresh as the others and was succeeding Vadim Muscat, who Arthur killed. Satch's opponent would be Jake Muscat. So, the cursed faction has Syl, the Greylash family have Owen, but who do the Earthborn group have? Satch, are you going to be that person? Mona commented. In a way, the other groups also needed to show their strength to each other, and currently the Earthborn group was looking the weakest by far, and she knew Satch very well understood this. With all the weight on his shoulders, she expected him to perform something quite special to them all. Quinn's search and continued around the stadium. He could not find any other personnel around, nor could he smell blood. Right now, he had entered the north section of the stadium. This was close to where the board was viewing the fight from the glass pods. He thought if anywhere, he was most likely to find something here, and he was partially right as he finally found himself coming across a locked door. The first one he had seen in the place. Using shadow travel, he quickly bypassed the doors. Using his inspect skill, he probably could have also received the access code, but thought that might cause some type of alarm to go off or maybe even leave behind some unwanted traces of himself. When arriving on the other side, Quinn instantly felt a chill. The room was far colder than it was anywhere else in the place. In front of him was a long hallway. One could go in several directions, and he didn't know where to start or the rooms to enter. Is it a lab? Why is there always a lab in these types of places? Quinn thought. That reminds me, what happened to those servants that were with those girls? Ray commented. We saw the dead bodies of the girls but never saw those servants no matter where we have gone. And what exactly was that traveler doing? This was something Quinn couldn't answer, but the traveler had come from this direction, so perhaps he was heading here. When walking past, some large thick glass panels allowed one to look through and see what was inside. And it was a sight that Quinn remembered seeing a long time ago. This place, it's like the lab that was underneath the school that time. Quinn thought. Paul said that the military was doing all sorts of experiments, and they would send people to these places. It does look like that, but I don't see any experimental subjects. Ray commented. He was right about that. All of the experimental rooms looked empty, and there was no smell of blood. Still, Quinn thought he would be able to find something at least. Maybe if Logan was here, he could get some information from these computers to see what experiments they were running. This doesn't seem to be Pure's doing since the stadium was here for a long time. Eventually, Quinn had come across another door. This one was 10 meters in height and was almost dark black. Just looking at it, he could tell it was made of pure thick galthrium. How thick it was, he couldn't even imagine. To the point that even if he did use all his strength to punch the door down, he wasn't so sure he could bring it down. At least not in one hit. Still, using his shadow travel, he easily bypassed this as well, and when he popped back up, Quinn found himself in a large arena-looking room. It was almost another mini arena that was built into the stadium, and here the smell of blood was strong. Above, there were also several rooms, almost like observant rooms made from glass that would allow one to see what was going on. Shit, Quinn said, looking at the whole area around him. It was filled with countless bodies lying all over the floor. Some were even piled on top of each other, like garbage in a rubbish dump. But there was something strange about them. They weren't exactly cut or bleeding. Instead, it looked almost as if someone had starved all of them. Going up to one of the bodies, Quinn turned it over. Its skin was so sunken and dried. It was as if someone had just sucked everything out of their body, leaving only skin and bones. This, Ray said in a low voice, I've seen this before. This is chi draining. Lately, it seemed like Quinn was learning more and more about this mysterious power known as chi. A power that humans themselves had developed for years. It was so mystically strange and powerful that it made Quinn wonder at times what would have been the situation on Earth if everyone had learned it. Perhaps they would have even been able to defend themselves better. Still, it didn't seem like his mysterious ancestor, who existed during the era of dragons, knew about the mysterious power, and it was a first for him. Chi drain? You know about chi? Quinn asked. Yes, mana energy obtained from the outside and the world itself, while chi was internal energy within oneself. The way these people look, I've seen it before. Without a doubt, this is the effect of chi drain. Ray started to explain. It was a skill that I used a lot against my enemies. The skill is kind of similar to your gauntlet, only far more advanced, and there is no need to have any equipment to use it either. The skill allows you to steal chi from another person and add it to your own. You are not borrowing it, rather forcefully taking it away from the other person, to the point where they can no longer gather chi in their body. At the same time, it increases yours. Now you know chi's other name, don't you? Thinking about this, Quinn was reminded of the time when Lucy, Layla's mother, had died. She called chi life energy and gave it to her daughter. When there's no more chi to take, then it starts to take their life energy as well. Quinn said. Quinn sighed upon hearing these words. But how come from so many people? Is the amount of chi they can take unlimited? No. Ray replied. In my case, I was special, but even then, there were times when my body couldn't handle the amount of chi. Ray replied. It reminded me of Quinn when he had absorbed blood. It was the same for him. With each evolution, his body could handle a bit more from last time. From what I see, we can assume that these dead people in this room perhaps didn't learn chi in the first place. In other words, the chi inside them was extremely scarce, which was why, perhaps, the enemy had to also resort to taking their life energy as well. If he had just heard about a skill, perhaps Quinn wouldn't have believed it, but recalling about the time when Lucy did something similar, and now seeing this scene in front of him, it made him think that there had to be others that had this knowledge of how to transfer chi and take chi. The signs were still pointing to pure, and perhaps they had taken all those from this lab to drain them. The bodies, it was hard to tell how long they had been in such a state, but the skin didn't look too deteriorated. Quinn could do nothing since there was no information on these people. He couldn't give them the same treatment as he had done the girls. In the first place, he was worried about messing with this place. In the future, he might have to come again with Logan just to find out what the board members were doing before Pure came and interrupted things. The other worrying thing was that all this information was in Pure's hands as well. How involved are Pure with the board members? Do they now control all of their families, including all the assets from behind the scenes while everyone is fighting, sacrificing their lives against the Dalki? Pure has been taking over Earth bit by bit and getting stronger. What is this crap? Quinn was beyond annoyed if this was the case. Although not a direct enemy, Pure was starting to get under his skin, even more so than the meddling vampires of the past. Searching the area some more, Quinn was unable to find anything else. Nothing that he could figure out or seem to be of importance. And since he hadn't found out what Pure was planning with this event, the search was to go on. Having left his shadow travel, Quinn eventually exited from the large black doors and left the facility as well. Once outside, though, and having taken a few steps, Quinn could immediately smell someone. Are you not going to hide? Ray asked. No. I'm going to ask them what the hell are they doing here in the first place? Quinn thought. Eventually, walking back towards the stadium, the two figures found each other. Quinn, a voice called out. Nathan. Quinn frowned. A snowfield. Recently it seemed like wherever Satch was going to snow was following him. After leaving a planet of snow, he was now fighting on a snowfield. Similar to the first map, it had a design of a village. However, a single wall was built around them, and down the middle was a deep ditch. There was no bridge or anything like that, but it didn't matter. Also, in this fight, the opponent had lost the advantage over the sense of smell that the vampires had when using the terrain, because Satch was exactly the same. The fight had started, and immediately Satch ran forward and went over the wall that was rebuilt by the map. He leapt towards the ditch and quickly landed. It was an impressive speed. However, there was a difference between Satch and the other vampires. He was wearing beast gear, which gave him more stats than the average vampire. Eventually, Jake also leapt down and was deep in the snow ditch as well. When landing, though, he had done so with his knees bent, and his hands were touching the floor. Another easy win for us, it seems, Katori, the second leader, commented. With the snow, it's impossible even to see where those traps were set up in the first place. The second that guy steps in them, he's done for. Standing up, Jake taunted his opponent as he punched his fist and gestured to him to come forward. Satch wasn't going to back down from a challenge. One Horn would have charged onwards, so he was going to do the same. The one thing Satch didn't want to reveal in this fight was the fact that he could use his blood powers, so he would have to leave everything to his physical strength, but that was all right. However, while running forward, Jake smiled when he noticed that Satch had stepped exactly into the trap he had placed. Satch's whole body had frozen at that instant, and seeing this, Jake wasted no time, creating a blood fist and throwing it as hard as he could towards Satch's side. Seeing the incoming attack, Satch could only brace himself. It was a large blow, so devastating that the impact could even be seen through the other side of Satch. Even the snow on the side could be seen being pressed, but Satch stayed there strong. "Looks like I can move now," Satch smiled. "That's a strong hit, but if I couldn't take a punch from you." "I definitely wouldn't be able to take a punch from him," Satch shouted as he swung his leg out, delivering a devastating thigh kick to Jake. It was far faster than he had expected. Jake was surprised someone could move so fast after a blow. "Aren't his ribs broken?" Jake thought. The next second, the kick landed, and a large cracking sound echoed. Jake collapsed in an instant in the snow as the kick's power broke his leg. "No," Satch shook his head. "You need to be better than this for me to improve." Spinning on the floor and getting up on his one good leg, Jake thought he could recover somehow, but before he could, another devastating kick landed, right on his head, and the match concluded right then and there. It was another quick defeat, but for once, it was on the human side rather than the vampire's side. The leaders were left with a strange taste in their mouth. They all knew that the other party was a vampire, but to meet one who had no ranking in their world and was stronger than a vampire leader, they just didn't know how that was possible. Seeing this, Vincent thought it was the perfect time to educate them all. He was Quinn's teacher, after all. Those kicks were powerful, and with his ability they became even stronger, but the main reason why there was such a huge gap between the two of you is because of what was on his legs. Unaware, Vincent had just said Quinn instead of him, but it was hard to keep pretending to be someone else. The others thought back to remember what was on Satch's legs, and they remembered they were covered in a thick silver and blue-like armor. His whole legs had even lit up slightly as he threw out his kicks. "The beast armor," Sonny said. "Exactly. This is the power of tools." Vincent smugly smiled. He remembered the time of his past reign when he was the only one who created beast weapons. The others used to laugh at him, but none of them were laughing now after seeing one of their own being defeated by the tools. The event was to go one regardless, and as stated multiple times, this wasn't a competition to see who had won more fights than the other. It was learning about each other and teaching the vampires a lot. The game generator went off again, revealing the next match participants, and there were only 3 from the vampires' side that had yet to fight: Vincent or Quinn, Lee, and Muka. In the end, the leader's name had appeared, and Muka was called to the stage. And her opponent was another one who wasn't exactly a human, the blind swordsman. Although the I had selected the next fight, there was a small break from the non-stop matches. It was time for the others to talk about what had happened so far, and the idea was they could discuss how to improve and where they needed improvement from the others. At least, this is what the board said the break was for, and that's what currently one side was doing at least. The vampire leaders didn't really want to speak about the losses they had suffered, and they were already aware of the mistakes they had made. The good thing was that the butler was able to show a repeat telecast to them of the multiple fights that had happened so far, so they could watch over and see what went wrong. As for Nikyu, in this case he just stood there, and there wasn't much he could learn from watching his fight, not that he wanted to see it again. On the other side, the humans had gathered in types of groups to evaluate their matches, getting advice from each other. Some of them lost not just because they were weaker, but they lacked tactics and fighting sense. Although the vampires hadn't fought a lot, they seemed to have battle knowledge of fighting and using the terrain around them. Perhaps it was due to how long they lived or because they were a race that relied only on strength. Even if they only fought against each other, that was still experience. In the meantime, there was one who had yet to watch her own match and was grabbing some water from a machine that was off to the side. She placed a bottle, filling it up, and when taking it off from the machine, her fingers fumbled a little, causing her to drop the bottle onto the floor. The water spilt all over the ground. "It's just not my day, is it?" Samantha mumbled as she went to pick up her water bottle, but before she could, there was another hand that had picked it up before her. "Thank you," Samantha said. She was quite surprised to see a large man in front of her. At least she thought it was a man based on the thick armor, but it was impossible to see his face since he covered it with a bucket-like helmet of some kind, where one could only see small slits where the eyes were. She also found it strange that he carried this box by his side, and not once had he let it go or put it down. Taking the bottle from the man, she was expecting him to leave after saying thank you, but the figure just stood there not saying a single word. It felt a little awkward, and she didn't know what else to say. Now that I look at him a bit more, he's about the same size as him, she thought. What are you doing? You're going to scare the girl, Mona said as she walked over to her new companion. Sorry about that, he can't really speak, but he's kind and helpful, I promise. Standing in front of Oscar, Mona was a little worried about his actions. She thought something might happen when he saw her daughter of all things, but this wasn't the real Oscar, or at least not the same Oscar that they remembered, yet seeing her must have triggered something. A loving family bond that just can't be forgotten. Huh. I guess you must have really loved her, and even now you want to help and protect her. But if she were to see who you were or what you have become, if they were all to see you, I wonder what they would think, Mona thought. It looked like her new friend wouldn't leave this girl alone, and she had to do something. Hey, why don't you come over? We can watch your fight together. It might give me an idea how these leaders fight. Mona asked. You know us girls have to stick together and you put up a good fight. From what I saw, the leader you faced was a bit faster compared to all the others, and stronger. You were just a bit unlucky. Looking around, so far Samantha had been staying close to Satch, but she did feel a little awkward, and for some reason the large figure, although it might have startled others, it didn't really startle her. Chairs and tables were arranged by more servants who seemed to have come out of nowhere. They must have been in the stadium somewhere or just outside the glass container. Once everyone had taken their seats, the video started to play of Samantha's match. As soon as it started, her face turned red by the second, as she remembered certain details. Oh, Mona smiled. Is that why you didn't see the replay of your match? I have to admit, I didn't expect a vampire to confess to you in the middle of a match like that. I mean, there are some good-looking guys in that group, and they're all practically flawless, the same for the girls. I can't imagine why they would pick anyone from us. Not that you aren't beautiful, of course. Mona quickly said, trying not to offend anyone. But she was just speaking the truth. Nearly every single one of the vampires could become a star actor or a model. I couldn't really see his face. Samantha blurted out. He had a mask. But he seemed familiar. I don't know why? She really didn't know why, but there was one person she had met a while ago that reminded her of this person. He seemed a bit immature for his age and imagined it was something he would have done. Confessing out of nowhere with no regard for the other's feelings. The scene continued to play out, with Mona giving some tips. She claimed that Samantha was relying too much on her earth powers. Her use of the earth ability was creative, and she had spent a long time learning how to make it, so the earth ability wasn't so rigid, and that was good. However, it would do her well if she also thought of using the powers in a close manner. There could be multiple forms of attack against her opponent at once. It was good advice, but also something hard to pull off and hazardous. Another alternative was to try and focus on some type of defense if she was going to attack like so. Even the tails that she usually would use might have been called defensive, but it was an offensive defense. The earth ability was one of the best abilities when it came to defense if used in the right way. Eventually, though, the scene had come, where Fex had landed right on top of Samantha. The video had audio, and all of them heard it well. I think I'm in love with you. The video played, and straight after, there was a loud bang on the table. Both Mona and Samantha had felt the vibration on the same table they were sitting at, because it had come from a large friend next to them. Did he just get angry because of the confession? Mona thought. I mean, actually anger? I guess that's the parental instinct to protect his daughter. Is he okay? Samantha asked. Yeah. He's okay, Mona replied. Soon, the break was over, and passing the new information they comprehended on to those who had yet to fight, they thought they might have a better chance at facing the vampires now and in the future. However, something unexpected happened. The board members' room had received a call, and the call was coming from one of the butlers in the vampire leaders' room. Answering it was the middle-aged man with a gray beard, who went by the name Andy. "Sir, I don't know how to say this, but the leader that had been elected to fight. We have a bit of a problem," the butler said. Standing outside looking at the board members, Mukka just stood there with a smile, waving at them. "Very well," Andy replied. "Accept their request." During the break on the vampire leader's side, most of them weren't really doing anything in their glass container. This made Vincent realize a significant problem with the leaders. Although they acted as a council, the leaders weren't quite united. All of the families were only close with those loyal to their families. There were a few that regularly talked with each other, such as Jean and Sunny, but as for the rest, they weren't on the best terms. Is there a way to fix the current situation? Or perhaps making the leaders do things together regularly like this is the solution? Vincent thought, looking at them as there were small breakthroughs here and there. If only the vampire leaders did more as they grew up. At the same time, Vincent was curious about another thing. Their fight had just been announced, but there was one person who was at a table on their own, and a constant sound was ringing out. It was safe to say that their actions were strange. When going over, Vincent noticed that Mukka was busy tossing a coin. She looked and saw that the coin had landed on the tails side. Immediately, Mukka picked it up and tossed the coin once again. "If I were to ask you what are the chances of a coin landing on heads or tails, what would your answer be?" Mukka asked, clearly hearing and noting that Vincent had appeared and was looking over her shoulder. "Are we talking about out of a number of times, or each time the coin is spun?" "If it's the latter, then there are only two choices, so it's 50-50. Vincent answered. He thought if there was some trick to the question but decided to respond with what he thought was right. "Ah, I see. In your scenario, if there are two equal options, then you are probably right. But aren't there things that can influence a coin spin, such as the strength used to spin the coin, the weight of one side compared to the other? In the first place, the head of the coin weighs more than the tails, which means it is more likely to fall on that one side. However, there is one more influence, luck. As you know, I have plenty of it. So then why? The coin eventually stopped spinning once more and landed on tails again. So why, with my luck, with the head side of the coin being heavier and my spinning, is it always landing on tails? It seems that this is not my match to participate in. Honestly, for someone like Vincent, he always found the ninth leader's ability the strangest. The ability's strength varied from vampire to vampire, and it seemed like an impossible thing to test. Yet, Vincent had to believe it because he had seen the most bizarre things happen whenever the ninth family would choose to fight. On top of that, it was the only ability that Logan found nearly impossible to replicate in the game. Mukka said it was alright because her ability would work even when in the game. Either way, Logan did put in some things that should act similar to how her ability would work. When the break was over, Mukka walked over to the butler and requested something. "Excuse me," Mukka said. "Please tell them that there is no point in me participating in this fight. If they wish to see a spectacle and see my true power, then I will be happy to, but I am unable to fight in this match." The butler looked at Mukka for a few seconds as if she was joking, but since none of the other leaders had said anything, including Quinn, he had decided to make the call. It was up to the board to settle. "It doesn't matter too much anyway. We've nearly seen all of the vampire leaders fight, so we can grant them their wish," Andy replied. It was a surprise, but Mukka was forfeited from the match, and instead, there was someone else to take their place. At the same time, she would take part in the next match. "Worried?" Nikyu asked. "About what?" Mukka replied. "That if a royal knight was to lose to a vampire knight, there would be an uproar. It would be an embarrassment to your family," Nikyu said, although he was being a bit more cautious with his words than usual. Perhaps due to the result of his own fight. Mukka started to laugh. "No, you see, I knew that they would accept my request. After all, that is also part of my power. I have had a string of very bad luck lately. My vampire knights dying and everything happening to my family and more. I think my luck should soon turn around." As expected, it wasn't easy to talk to Mukka when they went off about their powers. And since Nikyu didn't really have a leg to stand on from his earlier comments, he chose to stay quiet as well. The machine went off again, and this time the leader it had landed on was Lee. He would be the one to face Leo instead. Nonetheless, It was an exciting match that would soon take place. Having just exited from the strange lab, Quinn walked down the hallway expecting to find someone who could give him some answers. What he didn't expect to see was Nathan, one of the Earthborn generals, to be here. Quinn, you know what will happen if they catch you out of the grounds like so? They might think that you were planning to sabotage this whole event or plotting against someone. This could start a war, Nathan said, genuinely concerned. He looked frightened and even now was turning his head constantly to see if there was anyone following them. I want to ask you the same question, Quinn replied. I have a replacement taking my place, but you, how are you here, and what are you doing heading in this direction in the first place? It was clear that Nathan was heading to the strange lab. There was nowhere else to go in that direction but that. The board seems to trust me a bit, or I guess I should say they have been bossing me around a lot, Nathan replied. They told me to get you in the first place, and now they ordered me to head to this area and report back to them. Apparently, they noticed that there was some kind of movement. Now that I see you're here, I guess you must have set off something which caused them to be alarmed. It was likely true. After all, Quinn had given up on his shadow cloak while in the facility and many other places, but he had seen no cameras. Maybe they had sensors or something like that. It's hard to tell, but the good thing is, it looks like they don't know it's me if they only sent Nathan. Do you know what is going on in this facility? Quinn asked. Nathan shook his head. Remember, I'm not part of the board. I was sent to work for you by Oscar, and now I'm partly under you and the Supreme Commander Satch. Why, did you find something? Quinn wasn't so sure that he should be quick to tell. If it were Sam or someone he could trust, he would have, but not Nathan. However, he thought maybe the latter could help him with a few other things instead. You've been here before, right? Can you take me around this place? Help me to see if there is anything that I've missed. Maybe places that require access codes that you couldn't get in before, Quinn asked. It looked like Nathan was seriously thinking about Quinn's request, if he should just tell Quinn that this was a bad idea and they should go back. But in the end, he let out a big sigh. I guess I can help you out. I too think something big is going on. The board is clearly hiding something, Nathan said as he walked ahead and allowed Quinn to follow. After a few steps, though, Quinn started to receive a call through his mask. Quinn, I have an urgent message for you. He could recognize the voice on the other end. It was Sam. Whatever you do, don't trust Nathan. After Sam's little talk with Layla and Nate, the three of them figured it would be best for them to find out about the situation before jumping to any conclusions. Which meant the best thing for them to do was to go out there and capture one of the military members whom they suspected to be a member of Pure. I have my influence skill, but I'm not the best at it, and the other guys aren't much better than me at it either. Sam thought as he wondered what to do. Still, they could always just try to do it the old-fashioned way. Inside the large hangar, Sam had called for a meeting and used one of the crates as a type of table for all the members to gather around. There was nothing on the crate nor any use for it. It just made him feel comfortable meeting with the others this way. Why does this feel so comfortable? You really like your meetings, don't you? Nate joked, since he never imagined the first thing they would be doing was another meeting straight after. It's the quickest way to update everyone on the situation and to make them aware. We came here together and everyone's life is at risk as long as they are here, so I think it's fair that everyone has the same set of information. Sam answered earnestly, which Nate wasn't expecting from the little jab he had given. After that, Sam had explained what their suspicions were. So, for now, they just wanted to capture one of them. And if we are caught? Ratton asked. What do you mean? Sam frowned. If one of us gets caught during this thing, what do you want us to do? Then, we do everything in our power to get them back. Layla shrugged. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that. I don't want to bring too much attention to ourselves. Sam replied. In the first place, if they were aware of us being here, they could very well believe that we are up to something, and it could harm Quinn and the rest of them. We would have to try to take them all out before they could make a report, which seems impossible. That just makes me want to try even more, Ratton replied. Two people seemed to be best for the job. One of them was Dennis. This was because out of everyone in the meeting, He was one of the better ones when using the shadow power. None of them were on Quinn's level and never thought they would be, but Dennis had learned how to use the skill Shadow Cloak. He had demonstrated it in front of everyone, and they could see a slight outline if they were to pay attention. As for the second option, it was little Borden. With the dragon, Logan created a serum that would last longer but not permanently change him back. Still, in this situation, his small size was perfect, and with his sudden strength, he should be able to take someone out with ease. In the end, the two of them decided to go. In the first place, Sam thought it would be better if they went as backups in pairs and to look out for each other. Right now, they were heading towards the rest of the base. There were several hangars and groups of people running around. The two had decided to go a long way around, walking outside of the base area. This was all on Sam's suggestion, of course. Then they would approach from a different side. Eventually, they reached multiple hangars and walked outside its large metal exterior. There were gaps between them, and someone had filled these gaps with crates of countless supplies. For the two of them, though, it was perfect for disguising and covering themselves from being exposed. Even with the shadow cloak on, Dennis crouched behind one of the crates, and Borden hopped onto the top of it confidently. "What are you doing?" Dennis whispered. "Relax, those guys aren't going to notice me. Look how far away they are. Besides, it seems like boredom has gotten the better of them." Dennis actually knew what Borden meant because the soldiers seemed to be having a little fun right now. They were piloting mechs and having a little fight with each other while the others around them were cheering widely. "We only need one of them, so let's try to look for someone who's secluded," Borden said. The two scanned, looking to see if there was anyone. The atmosphere certainly seemed more relaxed than any military bases that Dennis had seen before, which meant that some of them were celebrating a little early with some drinks. The smell had reached Dennis' nose, allowing him to move between hangars until they had found exactly what they were looking for. A lone soldier who looked to be drinking on his own. "So, what's the plan?" Dennis asked. This was when he could see little Borden already running to where the soldier was. He quickly jumped up and punched the back of the man's neck with his hand, and it caused the soldier to flop and fall off the small toolbox he was sitting on, with his face planted on the floor. Dennis couldn't believe it. What if someone saw them? He thought that maybe Borden wasn't the best person to bring along on this type of mission, after all. The only one with half a brain out of the Blade family is Vorden, but I thought Borden was a clone created from him. Or maybe this little guy got all three of their genes and personality causing him to be a little different. Dennis's guess wasn't quite right. The real reason was that Borden had just been hanging around his brothers for a little too long, and he had gained quite the influence from one of them in particular. Seeing the situation in front of Dennis, in a panic, quickly went to pick up the body. Thinking if someone saw it, they would be in some serious trouble. When touching it, he realized that his shadow cloak had deactivated. "Damn it! This is going horribly. But if I just run back?" As he carried the man on his back, Dennis thought and proceeded to head through the hangar. But just as he had taken 2 steps, "Hey, over there!" person shouted. It was clear they had been exposed, and it was in Dennis' instinct to just keep running for some reason. They had run through the small gap with the knocked-out soldier on their back. "We made it!" Dennis thought as he stepped out from the trap and was out on the grass field again, away from the base. But a few seconds later, he felt rumbling as a large object landed in front of him. It was one of the giant mechs. Although Dennis was frozen with what to do, it was clear the soldiers had caught them, and it seemed like the mission was a complete failure. Just then, something small jumped past him, and he could see Borden in the air. "Get out of the way!" Borden shouted as he punched the center of the mech. Its centerpiece was crushed to pieces. "See, mission success." Borden landed smiling while the mech lay there on the floor behind him. However, soon ships began to move, and soldiers were getting into the mechs behind them. If they didn't hurry, the situation might become unpredictable. At the same time, the others were watching everything, and as they saw all the soldiers moving out, Sam couldn't help but facepalm. Well, it looks like they were caught. Besides him, someone had a huge grin as he walked forward. "Well, let's get them back then." It was Ratton. The group prepared themselves for an upcoming fight against the military base of possibly 200 soldiers or more. While on the cursed faction side, they had Layla, Sam, Nate, Linda, Vorden, Ratton, and Peter with his 2 lesser weights. Let's see if we can take this whole base over quickly then. The next fight was underway, and on the human side there were many that recognized the nickname that had been given to the blind swordsman, in particular those among the unranked. I've always looked up to him as one of the heroes of war. Back then, he was one of the few people that were actually able to deal with a Dalki. The one speaking was the man with the sleeveless shirt and hood up over his head. He was impressive in the past, but a lot has changed since that time, and not much news has come out about him since. I wonder, did he go into hiding? I don't think that would be the case. A young unranked named Albert spoke. He had a special type of bow on his back, golden in color. Unfortunately, there hadn't been much chance for him to use it since he had lost his match fairly quickly. I mean, he got invited here, right? So there has to be a reason. As the others started to speak, they did find it strange that the blind swordsman was here, just like the other unranked mentioned. Leo hadn't achieved anything great since the first war. Meanwhile, in the room where all the members of the board were, a discussion along the same line was being held. Among the younger generation, most didn't agree that Leo had actually deserved an invitation. It was none of us that invited him, but pure were the ones who insisted that the blind swordsman get an invitation. So perhaps we will find out the reason why in this very fight. One of the older members on the board explained. The reason for the invite was all due to the large red-headed man. Maybe the others didn't know the current strength of the blind swordsman, but he did, having fought side by side with him to take on a 4-spiked Dalki. I have improved a lot since our fight together. It's a shame that the two of us are on the same side. I would have preferred to test for myself how much you've improved since then. I just hope your opponent can help me see your skills. Chris thought. Entering the stage, everyone was wondering what type of field would appear next. It was exciting seeing so many locations being used as arenas, and it would serve as good practice for all the different atmospheres that covered the beast planets. Depending on who exactly was fighting, certain terrains might offer one side an advantage over the other. Trees started to appear on the field, with leaves covering the entire ground. This fight's location appeared to be an endless forest. Most of the trees were 3 to 4 times taller than an average human, not too big but not too small either. Seeing this, people didn't know if it was an advantage for the blind swordsman or not. The leaves should make it easy for him to locate his opponent, as the sound one made when stepping on them would be a telltale sign, but at the same time, his opponent might use them to cover his attacks. What do you think of this fight? Jean asked, standing by Vincent's side, since their king seemed to have a good idea about the strength of the human contestants. All of his predictions had turned out to be correct so far. What they didn't know was that he knew everything that Quinn knew, which was why he knew the others' powers well. You think it would be embarrassing if a vampire knight of the 10th family would beat a leader, don't you? I guess if the other vampires heard of something like this, people would start claiming that the 10th family had the strongest vampires. Vincent smiled. Well, someone sounds like they are sure about who is going to win. Sonny also entered the conversation, standing next to Vincent. Lee is a strange leader. His strength seems nearly impossible to gauge. At times, I feel like he could beat anyone, while at other times, it feels like any of the other leaders could beat him. In the end, the group would just have to watch the match and find out. The match had begun, and almost instantly both sides were running towards each other. The scene reminded everyone of the first fight today. Eventually, though, Lee stopped, moving his fingers at a rapid pace. It was impossible for the others through the glass container to see what exactly he was doing, but they soon noticed that the blind swordsman started to act strange. When a few meters away from Lee, he had already drawn out his sword, which he then seemingly used to slash the air, before he quickly moved to the side, constantly attacking the air. The others watching found it strange. It looked like Leo was going up against an invisible enemy. For a supposedly blind man, you sure do see a lot. Lee commented, smiling, revealing that Leo could see all the invisible strings he had set up. This meant that the leader would have to change his plans. The next set of strings he produced were red in color. Li soon wrapped it around a tree, and with his great strength managed to uproot it from the ground, hurling it towards Leo. Seeing this, the vampire knight had to put more power into his blade, but he made sure to only use chi and avoid using blood aura. Since most of them didn't know about him no longer being human, he thought it would be best to keep it that way. A simple tree was easy enough for him to cut. With a strike, it split in half and the power from the throw made it so that both parts missed him. However, behind one set of trees was another. Still, for Leo, whose vision wasn't limited to what was directly in front of him, he had already been prepared. The blind swordsman had already leapt in the air, jumping over the second tree. "It is a shame that I can't fight you at your full strength. I think it would have been a more worthy battle," Leo shouted to Li. He knew what he meant. Leo knew that they had blood weapons that they couldn't use, and in the first place the 13th's family strength came from puppeteering someone, which he was unable to do in this fight as well. "It is the same for you." Li smiled, knowing that Leo also wanted to be able to use his soul weapon. The two of them knew this fight was pointless to them. Because of this, Leo decided to use something that would catch the 13th leader off guard, yet at the same time prepare him for something else. First, Leo struck his sword 4 times while in the air. They were chi-infused strikes, leaving his blade out. Seeing this, Li tried to combat them with his blood swipes, but that wasn't where the real threat was in the first place. With his other hand free, Leo punched the air, and in doing so, an invisible force had left him. After blocking the strikes, Li had seen nothing yet. He suddenly felt a large pain in his stomach. The third stage of chi is something the vampires need to be wary of. Chi serves as a strong counter to vampires, and the third stage is even worse than the other two, Leo thought. He already stood above Li with his sword above his head. "Let's end this pointless game," Leo said, pressing it down on his neck, causing the match to end. While the human side was happy for another victory on their side, the vampires weren't sure if this one should count for the 10th family, the humans or the vampires. Although the vampires have seen the powers of the others, Pierce's power is something that is hard to gauge, and yet it might become the most troublesome thing for the vampires in the future. "Quinn, if you want to protect the vampires as well, you need to think of this aspect." Leo made a mental note to speak to the cursed faction leader about it in the future. Before his avatar disappeared, Leo looked up at Chris, who had a smile on his face. He could see that the blind swordsman had improved in many ways. However, most impressive was that he had learned how to utilize the third stage of chi. "I wonder, you have your soul weapon, but if you were to use it the same way as Pure does, the 4th stage, how much of a monster would you be? I hope you got to see everything you wanted to see, Zero. With this much, I guess it's time for us to wrap up this little game." Inside the military base, there was a hangar stationed near the center, where a figure was currently enjoying a smoke. He was wearing a beast armor chest piece, and indented in white, a clear contrast to the black armor, was the number 12. The seat he was on was awfully shaky, yet he didn't allow that to disturb him from his cigar. "It sounds like your guys are having a lot of trouble dealing with a few intruders," Agent 12 complained as he heard the noise in the distance. "No wonder it was so easy to take over your base. If we had the power to do this all along, Pure should have done something about it a long time ago." Finishing his cigar, he placed the butt of it on his seat and started to twist and turn it, causing his seat to scream in pain. The Pure agent hadn't been sitting on a normal chair. No, he had forced the sergeant that used to be in charge of this particular platoon to take on that role. This was a complete embarrassment to the military man. A great, respected figure like him was now being treated as nothing but a chair. Yet he had no choice. "I guess you guys really can't do anything without us." Agent 12 finally stood up, and the others in the hangar looked to be ready with their weapons in hand. All smiling, a group of 20 of them in total. "You bastards! How dare you treat a member of the military like this? Where was your fanatical group when we got attacked by the Dalki? Hiding, like the cockroaches you are. One day, you pure bastards will get what's coming to you." The sergeant thought to himself, thankful that he no longer had to allow himself to be humiliated. "Let's move out," Agent 12 shouted as he held up his mace in the air. The 20 men soon cleared out with him and began to run out of the hangar. The pure agent wasn't too far behind them, but when he went out, he was wondering why his men had seemingly frozen in place. "What are you guys doing? Find the intruders and get rid of them." His voice trailed off as he looked at the scene in front of him. Even now, the fighting continued to take place, yet the hangars were completely destroyed. Countless mechs had been ripped apart. Not only that, but the men that had been stationed here were lying around defeated. Some members had been pure agents, and they weren't exactly weak ones either. An explosion went off, followed by another, but they appeared to be in different directions. "Find them and bring their heads to me," Agent 12 shouted, and the rest seemed to agree. The group split into two following one set of explosions. While searching, they noticed that the damage was even worse than it had initially looked. How many people had been sent here? Did they have an equal force of around 200? Had the Earthborn group retaliated? If it's the Earthborn group who are here to save their people, they would need at least a force twice as large as ours to do this much. If that's the case, we might have no other choice but to retreat, Agent 12 thought. However, he soon noticed something strange. If the invaders had such a large force, where were the bodies of their enemies? So far all they had seen were their own members. No matter how experienced the fighters on the other side would be, it should be impossible to suffer zero casualties. That was when he could see up ahead. A group of 6 mechs had surrounded 3 people in their midst. "Great! It looks like they have captured some of them. We need to capture them alive so we can interrogate them and find out more about their plans," Agent 12 decided. When getting closer though, he noticed that the ones piloting the mechs were strangely trying to back away. However, they seemed afraid to turn their back, and he soon understood why. Immediately, one of the 3 charged forward and formed his hand into a giant blade. With a single slice, the mech's arm was destroyed. The other mech rushed forward trying to help him, when a piece from the attacker's own arm was shot out and hit the mech's legs. The substance appeared gooey like mud at first but hardened in an instant. Looking closer, he noticed that one of the figures didn't look human at all. Instead, it resembled a beast with a human body. It dived straight into the mech's center, hitting it with a strong force of wind. The mech was lifted into the air to crash into the ground, unable to move again. "Wait. That is definitely a beast. Does that mean we are being attacked by beasts? And humanoid beasts at that?" Agent 12 wondered. Still, with the surrounding 10, he was afraid and charged forward. The third person was a girl. She stood between the 2 beasts, unafraid, and drew her bow. Agent 12 wasn't afraid. They were hundreds of meters away. There was no way she could hit them from this distance, and it would be even hard to see them. As the woman let go of the bow, 3 arrows came out, and it was heading straight for them at a considerable speed. Lifting his mace, Agent 12 was ready to block the attacks. Yet at the last second they slightly moved. He was quick enough to react to the attack, blocking it with the head of his mace. What is this power? Is this chi? But who knows chi and has any connection to beasts? None of this makes any sense. He saw 2 of his men had fallen to the ground, the other 2 arrows having pierced their hearts. As for him, something strange was happening to the arrow as it connected to the weapon. It started to spin and the force of chi increased rapidly. His chi was losing out and he was hit, falling to the floor, looking at his weapon that had been shattered. Who are these people? No, that's not important. I have to warn the others. I need to tell them about this. Getting on his receiver, he was ready to call them, until he could see what looked like a human child by his side. He saw the boy smile, and eventually he stomped on his hand, crushing his bones to pieces. It then leapt and landed on his other hand, crushing that as well. Agent 12 didn't understand how a human child who looked no bigger than a puppy could have such strength. No longer being able to use his hands, he tried to make sense of this situation. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that all of this had to be one horrible nightmare. "It looks like you actually cleared the place, Ratton. That is impressive." A voice was heard from behind. Tilting his head and moving his eyes, Agent 12 could see a larger group walking forward. They had come from the other direction, where his men had gone. What was worse, it looked like some of them were carrying his men on their backs. You guys had more people, Ratton complained. Of course you would clear your side quicker. Actually, we didn't do anything, Linda corrected him. Most of it was actually Peter and his two friends. The others, who were with Peter, had seen the frightening display of power. The two lesser weights by his side were truly monsters. Legs, formerly the five-spiked alky known as Slicer and what was left of Hilston, but what was even more scary was Peter himself, who now had the same stats as Quinn, but at the same time, his regenerative power was even beyond the Vampire King. Because of this, the others didn't really have to do anything. Anyone they came across got beaten before they could even join in the fight. So this guy here is the highest ranking member, right? Sam asked. I found another one, Nate shouted from far back, and he had the sergeant from earlier held by the back of his shirt. Wait, hear me out. I'm not one of them, the sergeant cried. Please believe me, I'm not part of Pure. You guys, I recognize some of you. I've seen you on the live stream, you're the cursed faction, right? Please listen to me. These guys, they captured us. And that damn Nathan. That rotten guy betrayed us all. Immediately, this became something that Sam was very interested in hearing. He had a suspicion. In the first place, Nathan was from the military. He had been told to escort Quinn and the others. He should have known that this wasn't a real base, that these weren't real soldiers, so why hadn't he said anything? You, tell me everything that happened and what you know, Sam demanded, with his eyes glowing red. There were many reasons for the special event to take place. More than anything, the board and the humans were getting out of these fights was information. They found out exactly what vampires' abilities and blood skills could do. It was also giving them a grasp of their strength as well. Even if most of the human side had lost their fights quickly, it meant that at least in the future, they could try and prepare countermeasures against such a situation if the vampires were ever to attack and turn on them. One thing that stood out more than anything was their use of abilities, how it differed from those that the humans had. All of the abilities that the leaders had used so far were not available to humans, and some of them seemed to be quite powerful as well. Of course, for the board members in their heads, they were already imagining other humans with these abilities and were trying to figure out ways they could convince the other side for this information. This was one of the reasons that the board had accepted the request of the ninth leader. Since the leader said she would show a spectacle, they were all quite excited to see what she had in mind. Before her match began, Muka once again began to spin her coin out on the table in the room. This time, the coin had landed on the head side. Picking this up, she walked forward and was ready to start the game. The machine displayed the faces of those who hadn't yet fought from the human side. Mona, the sleeveless unranked, Chris, Agent 3, and Grim were left to go, and finally, it had landed on Grim Greylash, the ex-leader of the Greylash family. Muka had no idea of the strength of all her opponents, but still, she believed in her luck and decided to head into the VR machine, ready to start the match. Before the match had started, the old man on the board who had been sitting down most of the time stood up and started to walk away from the others. Mr. Watson, where are you going? Andy called out to him. Well, I have a very important matter to deal with, don't worry. I will return soon. It is important we know all our enemies, the old man said while exiting the room. As usual, the terrain started to load before the match commenced. For the first time between all the matches, the room had gone dark, as it emulated the place being nighttime. Soon a black substance started to appear, and on one side, the ground slightly rose. Eventually, something like a fortress appeared. All humans knew what this was. This was similar to a Dalki fortress. At times they would use these games and maps to help simulate real-life battles for the military, which was why it was put in. However, there was something strange for those carefully observing the recent matches. The map in particular that appeared, the fortress had only appeared on one side, while on the other, there was nothing. Just empty black land. When the map had finished generating, there stood Muka in her heavy black armor, on top of the fortress walls placed on a mountain. She had a height and aerial advantage and the fortress's defense. While Grim, on the other side, had open terrain to get through with nothing to protect him at all. How is this fair? Albert shouted. This match has to be rigged. The terrain is in one person's favor. They should change the map and fight again. Many of them in the room were in agreement, but Satch spoke up. In a fight, we will never have a complete fair advantage. There will be times when we will be faced with this exact situation. That was why we created the map in the first place. Many of you, when you fought, had the advantage of the area. Even Owen had used it to win his match. Should we restart that match as well? Satch exclaimed. Hearing his words, the others really couldn't argue, and the unranked Albad just tooted as he continued to watch the match. I guess Grim got the short end of the stick this time, he murmured. That 9th leader is just lucky. It turned out that there was no need for Sam to use his influence skill on the sergeant. He was ready to spill the beans on everything that had happened so far. How Pure had taken control over one of the military bases, and how Nathan of all people was the one who had brought them right to their doorstep. To put it simply, from everything Sam had heard, Nathan had betrayed the Earthborn group. Hearing this, he immediately decided to inform Quinn of the matter. He wasn't sure if Nathan had been part of Pure since the beginning, or if they were threatening him, or maybe it was some deal, but none of that mattered. Right now, his actions were endangering the lives of others, and that included Quinn. Sam didn't know where the latter was or what he was doing, but he needed to tell him. Quinn had received the message clearly, but he had yet to say anything. He continued to follow Nathan, who was now leading them towards the south section of the arena. This was in the opposite direction from the north section where the board members were seated. It was also the only empty part of the stadium where no contestants or anyone else was positioned, which was why Quinn never tried to go there, believing that there would be nothing there. If what Sam said is true and Nathan is working for Pure, then should I keep on following him? If that is the case, it's clear he could be leading me into a trap right now. At the same time, if I stay silent, he might bring me to the people I need to see. Quinn mused. That's the spirit. I mean, when you're in this situation, why does it matter if you fall into a trap? Ray encouraged his ancestor. Just blast your way through any problem that appears. Quinn wondered how long Nathan had been on the Pure side. Was it something that recently happened, or perhaps he has always been one, since their time at school? Leo could sense Chi, and he would have noticed if something was up. However, only high-ranking Pure members would learn Chi, but it was hard to see why they wouldn't have taught Nathan Chi. At the same time, he had an ability as well. I remember that just like the north area, they had a room that looked similar to the one you left from. Maybe you will be able to find something there, Nathan said as he continued to look left and right. So that's where are you taking me? To the other facility on the south section? Quinn replied. Yeah, but we have to hurry but be cautious at the same time. The longer I'm away, the more suspicious they will get. Seeing Nathan, someone he had known since his school days, like this was painful. It was as if he knew every word of Nathan's was a lie. Now that he thought about it more, Quinn could even hear his heartbeat changing slightly every time he said something different. And are you sure there won't be any surprises when I arrive there? Quinn asked. What do you mean? Nathan nervously chuckled, his heart thumping faster. Nathan, you know my hearing is sensitive and more sensitive than you could imagine, and it's to the point that I can even hear slight changes in it when you speak. So I will ask you a question, and I'll know if you have told me the truth, but I just want to hear it from you. Where are you always in Pure? Or are they somehow forcing you? Quinn straight up asked. This wasn't a game, but these people were treating others' lives as one, and Quinn wanted to take no part in it. With no valid complaints, the fight was about to start, as all the others had done. Mukka stayed on top of the wall, where she could see her opponent standing in the distance. He similarly wore robes like all the others in the Greylash family, though Grim tended to have both his hands in his sleeves. The hardest part isn't the fortress, but it's the high ground itself, the former Greylash leader thought, as he calculated the optimal way to tackle the difficult situation. I never thought I would have to think so much and fight as hard as this during my age. Running forward, there wasn't much Grim could do. There was no secret way he could suddenly teleport over. The lightning ability, while certainly powerful, only had a limited range where one could use their lightning travel skill. A skill that allowed the user to move as if they themselves became a bolt of lightning. The reason for this was because there were actually two movements to the skill. The first was forming their body and shooting it upwards in a lightning bolt form. Then, once they reached sufficient height, they would have to use the skill to shoot themselves down towards the ground. The range for how far they could move was limited when in this form, and it was why it was an impractical movement method. Nevertheless, it was great to use during a fight, as it not only allowed him to avoid his enemies, but he could also use it to get right behind them. Still, there was a problem and Grimm knew it as well, for he could see a red aura coming his way. Attacking downward was far easier, and he had yet to even see Mukka clearly. I have to admit, I'm a little jealous. Those eyes of yours seem to be pretty good. I bet they don't deteriorate even with old age. I guess being a vampire really has its advantages. Grimm spoke as he began to act. His body started to electrify itself with a constant shock. Rather than trying to hit and avoid the red lines of aura, since he had seen his grandson able to block the attacks of his opponent, he too decided to just run forward. From the spectator's perspective, he looked like a barrier of armor made from lightning, and was even attacking the ground around him as he moved. When the red aura hit the lightning barrier, the force of it struck at the aura in front, breaking it apart, causing it to disperse into little red particles. Seeing this, Mukka still didn't panic, and instead held out her open palm. I guess trying to fight head-on wasn't the right idea, Mukka said. Red aura started to gather in her palm. Once it was ready, she looked down, aiming at Grimm himself, yet before releasing her attack, she adjusted it slightly ahead of where he would be. Even if she was to calculate his speed, this was too far ahead, but that was because Mukka never intended to hit Grimm. She had more chance if she was trying to not hit him. A large blast left her palm, and her arm was chucked back as the blood cannon was used. It was the first time that the board and the leaders were seeing such an attack. A constant stream more powerful than any of the past attacks they had seen from the vampires. As for why the other leaders hadn't used it, that was simple. In the fight so far, they either hadn't needed to, lacked the chance to use it, or it hadn't been the optimal skill to use. It was a skill that took some preparation time, after all. Seeing it, at first Grimm was prepared to use his lightning travel to avoid the attack, or his spinning bolt, but he could see that the attack wasn't aimed at him, which greatly confused him. As such, he chose to trust his judgment and not do anything. The blood cannon hit the ground, and it blasted into hundreds of small pieces. At the same time, these pieces started to fall and all of them headed towards Grimm. It was a little too late for him to notice what exactly Mukka had planned, and now that all the rocks that went his way they were setting off his electrified armor. It was an automatic skill that attacked anything that got too close, and due to how many rocks there were, it created an opening. Grimm didn't know when, but the vampire leader had already leapt through the air, and was falling towards Grimm's position. He understood that due to his armor reacting to the rocks, he was wide open for an attack. The good news was that it didn't matter. Grimm's body soon started to shine brightly blue and the next second he disappeared. This skill. It's the same one the one fighting Jean used, but it seems like none of you are as strong as that kid. Mukka thought as she took a mace off her back and threw it in a random direction. At that moment, another bolt of lightning was seen coming down from the sky. It hit the ground and Grimm appeared in its place. The only thing was the mace that had been thrown was already an inch away from his face, and there was nothing he could do. Plowed into his face, causing him to fall to the ground. The throw had the strength of someone with a strength-type ability. How did you know where I was going to be? Grimm wondered. The truth was, Mukka hadn't known. It looks like my luck is indeed working in here, and even more so than I thought. While I expected it to hit him, I didn't think it would be his head. The game was currently simulating the damage that had been done to Grimm, which concluded that his eye had been critically hit, impairing his vision slightly. With that, the fight would resume, and what followed was a close combat on the side of the mountain. Owen and Hermes were carefully watching from above. Do you think your grandfather can win? Hermes asked. Before you came along, your grandfather was considered one of the strongest lightning ability users. He's already lost this match. Owen replied instantly and confidently. Although what you say is true, most of that is due to his soul weapon. At the time we fought that 5-spike Dalki, If he didn't have that, we would have been in serious trouble. Unfortunately, this is just a simulated match, so he's unable to use it. However, even if he was, there is something very strange about this whole fight. My grandfather uses his head far more than me, while I prefer to just go with the flow around me. Yet, in this fight I can see the look on his face. He seems to understand what is happening. Every time he uses the lightning travel, his opponent manages to find him somehow. It's only a matter of time until this match ends. Owen's prediction was correct, as the match came to an end right then and there, with Muka being the winner. Other than the blood cannon, there had been no other impressive moves from the ninth leader, at least not anything they hadn't seen before. Nevertheless, in this fight, the former ninth leader had somehow managed to make the Greylash family's ability appear like it was no threat at all. The vampire fighter hadn't even suffered a single hit, making some believe that the first fight might have just been a match-up for the vampire side. Meanwhile, the vampire leaders who had watched the fight were shivering slightly at the thought of going up against her. Fighting the Royal Knight, it would be a strange experience to have to say the least, but of course, faced with overwhelming power against someone like Quinn or Laxmus, this type of luck would eventually run out. Muka casually got out from her pod and walked over to Vincent, resuming her duty to protect their king. They all waited and watched for the next result carefully. However, the vampires already knew who was left, and to nobody's surprise the screen listed Quintalon as the next fighter. Seeing this, Vincent let out a sigh, but just waited for who his opponent would be, and finally it had landed on the hooded, unranked figure. That is the one that has the power of the god. Vincent recalled. I was hoping that you would be back by the time your turn came up so you could fight yourself. Or perhaps you would have witnessed the power of the god. It's a shame that I have to go up against him. What is taking you so long? In the end, Vincent had no choice but to participate. Standing between the north and south part of the stadium, through the gigantic hallways that seemed never-ending, were Quinn and Nathan. The cursed faction leader was waiting for his guide to start speaking. However, the other hesitated. It was so silent that all Quinn could hear were the sounds of his own and mostly Nathan's body. You know I can force the information out of you, right? Quinn pointed out. However, you've earned my respect that I would rather not do that. Back at school, when Duke used to be in charge, and all the students were being mistreated by him, you were the only one who stood up to him. Back then, it felt to me like you always wanted to do something about it, but you just lacked the power to make a change. Which is why I don't want to believe you're entirely a bad person. I know unlike the others you don't have that strange chi surrounding your head. If you did, Leo would have spotted it. As such, I know that you're at least not forced to do what you're doing. Quinn's eyes started to glow red. He wasn't using his influence skill just yet, but he knew how to channel the red aura, so his eyes would have this effect. Seeing them, and feeling the power coming out from Quinn in this proximity, Nathan hesitated. In his eyes, he wasn't just seeing a young man. I'm sorry, Quinn. I hate having to do this. Nathan finally spoke up. You're right, at the school I was weak, but I had risen to my position due to my hard work and my unique powers, but I couldn't do anything then, and now, I seem to have ended up under an entirely different Duke. I wasn't always part of Pure. I still am not sure if I technically am one, but it's true that I have been helping them for a while now. While Nathan was speaking, Quinn made sure to listen to his heart to see if there were any changes. Honestly, he had no clue what reaction a heart would make when one was lying, or whether one's heart would start beating differently just due to the situation. All of those words had been a bluff, but his instincts were telling him the other wasn't lying. Are you willingly helping them, or not? Quinn asked for clarification. Maybe he wasn't part of Pure before, but what about now? When did it all start? There were times when his people, the cursed faction, had greatly relied on Nathan. In a way, but not outright. Nathan replied, the look on his face being one of pure guilt. Quinn, all I can say is that you will understand once you see him. Pure. They have been involved in everything from the start without any of us even suspecting anything. I don't know what their end goal is. All I know is that they wanted me to take you to them. I honestly don't know if this is a trap. No, I guess it's pretty obvious it can't be anything else. What I mean is, I have no clue what they have in store for you. This was the end. Nathan had failed his task, and he thought there was no way that Quinn would follow him now. Knowing it was a trap, and because of his actions today, there was a good chance that a big war would soon start. Who's they? Quinn asked. The person who organized this whole event. Nathan replied. Zero. Nathan didn't know why he was telling Quinn everything, but it just felt like that he should know everything now, even though he was sure that it was all over. Take me to him, and pretend that this conversation never happened, Quinn requested with a smile. Once all of this is over, you'll have a lot of explaining to do. Hearing this, Nathan didn't know how to feel, but there was a growing pain in his chest that couldn't bear the situation that he had been put in. He continued to walk, and as Quinn said, he resumed walking behind him. However, the distance between the two of them had grown. Well, I guess that's only to be expected, Nathan thought, clenching his fists. The actual reason why Quinn had distanced himself, though, wasn't because of Nathan. It was due to him getting in contact with a certain group that had been left behind. Quinn had been given an update on what Sam and the others had learned and asked what he wanted them to do next. They had a ship prepared and were ready to leave at any moment. Just in case, Quinn asked for them to be prepared to come at a moment's notice. If they could perhaps start to move a bit now, yet they would have to make sure they would remain unseen. Zero. So I'll finally get to meet you. Were you the one that was using chi drain on all of those people? Are you responsible for the chi command? Because if you are, I don't think we'll be able to reach any common ground. On the human side, the hooded man had entered his VR game. He was one of the many unranked that had arrived. In all honesty, a lot of the unranked were less impressive than others had imagined. They had been told stories of their strength being compared to that of the Big Four, but it seemed to not be true at all. Perhaps these were rumors spread by their rich employers, hoping to scare off any attackers. They were strong, but not at the level of someone like Syl or Owen who they had seen fight so far. Which was why no one had expected anything from this figure. That included those from the vampire leaders. Will he be okay? Sunny asked. He has our king's body. Although he may not have his ability or blood control, you've also trained alongside him. He was more impressive than any of us. Jim replied. The stage started to materialize once again. Yet this time there didn't seem to be anything noteworthy about the arena. The ground was hard and dry, giving off an orange or brown look. There were no trees or water, just an empty surrounding. It meant, unlike the last fights, that these two wouldn't be able to use the area to their advantage. In other words, they would have to resort to their skills, and everyone was looking forward to a good display. Finally, the unranked appeared, and so did Vincent. It should be a walk in the park for Quinn, right? Hermes asked. Perhaps, but we don't know how much of his powers had been transferred in the game. On top of that, he might not use his full powers. If I was him, I wouldn't reveal my full strength here. Instead, I'd rather use this as a training opportunity by limiting myself. Of course, that depends on whether that unranked guy can keep up. Laughter came from one of the unranked, and it was the young man with a bow on his back named Albad. You guys really don't know any of us unranked, do you? Albad asked. Look, I saw the video all of you guys did. But trust me when I say this, that man is different from the rest of us. No matter what happens or who he has fought, he always comes out surviving no matter what. The others thought that maybe he was just bragging due to them being friends, but if that was the case they would find out soon anyway, so what was the need to brag? Perhaps his friend really was that strong. Hearing this as well, Syl assumed that the strong power that he had been given, the large amount of MC cells, had to have come from him. Back on the field, the two stood opposite each other and the match had started. But neither one had made their move. You! The unranked man shouted. What's your name? I always like to greet those I face in battle. Vincent found this request strange. Why would the unranked be unaware of Quinn's name? At this point the whole world practically knew it, had he been living under a rock. Either way, Vincent replied. Quinn Talon? And yours? Vincent replied out of respect. It was then that the man pulled down his hood, revealing his face. My name is Sarah. Albad stood up in the glass container room to get a closer look at the match. There's another name that we have for him between us, unranked. Usually we just call him the God of War. At the moment, Vincent was feeling pretty relaxed about the situation he was in. Although he didn't have Quinn's shadow powers outside, since they would be fighting in a game, his avatar would have them. Of course, Logan was unable to input the exact amount of MC cells that Quinn could control. During the test his MC cells seemed endless, and since this was just a game and Quinn had already displayed his powers, he asked Logan to just put a high amount. Win or lose, it didn't matter to Quinn since the results didn't matter. All that mattered was the outcome in real life. Another thing was replicating all of what the shadow could do. It was a hard task with limited time, so Vincent would only have access to the basics. However, in the 10th leader's mind that should be more than enough. He had practiced using the shadow before, back when Quinn had used the demon tier amulet, leaving him in control of his body. If there was anyone who could play the part of his descendant, it would be him. "I've lived a long life," Sarah suddenly said from the other side, as a sword seemingly appeared out of nowhere and entered his hands. The sword looked to be rather ordinary, lacking any features distinguishing it from other beast weapons. Even as he swung the sword a few times, nothing looked to be special about it. The sudden statement had distracted Vincent a little. He had intended to go in and try to overwhelm him with this body's strength alone. Yet there were two reasons why he had yet to do anything. For one, he didn't exactly gain anything by finishing the fight fast. They had no idea what else the board had planned for them, so if he could buy Quinn some time to finish investigating whatever he was busy doing, it would be beneficial to them. As for the second reason, his opponent was the one with a god residing inside him. Not knowing what ability the person had, Vincent had cast the shadow ability, so it was active constantly on his back. The question is he a dormant god that has no idea about who he is? Or is he like Bliss? If it's the latter, then this fight might be a little more difficult than I had envisioned. There are a lot of things that are similar between me and you. Sarah continued to speak. For one, I crave the sight of blood, and as time has gone on, I have found the best way to enhance these powers of mine to fit with the current time. Also, I can see more blood. A smile appeared on Sarah's face, which sent large shivers down Vincent's spine. Him, a vampire leader that knew no fear, and in a game of all things. It was then that Sarah activated his ability on the sword in his hand, making the weapon glow slightly blue. The distance between the two fighters had been great. However, when Sarah made a simple swing this time, a sharp slash had left his weapon. It looked somewhat similar to a chi strike, yet it was clearly different. It was larger than any chi strike seen before, and the top of the attack nearly reached the clouds above. Vincent knew that he couldn't allow that attack to hit him. He might be resilient, but he had to move away. There was no need for him to activate the Blue Fang set, but had a feeling that if he tried to block that attack with the shadow, the game might be unable to register that he had enough MC points. Running to the side, Vincent avoided the large slash. The strike continued forward and eventually ended, yet it had left behind a giant fissure. It was hard to tell how deep it went, as one wouldn't be able to see the bottom of it. What was that? Hermes had his mouth left wide open. Seeing the reaction of the others in the room, Abdul couldn't help but laugh. I told you he would surprise you all. That man is the most dangerous man I have ever met. A master of weapons, capable of finding any opponent's weakness. A brilliant genius of war and tactics, and lastly his ability. It allows him to make any weapons in his hand at the demon tier level. Those in the room were unsure if Abdul's words were true or not. But after witnessing what they had done, they felt inclined to believe him. After all, how could such a basic-looking sword produce so much damage? They had heard of abilities making weapons stronger by 1 or 2 ranks, but usually that was limited, and the higher rank the weapon was the more MC cells it required. The sword in Sarah's hand looked around the advanced tier level. It annoys me, Owen finally spoke, that people like this have chosen to hide their face for whatever reason, while the war is going on. Oh, there's a simple reason for that, Abdul said. How would you learn of him if there was no one left alive to talk about it? Looking closely, if what was said was true, Owen was worried about Quinn. Around his waist, there were several storage devices, which possibly meant that Sarah was carrying multiple weapons along with him. The god of war seemed ready to use them as he wished, and he was right. Next appearing in Sarah's hands was a large bow, and immediately, multiple arrows were placed in the string. Before pulling, each one of them lit up with flames, heading straight for Vincent. Sarah didn't stop there though, loading up the bow again, and shooting out another set of arrows just after it. Doing this 3 times, the arrows practically covered everywhere that the map had to display, and there was nowhere for Vincent to avoid the attack. That was, unless he had the shadow ability. Using shadow travel, Vincent was able to make himself practically part of the ground and move forward. An interesting ability. Sarah started to run forward, and he was just as fast if not faster than the vampire leaders. At the moment, his body was clad in gladiator-type armor from head to toe. If his ability was true, then it wasn't just limited to weapons but would also work with armor as well. Everything he had on him was giving him a boost. On a closer look, the spectators could see rings on his ears, and even a small band that would shine once in a while when his black hair was blown a little by the wind. Next he jumped in the air, and could see the shadow below. Seeing that shadow again makes me feel sick, Sarah shouted. One of his dimensional storage boxes around his waist activated, giving him what looked like a giant sledgehammer. Holding onto it tightly, he swung the weapon down towards the ground. Let's see you hiding below me. After I'll destroy the entire area. The watching vampire leaders felt like this could spell trouble, and were wondering how such a human had gone unknown for so long. Quinn paused for a second. He had a strange feeling in his body, and he was unsure what it was. For a moment he turned around to where the fighting arena should be. So you felt that as well, huh? Ray asked. I thought it was only me, but this feeling reminds me of someone. Someone very annoying to deal with. You don't speak much about your past, Quinn said. I guess you must have known a lot of the gods back then. Not really, Ray replied. It's none of my business and the past is in the past. Besides, now isn't the best time for a history lesson, don't you think? You have your own troubles that you need to face, and from what I can tell they're just as big as mine during my time. Ray was right because they had finally reached the facility on the south side. The entrance looked identical to that of the one on the north, just as Nathan had said. At least he hadn't been lying about that. He's waiting for me there? Quinn asked. I'm not sure if he's there himself, since he just told me to bring you here. However, the fact that he wants to meet with you tells me one thing. I think he wants to talk to you, Quinn, Nathan answered. From this point on, Quinn decided to take the lead and walk in front of Nathan, yet he did so with a set of eyes on his back. His shadow was activated and Quinn was ready for anything. Let's see what you want to talk about, Zero,